Hello. Hello. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test 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 1 2. Hello. Testing 1 2. Test test. Testing 1 2. It's got to be.
Mic test.
We're going to do the national anthem and prayer.
Yeah, first class start heading this way. We're moments here just shortly from getting started. So we're going to, as we always do here at the show, it's important that we say the prayer. We're going to do the national anthem. That's something that we really enjoy doing. And like I said, get the day started off right. So anyway, we'll be going to be doing that here shortly. Like I said, we'll kind of get gathered up here and get started. And we're going to have a great day. So thank you. All right, everybody, let's remove your cover. Let's have a word of prayer. Let us pray, Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day and for the opportunity to gather here together at this cattle show. We are grateful for the hard work of the families, the youth, and all the volunteers, which is taking a pile here, who make this event possible. Bless the exhibitors and their livestock. Guide the judges with wisdom and fairness, and keep everyone safe throughout the day and on their way home. May this show be a celebration of learning, fellowship, and the blessings you provide through agriculture. We also pause to remember and give thanks for the men and women that fight for our freedom, past and present, who sacrifice so much to protect all that we get to do. Let us all be blessed. Let us bless one another. Let us enjoy our friendships, like I said, and have a great day. As we begin, let us all remember the word. The Lord bless you and keep you and be gracious to you, and the Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Now let's go have a great show. All right, let's go have a great day and a great show. And I am so honored that the national anthem is going to be sung by me and Julie's granddaughter, Lenny, Kyra's daughter. So anyway, she's going to be the one doing the national anthem. She's only 5. So anyway, we're proud of her. So everybody, like I said, here's Lennox sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's black streaming, whose stripes and bright stars through the perilous glide, for the ramparts we were so gallantly streaming, in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in out, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land in the free and the hope of the brave.
All right, now that's good stuff right there. I guarantee you that's good stuff, all right? I don't care what happens the rest of the day. Right there, that got this day started off right.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lennox. Great job. 5 years old. You remember that. You were here when she sang the Star Spangled Banner at the 6th annual Stierwalt Cattle Battle. Welcome, everybody. We're excited to have a great day. We got over 500 head of heifers and steers to sort through, to talk about, to judge. Just a reminder, there's food in the cafe. There's going to be food trucks outside. There's refreshments. There's vendors here. They love to have your business back there on the north side. We have the backdrop for pictures and lots of great prizes and banners for our winners today. We'll have 2 show rings. The north show ring will be the heifer ring. We call that ring number 1. And then the steer ring on the south end, that's show ring number 2. And we're going to be ready here real quickly to start our mini Hereford breeding heifers. Our little mini Hereford exhibitors be making your way to the holding area, and also our mini Hereford steers. Looks like they're already getting ready as well. Appreciate everyone who has a hand and has worked so hard to put this together. We had showmanship last night. Congratulations to all our showmanship winners, from the Pee Wee to the junior, intermediate, and also the senior champions. And overall was Brody Bashaw with the senior. He was your overall grand champion showman last night. And cornhole was Quaid, and 31 teams in cornhole. That's a record as well. 31 teams, and the McIntyre family, Quentin and Quaid McIntyre, right here from Leedy, won the cornhole tournament. Congratulations to the McIntyres. They're just competitive no matter what they do. Showing cattle, playing sports, or cornhole. You always got to watch out for those McIntyre boys because they will be competitive. Thanks again for Kyra and all those. Yeah, we want to thank everyone who helps, especially our show ring help. Luke Carpenter over here on the south end is going to be in the holding area getting all the cattle in order, and also Mike Schweitzer. Thank you. That's a tough job. Hopefully everybody can hear. I know outside it's hard to hear, but we appreciate Luke on the steer side and Mike on the heifer side getting all of our exhibitors lined up and ready to enter the show ring in order. And everyone else who helps in the show ring for our placings. My good help up here on the announcing stand who writes the checks. So everybody be nice to her. She's the one that writes the checks. So the check's not in the mail. The check's going to be in your hand, right? That's right. Well, I think we're just about ready. If our judges are ready, if our ring help is ready. It's 10:07. I like to start on time. We got a lot of cattle to go through. Mike, are you ready on your end? Mike Schweitzer's giving me the thumbs up. Luke, are we ready down here? Luke, are we ready down here? Judge, are you ready to start? Okay. Well, if we're ready, we're going to welcome Class 1 of our mini Herefords, Class 1 of our steers, and our Class 1 heifers. Make your way into the show ring. I think Class 1 here on our heifer side will be a single entry. So we're ready. We want to say thank you again to our judges. These guys are given their time, their energy, and most importantly, their wisdom. I'd like to introduce Chris Effling. Chris from Highmore, South Dakota, along with his wife, Christy, and their children, own and operate CK Cattle. Chris and them have 3 daughters. All of them are heavily involved in the family operation. CK Cattle has an annual bull and female sale in February where they specialize in Simmental and Sim Angus. Chris serves on the South Dakota Beef Industry Council, a representative in the South Dakota beef breeds, served on the board of directors. Chris has judged on many national and regional shows, including the American Royal, Keystone International, Angus, and Red Angus Junior Nationals, numerous state fairs, and guess what? He's right here at the Stierwalt Cattle Battle. Our heifer judge today, Mr. Chris Effling. Thank you, Chris. Give him a big round of applause.
Well, as we start out our day today, indeed a pleasure to be in Oklahoma, and we've got a great pair here with a young man and his heifer, and if this is indicative of what we're going to see today, this is going to be a ton of fun. This is a very nice female in terms of her balance and muscularity, and still has some cleanliness about her, and I think just really a nice way to start out our day. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner. That is Canyon Weaver. Canyon Weaver, he's the winner, taking his good mini Hereford heifer in Class 1.
A nice class of steers over here. We're going to start with a steer that's got a little bit more eye appeal. He's a little more relaxed in his spine. He's good on his feet and legs when he comes in. They're doing an excellent job. A little 3-year-old girl showing this steer, and she's doing an excellent job keeping his head up. And that's one of his strong suits there, is how attractive he is up through that front end. He balances out a little nicer to me than the steer here in second. This steer is a little typier and looks a little bit more like a little show steer. He's a good haired calf that's got some added bone and some look. He's a little full, and it kind of puts his top off just a little bit. When he gets to moving, probably as much as anything, he's not as attractive up through that front end as our class winner, but actually a deeper bodied steer. Two really, really good steers to start.
Congratulations over here on the mini Hereford steers. Your class placings for Class 1. The class winner, Collins Buller. And second place, Julian Peary. Also, I want to take a moment to introduce you our steer judge today, Mr. Jason Hoffman. Jason Hoffman is part owner of the Hoffman Ranch with his folks Denny and Dixie Hoffman, along with his wife Casey and their 3 children. Hoffman Ranch has both female and 2 bull sales annually at the ranch there in Nebraska. His family sells Hereford Angus cattle, and Jason has judged several shows across this nation, including National Western, Cattlemen's Congress, and many others across North America, as well as junior national shows. He enjoys living in the middle of Nebraska's sandhills, where he can be a part of the seed stock business. He believes strongly in the youth programs and the great benefits it provides to our youth and the future of agriculture. He appreciates the opportunity to evaluate cattle, and we appreciate Jason Hoffman being here today. Please welcome Jason Hoffman on our steer judge side. Thank you, Jason, for coming down here and sorting the cattle.
Hello.
Okay. So we get into our second class of females here. I think a real obvious class winner, in my opinion. Just from a quality standpoint, she excels everybody else. And yet, as you analyze her from width and dimension and symmetrical values, you really like her as well. I think just a nice place. And then with those added bonuses, she has a little pigment with her and some of those things that we try to identify in Hereford cattle, and I think that one right there does it very nicely. The female that's going to come in here second, extremely sound, and it maybe has a tick of advantage in terms of the way that she reaches with her step than our class winner, but yet with that being said, she's maybe not as fresh in her appearance, doesn't have quite the overall quality about her front end, and more so importantly, just the value right in through her hip and how that's all put in there together with her. I do like the freshness of this young lady's female that's going to round out the class. Her length of body is very nice. Her levelness of her hip is very nice, but she's kind of fighting her a little bit, and so doesn't maybe want to give us a great look in terms of how her movement goes. And so with that, she doesn't want to act as relaxed and doesn't move out of her front end the way she holds her top as she gets out of here.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner on the mini Hereford heifers. Your class winner, Bristol Buller, followed by Daxton Unrau, and third, Violet Dobbs. We'll now bring in our Class 3 of mini Hereford heifers. This is our final class of mini Hereford breeding heifers.
Really attractive steer to win this class here. He's probably got the most look and presence to him. At the same time, he's probably got a little bit more gas than the other two steers behind him. In ways they balance out better. They're more moderate. They're probably deeper back to their flank than this calf. But this calf puts the most quality up. He's got some look to him. He's got some shape up over his top and back through his pins. Really, really good on his feet and legs as well. The soundest calf of the class. The steer here in second's really deep. He's typey. He's got some look to him. Young man does an excellent job showing him. He balances out nice from a depth of body standpoint. Just a little shorter neck, maybe not quite as attractive as our class winner up through that front third. The little steer that concludes the class has got a lot of good to him, just a little bit quicker pattern. He does have some shape to him. Biggest thing with him is just like to change him off of his hind leg a little bit when you ask him to go. But three really, really nice steers from top to bottom.
And your class 2 of your mini Hereford Market steers, congratulations to your class winner, Baker Alexander, followed by Kaysen Buller, and third, Thatcher Beer. We'll now bring in class 3 of your Hereford Market steers, mini Hereford Market steers.
Young man that's going to win this class here, I think, in my opinion, she's one that's just better about her rear third in terms of her hind leg and the way she sets it down. She's just a little squarer and truer that way, and yet as you analyze her, I think her depth and spring of rib is a little nicer in my opinion. Maybe not as fresh as some as we've seen today, but yet I think from something that'll make a nice cow, she has some true dimension and width about her as well, and then add that coupled with some pigment about her, and that's just kind of a little bit of a icing on top of the cake, if you will. The young lady's female that's going to come in here in second, certainly one, you like her depth of forerib and her fullness in through her forerib. She would just like to change her off of her rear two, and as we watch her in motion, she doesn't maybe handle herself just as collectedly as our class winner. Congratulations to those two young exhibitors.
Congratulations to your class 3 mini Hereford breeding heifers is Heston Thompson. Congratulations, Heston, followed by Olivia Clem in second place. We'll now bring in our class winners, our class 1, class 2, and class 3 winners of your mini Hereford to show for champion and reserve champion mini Hereford breeding heifers.
Another nice class over here. The steer that's going to win the class got more shape up high, up over his top. He's wider from stifle to stifle. Probably handles his hind leg just a little bit better as well. Really a deep, soggy steer here in second. A little bit more mature up through that front end. Like to give him just to straighten him up just a little bit off of his hind leg. But a really, really good calf that's easy feeding. Got some depth of body to him for sure.
Congratulations, class 3 winner of your mini Hereford Market steers. That's Leighton Dunford. You're in second place, Adelie Peary. Congratulations to both of them. We'll now bring in class 4, your final class of mini Hereford Market steers. Mini Hereford Market steers. We'll move right into AOB here pretty quick. All of our AOB exhibitors, be ready.
Nice pair of steers here. The calf that wins the class got the most eye appeal and just the overall quality to him. Really good up over his back and back through his hip. He's sound on his feet and legs when you ask him to go. Got some added look to him as well. Little looser in his spine, probably a little better off of his hind leg and steer here in second. Both these steers are extremely well presented. This calf's got some look to him up through his front third. Got some shape to him behind. Maybe funnels a little bit higher up in that twist than our class winner. Maybe not quite as much width from stifle to stifle, but two really, really good steers.
Well, as we get into our champion miniature drive here, we get our class winners out here, and these first two class winners are. Obviously, we don't see a lot of these in the north, and but they reek with quality. Both of them are very, very nice. And not to take anything away from our young man here that wins that last class, he just run into a couple of buzzsaws right up here, and so there's some decisions to be made between these two a little bit. This young man that wins that first class, there is really not any major hole with her. Just everything balances so nicely with her, and her freshness of appearance is also very nice. And somebody's been working hard, and it's been him. He's put in a lot of time because the hair code, and she's broke to death, and he's showing the nines out of her, and just doing an outstanding job that way. And yet, with that being said, her being a calf, and it probably my biggest pick with her is from a Hereford standpoint, I'd like to change her color some, but yet with all of that being said, just everything balances so nice, and yet just everything's very, very nice there. The young lady that wins that second class, when you analyze her just from a shape and muscularity standpoint, their depth of rib and spring of rib is very nice, and she has a little bit of an advantage in terms of look is concerned, and that's just the icing on the cake because from her shoulders back, she's also very, very good as well. So maybe doesn't move quite as nice as that young man's calf that wins that first class, but yet I think it's acceptable and it's good enough. She doesn't want to maybe just isn't as comfortable in the ring at this moment. So it becomes those two are very close. But for me today, I'm going to use the young lady that wins that second class as your champion, and I'm going to use the young man that wins that first class as your driver. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to your mini Hereford champion, mini Hereford breeding heifer. That is Bristol Buller. And your reserve, Canyon Weaver. Congratulations. We're now showing for your champion, mini Hereford Market Steer over here in the steer side. All of our class winners and reserves are in the show ring, showing for your champion, mini Hereford Market Steer. I believe we're ready to start our AOB heifers, AOB breeding heifers, Class 1, single entry in Class 1.
Really a high quality lineup of calves here. There's a lot of good in all these steers, and relative to their size, I think they balance out extremely nice. Got a tremendous amount of good to them. There is some differences in them, and there's a wide range of them, but they're all very useful, and I'm sure a lot of people could go a lot of different ways, but I like this little steer back here out of the last class. He'll be your champion. And then we're going to go up here, the steer out of the second class this young man has. He'll be your reserve champion. Really good steers the whole way through. Really a deep quality set of calves.
So congratulations to your champion, mini Hereford Market Steer. Comes out of Class 4. That's Callan Buller. And your reserve, Class 2, Kason Buller. Congratulations to those young men on the champion, reserve champion, Mini Hereford Market Steer.
As we start our AOB division here, a young man brings this one that's very nice. Extremely sound and collected. I like her bone work. Very smooth about her shoulder and the way that lays in there. I like the way that her neck sets up out of her top part of her shoulder. Very nice in terms of her depth and spring to her rib. Good way to start our AOB show. This is going to be a competitive division.
Congratulations there to Rhett Herman. They'll be your Class 1 winner and your AOB. Yeah, I apologize. Your reserve champion, Mini Hereford, reserve champion was Baker Alexander.
Really a nice single entry calf here. A tremendous amount of good in this steer. I see a lot of future in him as well. Moves good. Front feet go straight ahead. He's got some shape to him. He's got some look to him. Tremendous amount of future. I think if he'll go ahead and body down as he progresses, I think it'll be a benefit for this steer, but dang sure got some shape and some look to him.
Congratulations to Rowan Trinkamp. He'll be your Class 1 winner, AOB Market Steer.
So we get into our second class of AOBs, and a common question that needs to be asked when you get in here is, what is our flavor of choice, so to speak, with breeds? And so you have to, kind of appreciate what you all have here. And yet, with that being said, a main Angus and then a percentage red Angus. And so with that, I think each of them represent their respective counterparts as far as breeds are concerned very well. And yet with that being said, comparisons within these things sometimes aren't the fairest. But yet you have to look at them individually for what they represent within their breeds. But this young lady that comes to us with this class winner, extremely bold-ribbed and big-hipped and has some muscularity, and I love her base width and her foot size and just the cowiness that she represents. I think that's just a distinct advantage and in what you would expect out of something with that breed composition. Just a very nice female to win this class. The young lady that comes in here in second, this is a percentage red Angus, as we stated before, and yet as you analyze her for a female of that composition, you like her length of body, you like her levelness of her design and her muscularity in terms of her shape. I like her freshness. But with that, I'd just still like to change her head some. It's maybe not quite as feminine as you'd like. I'd like to change her at the ground some and let her move a little bit better. That's where she runs into a little bit of a buzzsaw. Two very nice representatives of their breeds. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner of your AOB breeding heifers, Beckett DeBerry, and your second place, Jillian Sherman. We'll now move to Class 3, single entry, Class 3 AOB breeding heifer.
This pair up front here, they differ quite a bit in type and kind. I like the balance and the depth of rib and the width this class winner has. With that, he's a bigger footed steer. I think he's got a little bit more length of stride and a little bit more relaxed when he does it. He's really, really deep. He could even be tightened up there just a little bit because it almost puts him out of balance. But I think he's so thick. He's still got a lot of look to him. He's a really, really good calf. He's good bone, and it goes down into a good big foot. Steer here in second, I like a lot of things about. I like his muscular shape up high better than our class winner, and he has more expression of muscle too. He gets a little bit rounder. He gets a little more shallow. He's not as big-footed and might just move a little bit straighter off of his front end than what's ideal, but a tremendous amount of good that lays down a lot of power over his top and back through his hip. Steer here in third's got added look to him. He's really long up through that neck. His rib balances out nice relative to a bigger frame steer. His problem is he gets out of balance just a little bit out of his hip, and that carries down into his hind leg. But three really, really good useful steers from top to bottom.
So as we get into a July-born female that comes in, so essentially we're about 14, 15 months of age here. And I asked the young man, what do we have here? Is this a speckled park? And he had corrected me and said it's a British white. And so I asked him the differences and asked him what they bring to the industry. And he's very knowledgeable about what the breed he's bringing to us today. And so I commend him for that. And for the things he said to me, she represents that very well. The length of body, the leanness of her condition, and some muscularity and a little more size, if you will, than maybe a counterpart within them. But again, a very nice female. I'd like to change her structurally, in my opinion. She's a little straight off of both ends, but yet with that, still a nice entry here in our July division.
Congratulations there to your class winner, Jet Smith, AOB breeding heifer. Also over here on your market steer side, your class 2 placings. Congratulations to Lacey Talley. You'll be your class winner, followed by Kelton Daddle, and third, Caitlin Patterson. We now have class 3, or AOB market steers, our final class in the show ring.
Two really good steers that differ in type and kind. This white calf just balances out better to me. He holds himself together on the move through his hip and his hind leg. Really, really a good steer. Very typey, holds himself together extremely good, and the pieces he puts together are extremely good. He's plenty attractive up through that front end. He's a deeper bodied steer that carries that back to his flank. He just levels out a little bit more from his hooks to his pins and his tail head when you get him to move. The steer here in second, I like a lot of things about. He's a long steer. He's attractive. He's got some muscle in him. He's a big-footed steer that's got some good to him. He's just a little bit more uncoordinated off of his hind two. Gets a little higher in his tail head and just a little bit tighter in his loin. But two really, really good steers.
As we get into our AOB class here, a young man brings us a percentage red Angus. February-born female, and from a fundamentally sound female, I think she does those things very well. Very cowy in terms of her rib shape and her design and her depth. I like the strength that she has up and through her head, and yet some refinement about her teats. You sure like that about her. I'd like to change some things, obviously level her tail head a little bit, just tuck her up in through her chest to give her some of those show ring appeal things. But yet, with that being said, the young man has just a very nice, practical, good, useful kind of female here to round out this division.
Congratulations there to your AOB breeding heifer class 4 winner. That's Bryson Robertson. Congratulations to Bryson. We'll now have our champion drive on the AOB breeding heifer. Over here on the steer side, your class 3 winner was Tegan Morgan, followed by Cricket Collins. And we're also showing for your champion AOB market steer. All of our Angus exhibitors, be ready. All of our Angus market steers and also our American breeding heifers.
Nice lineup of calves here. Some differences in these top three, or these three class winners, but there's a couple that are going to fit together pretty nice in type and kind, but really, really good the whole way through, and the second place steer's got a lot of good to them. Do want to commend this lineup. All in all, an extremely sound structured set of show steers. Got a lot of good in them. Champion steer will be this white steer back here, and then for reserve, we're going to go with the steer out of the class ahead of him, out of class 2 here. I think from a body and structure standpoint, foot size, they fit together extremely nice.
Congratulations to your champion AOB market steer. That is Tegan Morgan. Congratulations to Tegan, and your reserve is Lacey Talley. Congratulations to those two young people, your champion, reserve champion, AOB market steer. We're needing Jay Welch with your Angus market steer. You're in class 1. Jay Welch. Calling for Jay Welch to come to the holding area so we can start the Angus market steer. Class 1, Jay Welch. We're showing for your champion AOB breeding heifer over here on the heifer side. Champion drive AOB.
Well, again, a nice division, and when you get into the AOBs, again, you always have some different flavors and in kinds and breed compositions, and so you have to respect all of those things what are getting brought to you, and then we darn sure do. But at the end of the day, it still boils down to our first two class winners, and no disrespect to the seconds. I remember those heifers. We have a lot of chores to do today, so we're going to try to keep things moving along as good as we can. And it's been a good division, but yet it does still, in my opinion, boils down to these two. Now, they're a little like Mutt and Jeff, if you will, but they're both very good. And so you have to just weigh your preferences in your kind and what you like and in preferences. And I'm going to describe them just a little bit so you understand where I'm coming from. The young man that wins this first class, this is a female that from a side profile is exquisite. Just her balance is so nice, and in the way that she lays her shoulder into her, and her depth of spring and rib is very nice. I like her feet, very nice. She is one, though, that as we get in behind her, she needs to be spread apart a little more for me. And yet with that, she maybe doesn't want to get her base as good, and I think she needs to be more opened up underneath on both ends. But yet, if that's your kind, is to kind of gravitate to those kind that are very nice and exquisitely built that way. That's all. I have no arguments with that whatsoever. Very, very good female for that young man. The young lady that wins this second class, here's one, basically from her shoulders back is very, very good and so good in terms of her depth and spring of rib. And then when you get in behind her, she has a little more natural width and dimension, and it opens up at her base on both ends a little nicer. She isn't as nice, and I'd like to hook her just a little better right behind her shoulder and just tidy that chest and forerib together a little bit nicer as well. But yet, at the end of the day, for me, cattle with width and dimension and broodiness are still cattle that I gravitate to all the time. So with that being said, young lady out of that second class, you're going to be our champion. Young man out of that first class, you're going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to Beckett DeBerry, your champion AOB, followed by Rhett Herman. Congratulations to both those young individuals, your champion, reserve champion AOB breeding heifer.
Two good Angus steers over here. The steer that's got more shape and width and muscle is going to be the one that wins. Just a really nice prospect here. Got some look to him. He's just got more width, especially like spring or rib and width from stifle to stifle. Steer here in second's really long. His neck comes out high out of his shoulder. He's a long-bodied steer. Not as much natural muscle or width as our class winner. Just as much bone, though, and a lot of good.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner of your Angus Market steer. That is Peyton Schuster, followed by Jay Welch. We'll bring in Class 2, Angus Market Steer, Class 2 of Angus Market Steer, and also our first class over here on the heifer side of our Americans. Just a single entry, Class 1 American breeding heifer.
So we start into our American class, January heifer calf for this young man, and red Brangus. And obviously, where I live, we don't see these, but I've always been perplexed by the quality of structure that these cattle have in terms of bone and feet, and yet she typifies that, and yet very long-bodied, very long-hipped, and then still has some muscularity and some bone, and I like the freshness that she is. Good way to start our American class today.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner there, your American breeding heifer, Talon Dean. Congratulations. We'll now bring Class 2, also a single entry, Class 2 American breeding heifer.
The class winner here is a good calf. I think he's got all the basics in terms of having some rib and some real muscle. He's a little bit more moderate in his growth curve than the two steers that'll follow him here. Maybe not ideal structurally, but he's sound enough relative to the body and hip he's got. With that, he's good enough up through his neck. He does have some shoulder, but he's got more hip than the steers behind him as well. The steer here in second balances out just a little bit nicer. He's a little taller fronted than steer in second. He's really long and extended up through that front third, long and thick over his top. Into his upper hip, he could be a little lower tying into his twist there, but I think he's a calf that's got some good. He's got a big old foot underneath him and as sound as any of the steers in the class. Steer here in third looks a lot like him in terms of his growth curve. This steer wants to run downhill just a little bit. He does have some shape to him. He's just a little bit more shallow in his rib and his flank than the two calves ahead of him.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Angus Market steer. That is Kyler Marshall, followed by Shelby Patrick, and third, Jackson Nichols. We'll now bring in Class 3, Angus Market steer.
So we get into our second class of these American crosses, and that's I asked the young man the composition of this one, and there's a little bit of some meat and Jews type stuff and whatever on that bottom side, and so that's where it makes sense with her look as far as her head and her ear set. So with that being said, yeah, she's one that is very nice in terms of her depth of body and springer rib and that shapely down her top. Very sound in terms of her legs are concerned. You like her flexibility. Very nice that way. Good entry here in our second class of this division.
Congratulations to Cody Heath, your Class 2 winner, your American breeding heifer. Cody Heath will now bring in Class 3. There'll be 2 head in Class 3 of your American breeding heifer.
Really the most complete steer with the most quality wins the class here. Really a good steer. He's got some authority to him. He's got a big foot underneath him. He's deep-sided. He's good out through his hip. He's thick. Just a lot of width and a lot of the basics in this calf as well. He's easy feeding. high quality all the way through. The steer here in second gets a little tighter wound structurally. He's a little more mature up through his front end and neck maybe than what's ideal. But in terms of having some body and some flesh and ability, I think he beats the steer in third. Steer here in third, I like a lot of things about. He's really long. He's long over his top. He just wants to get a little bit tighter in his heart and primarily in his flank, but a really good steer that's got some quality to him. And I think he'll get better as he goes, too.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Angus Market Steers, Mila Nunez, followed by Brett Sturgeon, and third, Layla Smith. Class 4, and the final class of Angus Market Steers into the show ring.
So we get into our next class, an age division within this class. And again, this is another composition thing as far as a super black Brahma, or Brangus, and then a straight Brangus. And so there's some interesting things. Two very good females in terms of their kind, and I like both of them very well as far as fundamentals. This female that I'm going to use to win the class, though, just is more shapely and has more width and dimension naturally and base width. And yet when you get her out and get her going, she's very sound and collected. I think she's by far the easily the best structured one in terms of the way she handles her hock and her feet at the ground. Just a nice female to win this class. The young man that's going to come in here second, female that just kind of comes into her in her everyday clothes in terms of condition, and you appreciate that about her. Very big-footed, reaches and gets going good, has some femininity. Just want to open her up in terms of her base width on both ends to get her around that female that wins this class.
Really a stout steer that balances out extremely nice to win the class over here. He's got some forearm to him. Yeah, he's got some shoulder to him, but he's got a way bigger hip than what I thought he'd have when you get behind him. Balances out good in his rib. He's a sound structured steer that's just got a tremendous amount of good natural thickness, power, and balance. Calf here in second, really good on the standstill, wants to get up a little bit in that tail head. Moves a little bit more restricted in the spine and underneath as well. Little shorter strided steer with a lot of look, probably even a little bit more chiseled up through his shoulder and his head than our class winner, but just not as relaxed when you get him on the move, but a really good kind of steer.
Congratulations over here on your American Breeding Heifer. Your class winner was Kelby Worthington, followed by Talon Dean. Also, on the Angus Market Steer, your Class 4 winner, which is our final class, is Tucker Long, followed by Harley Holman. We'll now show for your champion Angus Market Steer, Reserve Champion Drive. Also, Charolais exhibitors, all of our Charolais Market Steer exhibitors, please make your way to the holding area. We'll start the Charolais show here in just a few minutes following this champion Angus drive.
As we get into our last class of this particular division, a female, again, you really appreciate for her structural integrity, big feet and love her joint work, and with a nice flat bone about her, and I think those are very nice things. Love the depth and spring of rib, and she's not as far along in her, as far as her gestation is concerned, but yet with that you can see all the natural body that she has. Lays her shoulder in very nice, has some femininity about her head. I'd like to change her out in through her hip and level that a little bit about her as well, but yet fundamentally a very nice female to round out this class in this division.
Congratulations over here to your class winner and your American breeding heifers. That is Rainey Hayes. We'll now show for your champion American breeding heifer. All of our class winners, Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4, make your way into the show ring for your American breeding heifer champion drive. We have our Angus market steer champion drive going on right now. All of our Charolais exhibitors, calling all Charolais exhibitors, please make your way to the holding area.
Really a good lineup of Angus steers here, and it got better as the classes, later classes come in. Really, really good lineup of calves though the whole way through. But young man back here out of Class 4 will have your champion steer. He puts the most good up with a lot of added power, substance, structural quality, just quality the whole way through. The steer here out of the third class will be your reserve. I think he matches him awfully good in power and foot size and gets around the ring good. Same type of steer. They don't have to be the same all the time, but it sure is nice when they line up and complement one another like these two steers do. Good job.
Congratulations to your champion Angus market steer, exhibited by Tucker Long. Tucker Long with your champion, and Mila Nunez. Mila, I appreciate the correction. You never know how you're supposed to pronounce certain names. Mila Nunez with your reserve.
Really a nice, youthful appearing steer here is going to be the young lady's steer to win this class. With that, he's got the most breed character to him, too. I know there's some forgiveness in this, but I think this steer is awfully good. I think he's got a lot of future. He could be a little deeper and softer like some we've seen, but he puts the most quality up. He moves the best. He's got the most look to him. He's the best up through that shoulder, and he's still got muscle to his top and his hip as well. The steer here in second, I like a lot of things about. I don't know if he'll stay quite as sound as what we'd like as he goes primarily out of that front shoulder and front end, but he's a calf that balances out nice on the standstill. He's good over his top, back through his hip. Flexible enough off of his hind too. The calf here in third's a very useful steer. He's got a lot of good in him. He's really long bodied. He's long up through that front end. Maybe like to soften him up and balance him out just a little bit over his top and back through his hip. But three really nice steers.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, your Charlotte Market steer, Lennox Lesky, followed by Landry Fuss, and third, Clark Van Zant. We need Class 2 Charlotte Market steers. We need Sutton Freck in Class 2. We need Sutton Freck with his Charlotte Market steer to make your way to the show ring. Your class is entering the show ring. Class 2 Market Steers, Charlotte Market Steers, Sutton Freck.
Well, as we get into this champion drive, again, here's some decisions that need to be made, and then it becomes some personal preferences and where you weigh some priorities here. And so, you know, again, we've kind of got two heaters within this division, and this time it lands within our middle two females. And no disrespect to the young man with that heifer, that's a very nice female. She does some things extremely well in terms of length of body, some circumference of bone, and her growth potential is very nice. She just kind of doesn't maybe have all those extras in terms of style and balance and femininity as those two right behind her. And then the young lady that comes in and wins that last class, there's one that you really like her as far as her depth of rib, love her foot and her bone and where she sets it at the ground. We just need to kind of give her some more flair and some more kind and quality to make her a little bit more of a heater, so to speak, within this division. So then it comes down to these two females right here in front of me, and I hope you can see that with your own eyes as well. And the differences within these two females are fairly evident, in my opinion. You know, the young man with this red female, her squareness and levelness of design is very nice, and that's where she has the advantage. And yet with that, she's also very well shown. The young man's doing a nice job, and he's worked very hard on her. That my problems with her lie with her at the ground, and I struggle with her feet. There's some issues going on there. She's a coon-footed female, and I don't mean that in a good way. I certainly need to change her feet, and I'd like to change her up and through the way she sets her knees down, and yet she gets a little closed in at the base of her chest floor, and then she wants to toe out up in there at her front end a little bit. So that's where, and then with that, you get in from her rear angles and look at her rib shape. She doesn't have the spring or rib to her as the female directly behind her, but yet that's nitpicking. That one is very nice. Her flexibility off of her hock is very good, and her bone work is nice. She's got a nice flat bone to her, and that's what's nice about this breed composition and what these American cross cattle do. She exemplifies that very well as well. So the young lady that comes in here with this black heifer, it's kind of a what you see is what you get. And so she doesn't have the flair as far as the hair coat and how that's all put together, but yet as you analyze her, I love her length of body, and I like length in cattle, and yet as you get in behind her, and then she has more natural width and shape and dimension about her, and probably for me is that her feet are so much nicer, and then when we get her moving, she's just so nice when she gets out and sets her feet on the ground and is so comfortable and just very collected and comfortable about how she goes. You know, when she gets her parked, it kind of gets her there and gets her head up. At times she doesn't maybe just hook her chest floor into her quite as neat as that red female above her in that class class right directly ahead of her. So you just kind of go to yourself, well, does she have enough quality appearance? And probably to me, she is a little bit cleaner built in terms of her throat line, and yet, but she's just so cowy and so much strength. This young lady with this black female is going to be your champion in this division. Young man, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to your champion American breeding heifer. That was Kelby Worthington out of Class 3. Congratulations. And your reserve, Cody Heath out of Class 2. Congratulations. We need our Beef Master, all of our Beef Master breeding heifers. Also, we're on the Charlet Market steers. Are we ready for Class 2, or are we still waiting on somebody? Huh? Okay. We're ready to move on in our Charlet Market steer. All of our Charlet exhibitors need to be ready in the holding area. Charlet Market steer, we just have one more class following this one. Then we have all of our key exhibitors be ready as well.
This little guy right here, we got a late July born heifer calf, and so I asked him, I go, she's pretty young, and he says, yeah, and I go, is she weaned? He goes, no, sir, her mom's on the trailer, so he might be the star worker of the show right here, because anybody that brings a cow with its calf, it dang sure deserves some kudos, and so good for him. And with that, looking at that heifer, obviously she's pretty young, but yet fundamentally she's sound. She has some length of body, and I like the added growth and performance that she has. So good job, young man. We'll look forward to seeing her in this champion drive.
Most problem-free steer wins the class here. He's pretty sound. He's good enough in his rib. He's got some shape to him. Got a big foot underneath of him. Moves good. He's clean-jointed. Just a really nice, useful type of steer. The steer here in second, a little bit more lanky in his kind, and he'll be a little later maturing maybe than what's ideal, but I think he collects himself up underneath better than our calf that concludes the class. He's smoother at the point of his shoulder. He toes straighter ahead. Just a little bit more quality from a structure standpoint. Steer here in third's definitely deeper. He's just a little coarser jointed. Wants to play out a little bit more on those front feet maybe than what's ideal, but she's doing a good job sticking with him. A lot of good in all these steers the whole way through.
Congratulations over here. Your Class 1 winner, Beef Master breeding heifer, was just a single entry. Congratulations to Dirksen Thompson, your class winner, and your Charlet Market steer Class 2 results. Your winner, Addie Weinrich, followed by Ashton Passmore, and third, Sutton Freck. We'll now have Class 3, our final class of Charlet Market steers in the show ring.
Single entry here with a fall senior heifer calf. Again, exemplifies what you see within this breed. big feet, you like her bone work, her length of body, her freshness of condition. Very good female. We'd sort of like to change her a little in through her hip, if you will, and level that down and put her tail head back into her. But so fundamentally very good. Congratulations to that young lady. Nice job.
Congratulations there to Bexley Thompson. Bexley will be your Class 2 winner of your Beefmaster breeding heifers. We now bring Class 3, just our final class of Beefmaster breeding heifers. We'll have our champion and reserve champion drive. All of our Angus exhibitors, Angus breeding heifers, be ready. Angus breeding heifers. Also on the steer side, all of our key exhibitors, key market steer exhibitors, you be ready. We're our final class of Charolais market steers.
Two really nice steers here, I think, in terms of quality and longevity and structural soundness. The steer that wins the class, really when you just stop and analyze everything in terms of quality and having some future, I think he wins the class. The steer here in second, I like a lot of things about. He's a denser made steer. He's probably a little bit quicker pattern. Right now, I think there's some advantage to that because he's a deeper bodied steer. I like the bone underneath this calf. Maybe not quite as attractive or as tall fronted as our class winner. This calf wants to maybe run downhill just a little bit, but he's a really good kind of a steer. I like his bone. I like how clean he is through his joints. Not as attractive as our class winner. I don't think he's short on future. I think if everything goes right in our class winner's way as he progresses, he's going to make an awfully good one that maintains an attractive profile with a lot of structural correctness. I like this steer here in third a whole lot, too. He's got as much real muscle as any of the steers in the class. His problem is his hind, too. He wants to roll out there just a little bit on his hind feet and gets just a little bit more restricted when you ask him to go.
So we get into our last class of Beefmasters here. A couple of decisions that need to be made in terms of whether or not you think that there's enough true quality in our class winner, but yet for me, I think she does. And with that, she's fresher in her appearance and in her condition, and I like that particularly well about her. But the biggest advantage that she has is her foot. Just a little more heel to her and just a little more quality about her foot, and for me, and that just creates a little more longevity within that female. The young lady that's going to come in here second, you like her depth of body, you like her springer rib, maybe not quite as nice in terms of the way that her shoulder lays into her as our class winner. I like her levelness of design out and through her top line and in her hip, but more importantly, the biggest issue for me is her foot. So there you go. That's what I see. Two good females, both of them bred. Can give congratulations to those two young people. There you go.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Beefmaster Breeding Heifers. That's Cody Vassar. In second place, Laney Marlette. Over here on the Charolais Market steer side, your Class 3 winner was Camden McKay. followed by Lakin Boxwell, and third, Lad Turner. We're now showing for champion Charlet and reserve champion Charlet Market Steer. We'll be showing for champion Beefmaster breeding heifer, also champion reserve champion. All of our key market steers, please be ready. Come to the holding area. If you have a key market steer, make your way to the holding area. We'll be ready to start Class 1, which is a single entry here just very shortly.
Really a high quality breed representation over here. A lot of good in these steers. The two steers I'm going to use, I think, got the most future to them. They need to do everything right to the end point, but I think they're steers that'll maintain to be sound. Got a tremendous amount of quality, and they match up awfully nice. We'll use this calf out of the third class for your champion. Then we're going to come up here and use the young lady's steer up here for reserve. Two really, really good steers. Like I say, you're not always going to get them to fit together. It's nice when they do. These steers could be a little bit more denser in some areas, but this is a prospect type size, and I think they got a tremendous amount of quality to them.
Congratulations to your champion, Charlet Market Steer, exhibited by Camden McKay. And your reserve coming out of Class 1, Lennox Lesky. Congratulations to both of those. And your champion and reserve champion, Charlet Market Steer, will now be ready for our key. All of our key market steers, all of our exhibitors, make your way to the holding area. The key market steer show is at hand.
So we get into our Beefmaster drive here again. Some nice individuals that have come to us today, and yet at the end of the day, again, two females that win their respective classes that kind of stick out in my mind as our cattle that are going to be in contention here. And you know that we got a fall, and then we have a February yearling coming through here, and so projecting in this fall versus one that's already bred, and yet again the black female that wins that fall class again commented on her about her feet and her legs, and I like her bone and length of body and freshness of condition, and yet she's still more feminine in my opinion about her neck and her head and how that all blends together. I think that's a little nicer than the blonde female. I'd like to change her out in through her hip and level that just a little bit, but she is so sound and just gets out and goes so good. I think that's very good about her. The young man with the blonde female, she's a little bit different that way. She's got some body and maybe has the advantage in terms of depth of rib, but yet with that, as we stated in class, she was the better footed one, but yet even with that, I'd like to change her feet some, but yet still has some quality and some performance about her, but I really like this fall female to win this division. Young man, you'll be a reserve. Congratulations to you individuals.
Really a nice key steer over here. Start. This thing is skinny and very, very green. I think there's a tremendous amount of good in him. He's good and extended up through that front end. For as lean as he is, he's really good in the sweep to his rib. He's got some natural muscling, good out through his hip. We'll look at him again a little bit more when he comes out. Really nice prospect.
Congratulations there to your champion Beefmaster breeding heifer. That's Bexley Thompson. And your reserve, Cody Vassar, on your Beefmaster breeding heifers. We'll start the Angus breeding heifers. All of our Angus breeding heifer exhibitors, be ready. Over here on the key market steer, your Class 1 winner, Riley Joseph. Congratulations. We're ready for Class 2, calling Class 2 key market steers. I'd like to just mention throughout this afternoon, or throughout the day, our diamond sponsors. Thank you so much for our diamond sponsors. You can see Lipscomb right outside as they brought some pickups for display. Lipscomb Chevrolet, Lipscomb Ford, thank you. Also, Honor Show, Andis, Weaver Livestock, Lucky Star Casino, and the Food and Fuel Junction as our diamond sponsors. Our platinum sponsors, Cimarron Trailers, McIntyre Red Angus, Western Equipment, Express Livestock, Bank of Western Oklahoma, Bonanza, Beaver County Stockyards, Stierwalt Superflex, Wright Waterwell Service, Brady Smith Law Firm, and Stierwalt Cattle Clinics. Thanks to all of our diamond and platinum sponsors.
Really stout individual over here to win the class. He's got the most to him. He's got the most rib to him. Definitely got the most muscle and bone to him as well. Ties together extremely good in his forerib. Maybe just tucks in just a little bit in his pin setting, but I don't think that's a big deal because the calf is full of muscle. The steer here in second, really long and extended, square out through his hip, good enough underneath. Just needs a little bit more time to tie himself together, which I think he will as it goes. Really good prospect here. The steer here in third is just a little bit lankier than the calves ahead of him, a little bit more shallow in his heel, but he's a tremendously long-bodied calf and moves good enough when you ask him to go. Good from his hooks to his pins. Just needs to fill out and be a little bit more massive to get any higher.
As we start our Angus Heifer Show today, we've got an April, an end of April, and a first part of May female. And I think one thing that I really appreciate about both of them is the appropriate size and age and condition in terms of how that all fits together. I think that's all very nice there. And so with that being said, you know, the advantage in our class winner just comes from length of body and just the way she sets her rear two down. There's a little square made, she's a little more true width and dimension. I think they're both very nice. Her balance is a little nicer the way that she holds her top line together. Her slope and her angle to her shoulder is also very nice as well. The young lady that comes out here in second to round out the class, you sure like her femininity and her up-headed look. I like the levelness of her pin set. That's also very nice. Yeah, she is a little greener, which that's all right. I like her flexibility out of her foot and the way her hock goes. There's some future in that female, but yet still looking at her, she's not as wide at her base naturally and doesn't maybe hold her hock with as much squareness when she goes away from us. Two good females. Good luck to you. Congratulations.
Congratulations over here to Joseph Davis, followed by Natalie Stay School, second place on your Angus breeding heifers.
Really a good individual single entry steer here. This calf's got a lot to him. He's got a lot of hip in him. He balances out good in his rib. I think maybe just let off that nose lead just a little bit when you come back in, because I think it almost tightens him up a little bit in his spine when you ask him to go, because I think he's exceptionally sound. Kind of wants to gather up his back a little bit when you get him going here. But he balances out so good in his rib. He's wide-based. He's great-footed. Just a lot of good in this steer.
Congratulations there. To catch you up to speed on your second class of key market steers, your class winner was Declan Lesky, followed by Bronk Fletcher, and then Camden Colby. Your Class 3 winner is Brackett Ridling. Congratulations to Brackett Ridling, Class 3 winner. We're now ready for Class 4, Lakin Boxwell. We need Lakin Boxwell and Skylar Sturgeon to come in for Class 4 of key market steers, Lakin Boxwell.
two high-quality steers. They differ a lot in type and kind. The calf that wins the class here is just a bigger bone steer. He's got more product in him. He's got more top. He's got more hip. And I think with that, it balances out. He's plenty good up through that front third, good in his forerib. Just a stouter steer that's deeper bodied and deeper flanked than our calf here in second. This calf's neck comes really high out of his shoulder. He's a little bit more narrow-chested. I'd like to maybe pull him apart all the way throughout. Maybe not quite as much bone as our class winner either, but really, really good out of his shoulder, better out of his shoulder than our class winner, just doesn't have quite as much to him. Two high-quality steers.
Congratulations there to your class winner, Lake and Boxwell, followed by Skylar Sturgeon. We'll now bring in our next class of key market steers.
Two good females in our March class here, and as the old cliche goes, you'd like to combine them both to get exactly what you want, and so it just, but they're both very good, and they both do a few things better than the other, and I guess for me, it just comes down to the young man's female just has a little more presence about her when she goes, and for me, she has a little more length of body, and obviously, her advantages come with her bone and her foot. She has more of that as well, and I like her length of hip as well, and that's where the advantage comes with her. Now, for me, she isn't maybe as true about her rib shape and her strength and her width down her top line as this young lady's female that's going to come in here second. That heifer is extremely broody, very cowy about her kind, but yet with that, she gets a little more refined about her bone and her feet, and so that creates a little bit of an issue. Two very good females here in this March class of Angus females.
Congratulations over here to your Angus breeding heifer, your Class 2 winner, Bo Buckwall, followed by Devery Darbone. We'll now bring in Class 3 of your Angus breeding heifers. Class 3 Angus breeding heifers.
These two steers differ a lot in type and kind. We'll leave them the way they come in. The class winner is a deeper-sided steer. He's better in his flank. He's got more width to him. Maybe not more shape of muscle, but I think he's just wider throughout. He's a deeper tine steer into his twist there. Definitely deeper bodied and just a little easier doing. The steer here in second I like from a structure standpoint better than our calf that wins the class, especially in his heel. This calf that wins the class breaks down just a little bit more there, and I think his hind feet could get away from him. But I think there's just so much more to him. He's got to win. Steer here in second's got more muscle shape up high and in his top and up in his jump muscle, but he just gets a little too shallow and really wants to cut up in that flank, getting higher.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner of your key market steer. That is Maddox Shout, followed by Corbin Robbins. We'll now bring our final class, a single entry key market steers. All of our Hereford market steer exhibitors, be ready. All the Hereford market steers.
Nice steer here, just pretty fault-free. He's, I'd like to tie him maybe a little bit better right behind his shoulder into his back, but he's a really good steer, moves good, feet are good enough, angles are good enough. Maybe not as dense as some we've seen, but a long pattern steer that everything fits together pretty well on. Really nice individual.
good class of January and February heifer calves here, and the young man's female that's going to win this class has the obvious advantage in terms of depth of rib and spring of rib. Really like her hip and her hind leg considerably better than our young lady's female that's going to come in here second. Just extremely long-bodied, well-presented, good female. The young lady that's going to come in here second. Sorry about that. This is a heifer that you really like in terms of her levelness, of her design, and through her hip and her hind leg, and in through her top line, and actually maybe has an advantage up and through her front end in terms of just width of chest floor, the way that her knee sets to her, but yet she's one that we need to add a little more depth, and we just like to make her a little more collected when we get her going. Good pair of females in this class. Congratulations. I didn't mean to do that.
Over here on your key market steer, your class winner was Grady Shine. We're ready for our champion key market steer drive, our champion reserve champion key market steer. All of our Hereford exhibitors, please be ready. You follow the key champion drive. And over here on the Angus breeding heifer, your class winner was Denton Cook. Congratulations to Denton Cook, followed by Dason Henson. We'll now bring in our next class of your Angus breeding heifers, class 4 Angus breeding heifers.
Another nice lineup of calves here in the Key Steer Show. The calf that wins the class does so, or the division here, the breed, is going to do so pretty easy, and that's a young lady steer here with the noselead in him. I think this is a really, really good steer. I wish he'd just kind of relax when he comes in and drop his top a little bit, but he's not made like one that's tight in his spine. Very functional. He's got the best feet underneath of him. He's a wide-bodied steer. He's wide-hip. He just ties a lot of good together. It gets a little bit tighter for reserve, but I think a calf that's got a lot of promises, this calf up here out of the first class, he's going to be your reserve. I'd like to put a little bit bigger foot under him, but that's about it. I think there's a tremendous amount of good in this steer. As he goes, I think he's going to keep powering up for how green and skinny he is. He's really good in the depth of his rib. Just a very, very good kind of a calf. I think he's got a tremendous amount of future. He'd be a fun one to feed for most places or most families. Really, really good. All the pieces are there. He just needs some time and maturity.
Congratulations to your champion, Key Market Steer, exhibited by Brackett Redling. Congratulations to Brackett Redling, followed by Riley Joseph for your reserve. Congratulations to both those young ladies on your champion, reserve champion, key market steer.
Well, nice class of Angus females as we get into our falls, and yet there's some differences in them and to weigh them out. And for me, this young lady's female is just the combination female. And as you get in from a front view and a rear view, she's just so much truer about the way she blends her forerib together and down in through her top line. There's just more true width and shape and dimension in her, and yet with that I like her angulation to her hind leg. She handles that a lot nicer and also as well at the ground versus that female that comes in second. This young man's female that comes in second here, big pieces, and you know, big pieces are some interesting things, but yet with that being said, we need to blend those pieces together nicer for me. Her structure is maybe a little bit more of a question for me. When she gets going, she gets a little soft in her ankle and then hammers her hock, and so that creates a structure issue, but yet more so just her blending of her parts and pieces together is where I'd like to make her quite a little better to get her around that female that wins this class. But still very good in terms of length of body and some femininity and some length of hip, and you know, just all of those things. Those pieces are very nice. I just want to blend them together to make her get around that female that wins this class. Young lady that's going to come out here and round out the class. Here's one. You like her depth of body, her depth of forerib, very cowy in her appearance, but yet with that, maybe doesn't have the length of body and the quality. Just like to change her foot just a little bit and give her a little more of that, but yet so fundamentally good. But that's a good female to round out this class. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to your Angus breeding heifer. Class winner is Camden Colby, followed by Elijah Thomas, and third, Lindley Redding. We'll now bring in your next class of your Angus breeding heifers.
Good individual here. Neck comes out really high out of his shoulder. He holds his top together good, get back through his hip. He's a wide base steer that steps down on a really good foot as well. Just needs some time and maturity.
Congratulations to your first class Hereford Market Steer winner, Hope Scribner. We need all of our Hereford Market steers to be in the Holden area. The show is moving quickly. If you have a Hereford Market steer, please make your way to the Holden area. I've been informed we're missing several people at the Holden area. So if you have a Hereford Market steer, please have them in the Holden area to be ready to come into the show ring. If you know somebody that's got a Hereford Market steer, you might tell them to get to the Holden area. Calling all Hereford Market steer exhibitors, Hereford Market steers. Please make your way to the holding area. We're waiting for Class 2, Hereford Market steers. Hereford Market steers. We're ready for Class 2, Hereford Market steers. Hereford Market steers, we're ready for class 2. If you're a Hereford Market steer exhibitor, please come to the holding area. Any class of Hereford Market steers, make your way to the holding area.
Well, you knew that when you come to Oklahoma and you come to the competitive side of Angus, and you knew that things were going to come together, and hasn't disappointed as we progress through the show. And these are two very good females, and there's some differences obviously, but yet that doesn't take anything away from either one of them. They're both very nice. For me, this female I'm going to use to win this class just has more natural shape and dimension and length of body, and we're getting into some Octobers here, and I just like the way that she sets her tail head down into her. Just from a balance standpoint, she's just so much nicer. And then couple that with that her teat spacing and teat size is quite a little bit better. But, probably the hang-up with me is just basically her head, and I'd like to change that ear set down on her. I'd like to lift that up. She gets just a little bit, for lack of a better term, sad-headed, if you will, but yet she has some strength to her jaw, and I think that's all very good. But if we change that ear set on her just a little bit, that it makes it very, very easy. But just so much natural width and dimension and shape and cowiness, and I just like that female very well. This young man that's going to come in here second, you really like this one in terms of her smoothness, and he's really worked hard. He got a nice hair coat on her. He's doing a great job of showing her she's broke to the nines, and her advantage does come within her head and how that ear set is there, and how her neck is tied into her shoulder. That's all very good. And as I explained before, she doesn't have the width that I'd sure like to see to match her bone work and her foot to make that balance just a little bit better. And again, as I stated, I'd like to refine those teats some. But two very good females. We're splitting hairs on these two. Good job to both of them young people.
Congratulations over here to your 5th class of your Angus breeding heifer, your class winner, Cade Hendricks, followed by Cade Sweeney. That was class 5 of your Angus breeding heifers. We're now ready for class 6. Class 6 making their way to the show ring. We now have class 2 of Hereford Market steers in the show ring. Class 3, please be ready. Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 of Hereford Market steers. Have your way to the holding area. Thank you.
A lot of ups and downs and difference in type and kind in this lineup, but the steer that's going to win the class here, this young man's, he's got as much natural muscling as about anything we've seen, and it balances out good because he's got a lot of depth to him. He's really a wide base steer, got a lot of good in him. Really big top, really expressive muscle, but still fits together good, and it looks good on him because of that body depth and how all that ties together. Really good steer. The steer here in second, I like a lot of things about. He's denser made than our steer in third. He's deeper bodied. He's more massive. He's more masculine. Maybe doesn't want to gather himself up just right off of his front end when you get him to go, but he's out here fighting the halter a little bit. Could be his first show. Just needs to relax a little bit and put himself together better to getting higher. The calf that's going to conclude the class is the greenest one in here. Just needs some more time. He's exceptionally long. He's good when you get him to go. Really good off that hind leg. A lot of good in him. He's got some shape to him. He just needs more time.
So we get into a September and an August right here. Very obvious class winner, in my opinion. I love the added length of body and length of hip that she has, and yet very fresh in her condition. And I think the young man's done a nice job there. She isn't as hooked in as nice in terms of the boldness in through her forerib and not right up at the top side of her shoulder as potentially this young lady's female here that's going to come in second. But yet our young lady's female that comes in second, maybe just a little plainer about her kind, but yet fundamentally very nice. She's broody, does what an Angus female is supposed to look like. She's got some cowiness about her. We just need to give her some little extra bells and whistles to get her above that female that wins this class. 2 good females in this class.
Congratulations. Over here on your Hereford Market steer, your Class 2 winner was Staten Carr, followed by Daly McAtee, third, Hope Scribner. And over here on your Angus breeding heifer, your class winner was Brody Bashaw, followed by Jolie Redding. We're now ready for Class 7 of your Angus breeding heifers, and Class 3 Hereford Market steers are in the show ring.
Most fault-free steer wins the class here. Maybe not quite as expressive out in between his hooks and his pins, and could have a little bit more muscle up high. But I think in terms of just putting a lot of good together and being the soundest one in the class, I think that's him. This calf's pretty functional. His body matches everything else. Maybe not as attractive as some we've seen up through the front third, but just a really good kind of a steer. The steer here and that we'll use in seconds, young man in the hat here, I think when we get down in these last 3, he's probably as functional as any of them. I'd like to clean him up through his sheath a little bit. Extremely wide, though, over his loin. Got some actual muscle in him. He's a big-footed steer. Needs to relax when you get him to go out here, but a really good steer that's just got more muscle and more width than the calf here in third. This calf wants to funnel into his stifle a little bit. He's just a little bit more narrow. He's more narrow-gauged underneath off both his front and hind end. Really long neck, though. Young man does a good job with him. Steers extremely gentle. The calf that concludes the class on the standstill, I like as good as any. He's just too tight wound when you get him to go. He's tight off both ends, especially off of his hip. I'd like to loosen him up, give him some more forerib as well. But really nice steers all the way through.
So we get into our Angus classes here, a pair of June females, and you know, for me, just natural width and just dimension is the advantage here to this young man. Just the way that she's made. I just square her out and through her hip, square her about her hind leg, and the way that all comes together. You know, she's plenty big for me. Plenty mature at this stage of the game. I'd like to change her in through her shoulder in terms of the way that lays into her. She labors a little bit out of her front end and doesn't maybe move with as much ease as you'd like, but yet just so much width and dimension. You just can't deny that power in that female. The young lady that's going to round out the class, I prefer her size and her freshness, I guess, if you will. But yet, with that being said, she doesn't have just the natural width and dimension in her. I'd like to hook her in a little nicer in through her forerib and square her up off of her rear too a little bit nicer. But two good females here in this class.
Congratulations over here on the Hereford Market Steer, your Class 3 placings. Your class winner, Tyler Morgan, followed by Creighton Carpenter in second, third, Heston Symes, and fourth, Sloan Beerwinkle. We'll now have your Class 4 of Hereford Market Steers, your Class 7 of your Angus breeding heifer, Angus results. Congratulations to your class winner, Rowan Trenkamp, followed by Marissa Garcia, Class 8 of Angus breeding heifers.
Really a great representation here. Two very, very useful steers. I'm going to start with the young man steer. When he come in here, I thought that's a pretty darn functional show steer. He's just good everywhere. He's really sound. He's good-footed. He moves good. He's a deep-bodied steer. He wants to look like he cuts up a little bit in his flank. A lot of that's probably markings, but he's a really, really good kind of a steer. Maybe not just as expressive as his other steer is in his stifle, but this one gets around good. He's just ideal, and he's so practical, and with that, he's got added look to him. The steer here in second is extremely high quality in his own right. He doesn't have the width, natural width to him. He could get a little bit more narrow underneath on his underpinnings, but I think he's a good steer that's got some substance to him. He's got some depth of body, better in his flank than our class winner. Just a really, really good kind of a steer.
Congratulations to your Hereford Market Steer Class 4 winner, Staten Carr, followed by Sage Beerwinkle. We'll now bring our final class of Hereford Market Steers, just a single entry in Class 5. So all of our limousine market steer exhibitors, if you have a limousine market steer, be ready to make your way to the holding area. We're going to have our champion Hereford Market Steer drive here very shortly.
A lot of calf here, but with that, he moves exceptionally good. He's got some eye appeal to him. You know, just maturity. He's getting the best of him in a couple places, like in his top and loin. But I think this is a really, really good kind of a steer. Holds himself together well, and you can tell she's shown him a bunch. Does an excellent job getting him put together. Really attractive, really long. Got some natural muscle into him. Just a really good kind of a steer.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner, Hereford Market Steer, Collins Setzer. Will now show for champion. All of our class winners, champion Hereford Market Steer drive. All of our limousine market steer exhibitors, please be ready. Limousine will be following this champion Hereford Market Steer.
challenging class here as we get into our maze. And yet for me, it's just this female that's going to win this class just blends so much nicer in terms of her forerib and right in through her chest floor. And her top line is just so much nicer, just so much more opened up. And I guess, to me at times I sit here and I go, what should I do here? And then I go back to your roots a little bit, and you think, which one of these do I want to just maybe be more comfortable with as we kick them out and make a cow out of one? And I think this one, to me, just will hold herself together in terms of the way that she's made in her design. I like her shoulder considerably nicer in terms of the way that all lays in there. She's very good. Now, she isn't as big-boned and big-footed as our female in second, and I'll give you that by all means. But yet she moves very nice, and everything blends very nice, very cowy. I'd like to clean her up, and you can talk about that in through her flank. You can cut some of that hair out of there and change that freshness right in through her udder. That would change her appearance there as well. But still a very nice female, very cowy and very fundamentally good. In her top line, it's acceptable in terms of the way that it comes together in through her loin and the way that she holds her tail head right in there. But yet, I think that's all very good. The young man that's going to come in second, again, as we've talked about different times, big pieces, and she's got those. Tremendous bone and tremendous feet, tremendous length of body, and that's what I love so much about that heifer. She's just nice about her front end and has some strength about that, but yet as we get her just kind of stopped, everything just doesn't want to stay hooked up as nice. She gets piecier about her design, and then yet again, as we talk about her, and we're going to reiterate this, as you get in on her angles, she doesn't blend all those pieces together as nicely as that class winner, but still a very good female, young man. You got a nice one right there. The young lady that's going to round out the class, again, here's, from fullness and the way that her top line and body and blending her forerib and all those pieces together are very, very good. And I like that. I'd like to tone her back in terms of her size and maturity, but more importantly for me, her structure just needs to be tuned in a little bit better. She's just a little straighter in through her hock. I'd also like to clean her navel up some as well, but that's nitpicking. That is very fundamentally a very good female to round out this class.
Really a good lineup of steers here. There's some give and take in all these steers, but I think they're all very practical, and I think they'll all get better as you feed them too. I just think there's some gas left in about all these steers and a lot of quality the whole way through. The way they surfaced was they just had the most good relative to their class with some function to them and some added look. But I'm going to use this young man steer here for champion. And got a good look at the second places over there, but I'm going to come back and use his other steer here for reserve. Two really good steers. They differ quite a bit in type and kind. I like the front end of this calf better, the reserve. But this calf that wins just got real muscle in him. He's got real shape. He's bold sprung. He's got width of base. It's hard to put that much muscle in one and still have that much rib and volume. Really, really good steers the whole way through.
Congratulations to your Hereford champion market steer, exhibited by Staten Carr. He also had your reserve as well. Congratulations to Staten Carr with a champion and reserve champion Hereford market steer. Over here on the Angus breeding heifers, your class results. Braden Buckwald was your class winner, followed by Zachary Hancock, and then third was Natalie Stayskull. We now have your class 9 of Angus breeding heifers into the show ring, and we're ready for our first class of limousine market steers. All of our limousine market steer exhibitors, please be in the holding area.
good fundamental class of heifers, and I commend each and one of these exhibitors. Each of them got them bred, so we get into that point. We all know that that's always a challenge and can be a challenge, and so they all get 5 gold stars for getting that all done. This female I'm going to use to win this class, there's just so many things I like about her in terms of just natural width, natural dimension, and yet the cool thing about her, which I'd like to just tone all that conditioning down, and where I was going with that, the cool thing about her is that I have to pay the feed bill at my house, and so whenever I get those kind like that, I don't get to feed them much, and so that's what's fun. And so, for me personally, when you get those kind of cattle, that's good cattle right there. But she does have a little more to her. But I understand the fact that those easy doing kind like that sometimes just put it on with hair. So that's a good female. Just very nice. Still with some of that condition, she's just very slender about her neck, and I think that's also very good. We'd sure like to tuck her chest into her just a little bit as well. But good female. The young lady that's going to come in second, very good in terms of length of body and length of hip and just dimension. You love that about her. She maybe isn't as feminine as we'd like to make her. Just doesn't handle her rear 2 legs as nice as that female that wins that class. Young lady rounding out the class. Here's a good female. I appreciate. I appreciate her in terms of her leanness and her kind that way. She gets out and flexes very good. But with that being said, maybe just doesn't have the natural shape and dimension in hers. Those 2 above her maybe gets just a little bit plainer about her kind, if you will, to get her any more competitive.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 23 Angus breeding heifers. First place goes to Brackett Ridling. Second place, Hadley Harrell. And third place, Malin Lauder. Now entering the ring, Class 24 Angus breeding heifers, ranging in age from January 7th to February 14th, 2024. Following Class 24 of the Angus breeding heifers, we'll be selecting the champion Angus breeding heifer. So if you can get your class winners and seconds up to the makeup arena, please. On the steer side, we'll be starting the Limousine Market Steer Show. Coming into the ring will be Class 27 Limousine Market Steers, ranging in weight from 750 pounds to 815 pounds.
my opinion, an easy class winner, extremely long-bodied female that has natural width and shape and dimension, and her structure is very nice. And that's what I probably like about her the most, is that when she gets out and goes, that she's the most comfortable at the ground. Her foot quality is the best in this class. And yeah, she is one I'd like to lean her up and freshen her up, but yet still with that, there's just so much cow in that female. I think there's just a high-quality female to win this class. And I guess for me, the decision was in second and third, and again, you kind of go, well, which one a year from now might I like a little bit better? And I landed on this young lady's female here in second. Deep-bodied, square-made in terms of her hip and the way she holds herself together. She's just a little bit truer about her front knee and the way that sets down. She's not as correct in terms of her hind leg. She does need a little bit of a manicure as well, but it's not terrible bad by no means, just to pretty them up just for a show ring setting. But yet with that, she's very cowy and very fundamental in her kind, and I think she lands second very easily, in my opinion. The young lady that comes in here rounds out the class, again, as we've been talking about, big pieces and some cattle, and her neck sets up high up out of her. She's very square about her pins, tremendously heavy boned, and maybe is the heaviest bone if that's what you like to land on. But with that, as we analyze her, she's a little big. For me, she's too steep out of her shoulder and her front knee, and then consequently out of her rear too as well. But yet still has some practicality as far as length, depth of side, and some muscularity. We just need to refine some structure things with her to suit me any better.
Two nice prospects over here. Both of these steers are green in their kind, but the calf that wins the class is the best footed and the soundest. He's got some real shape to him, especially up high. I like a lot of things about this steer. If he'll body down as he goes, I think he'll be about ideal. The calf here in second is a deeper bodied steer, but he's also tighter in his forerib, a little flatter in his stifle, narrower in his pin. Like to give him some more shape up high, but a calf that's got some length to him and square built.
Your class 10 of your Angus breeding heifer. Congratulations to your class winner, Rance Ridley, followed by Josie Akins, and third, Mackenzie Dobbs. Will now have your champion Angus breeding heifer drive. Champion Angus heifer drive in show ring number 1. All of our class winners making their way into the show ring. And on your limousine market steer, that class 1 placings, congratulations to Dalen Fessmeyer. In second place, Brody Bashaw. We'll now make our way to class 2. Class 2 of our limousine market steers. We're ready for class 2. We're still needing our class 2 of our limousine market steers. Oh.
Well, as I stated earlier, I know we got a lot of cattle to get through today, and and no disrespect to the breeds that we've done before, I kind of maybe just was focused on trying to get moving, but I'm going to ask you to give these Angus exhibitors a round of applause, and then I forgot about the early ones, but great job, young folks, so far. Good set of cattle. It's you expected as you got into these Angus that there was going to be a lot of nice cattle, and so as we get out here and we've talked about them, and we need to keep things going, and I fully get it that way, and so I've kind of told you my thoughts on them as we've talked about them in the breeds and within their classes. And so with that being said, we're not going to sit here and spend a lot of time reiterating what we've already talked about. And there is a lot of different things. And to be fairly honest with you, you could kind of throw some darts out here and you're not going to be wrong, because each and every one of these kind of brings something to you that you like very well, and then some tweaking things. And I'm not trying to be hard on the cattle. I don't want that to be a misconception that they're all very good. And when you get into this, some cattle with quality like this, and like I was expecting when I came here, then there's minute differences that at the end of the day really probably don't make a big difference at the end of the day in terms of how they are, because they all are very good and they all do some things. So at the end of the day, with some things that weigh into my mind, or some management issues that maybe we could have changed a little bit, that maybe we could have got this one into the holes, but I think there's some very good cattle that I'm not going to make champion or reserve. So, but with that being said, let's give them a round of applause. Great job to these young people.
Congratulations to your champion Angus breeding heifer coming out of Class 8. That's Braden Buckwall. Congratulations to Braden. And your reserve coming out of the fifth class, Cade Hendricks. Congratulations to Cade Hendricks for the reserve champion Angus breeding heifer. Give all of our Angus exhibitors a big round of applause. Tough competition on the Angus side. We'll now move here quickly into the next breed, which will be our Charolais. All of our Charolais breeding heifers, please be ready. Make your way to the holding area. Charolais breeding heifers. On the steer side, we'll move right into the limousine class 2 of limousine market steers. Limousine market steers in the steer ring on the south end.
Nice balance, nice presented steer here to win the class. He's as good as any on his feet and legs. Really square built, and with that, he's still got some width from stifle to stifle. Good flat bone, really attractive too for as good a body as he is. The steer here in second logically fits from a structure standpoint. He's a little leveler out through his hip than the calf here that concludes the class. With that, he's just a little bit sounder up through his front third. The steer that's going to conclude the class wants to open up a little bit in that shoulder and splay out a little bit off of his front too. With that, he's pretty tight in his pin setting. Gets a little shorter hip, but from top to bottom, really good class. This calf's dang sure muscular here that concludes the class.
Two good females to start our Charolais show today, and the female I'm going to use to win for me is just has the advantage in terms of flexibility off of her rear too, the way she flexes her hock. She's more opened up in through her chest floor, and obviously she's a little prettier, and I don't know if that's necessarily we need them quite that tricked out, but yet that's kind of an interesting piece with her. But just for me, it's just more just true, genuine width and more structural soundness in that female. The young lady that's going to come in here second, here's one that has the advantage in terms of growth, and I think that's going to be kind of interesting to see how this all plays out as these two mature. Now, whether she gets too big, I don't know, but yet at the same token, I'd like to change her angle to her rear hock and to her hip. She gets just a little more restricted out of her hip as she gets out and goes. So two good females, little different kinds.
Congratulations over here on your limousine market steer, your Class 2 winner, Lacey Talley. In second place, Kaylee Noss. In third, Rance Riddling. And over here on your first class of your Charolais breeding heifers, your class winner, Devry Darbone, followed by Katie Hazemer. We now have Class 2 Charolais breeding heifers and Class 3 limousine market steers.
Nice steer here to start the class, young man. Really a good steer. I think he's the best underneath. I think there's a tremendous amount of good in him. He is not as deep-bodied as the steer in front of him, or I should say he's not as deep-flanked, but this calf's got real muscle in him. He's got real muscle over his top. You get behind him, he's really wide from stifle to stifle. There's a lot to this calf, and I appreciate that. You know, we've got these cattle so deep over time that we've given up some muscle, and it's nice to have a steer that's adequate in terms of depth of body, that's this heavy muscled, and still moves really good too, really fresh in his kind. The gray steer here in second balances out nicer from a depth and forerib standpoint and hip and bone than our calf in front of him that'll be third. This calf's really good. I don't like his angle as much up through his shoulder. Wants to dive off just a little bit in those pins as well, but a nice practical steer. The calf here in third that concludes the class, really long. He's almost a little bit lanky, like to pull him apart in his forerib and flank, but a really high quality steer that's got a lot of good in him, and he'll get better as he feeds too, and he starts to convert that energy into some flesh, but a really nice steer.
Your Class 3 limousine market steer winner, congratulations to Mason Shout. In second place, Tegan Morgan. And third, Addie Weinrich. We now bring in Class 4 limousine market steer, Class 4. Also like to announce, in case you are ready for some desserts inside the cafe, there is banana pudding, chocolate sheet cake, butterfinger cake, red velvet, strawberry cake, and coconut delight. It's about that time of the day for some desserts, so go help yourself and pick out something you like. There's also food trucks outside, lots of vendors inside. So go support those people. We appreciate them being here at the 6th annual Stierwalt Cattle Battle. Also like to announce about our sponsors again, our diamond sponsors, Honor Show, Andis Clippers, Weaver Livestock, Food and Fuel Junction, Lipscomb Chevrolet and Ford right outside. They have several of their trucks on display. And Lucky Star Casino. Those are our diamond sponsors.
This might become one of those classes you think you'd like to phone a friend, but as you kind of weigh some things down and into this thing, none of them are really wanting to cooperate very good, so that's where it becomes the challenge. And so, but this young lady's female to me is the fresh one, and I think from a structural standpoint and the way her feet are designed and the way that's all made, I think she's kind of maybe a little more designed to be kind of a long haul type female. She's feminine, and yet she has some spring and depth to her rib and some freshness about her. She's not as stout maybe as some of those right behind her, but yet from a balance standpoint and structural integrity, and then when she kind of gets her to want to cooperate, she probably gives you the nicest look of any of them. The young man that's going to come in here second, from her shoulders back, I like her very well, and yet to me she is the next best one in terms of structural integrity. She has an advantage in terms of pin width and top shape and spring of rib. I like that a good deal about her. She's just a little plainer about her kind, and obviously she's not wanting to lead very good, so it's hard to see what kind of steps she takes, if she wants to hit her track or not. But the angles that you kind of see in her, I think that she does that when she's loose. The young lady that's going to come in here third, here's again one that wasn't wanting to lead very good, and so trust me, I've been through all of this in my lifetime, so I get it. But here's a female again. You kind of like some things about her, but for me, she just needs to be a little more opened up in through her forerib and in through her underline there, just to give her a little more shape underneath there, and open her up in through her chest floor. The young man that's going to round out the class now, he's got the nicest female in terms of cooperation is concerned, and yet with that being said, when he gets her standing, that's a nice female in terms of levelness. She just gets a little frailer, and for me, she's not opened up enough underneath, and she gets a little straighter off of both ends.
Really a striking calf to win the class over here. Really well presented, really fresh, ideal from the side. Maybe like to power him up just a little bit, but a really good steer that they've done a great job presenting. The steer here in second's got a little bit more shoulder, wants to play out just a little bit on his front end. A denser made, softer made calf than our class winner. Just doesn't have the style or pizzazz of the steer that wins. Maybe doesn't balance out quite as nice, but a very useful kind of a steer. Got some body to him, got some natural muscle, got a tremendous amount of good in him. Just doesn't tie it together quite as nice as our class winner. Good job to both of them.
Congratulations over here on your Charolais breeding heifer, your Class 2 placings. Your class winner was Katie Hazemer, followed by Waverly Schneeberger in third, Waverly Schneeberger in fourth, Jackson Staggs. We now have your third class of your Charolais breeding heifers in the show ring. I'm sorry, this is a champion drive of Charolais breeding heifers.
So as we get in here for our champion Charolais heifer drive, two good females, a little bit differences in their kinds and type, but yet for me, the young lady out of this first class still has the female that's the most correct in terms of her structure and still has some base width. It'll be interesting how she develops and how those pieces will come together. We've fed enough of these that some of I think I see that one could be awfully nice if she does the right thing. So this young lady right here out of that first class will be our champion. We're going to bring that second place one out of that class and analyze them for a reserve.
Really good single entry, very practical meat and potato type of steer. He's wide-based, he's great-footed, really sound when you get him going out here. He's practical in terms of his depth of his body, maybe not as muscular as some we've seen, but I think very, very, very sound and just a really user-friendly type of steer.
As we pull the second place out of that class, and I remembered this as that was, and I think for me, she's just a female that has more strength and a little more width in her, in compared to that female that wins that second class. So I'm going to keep them two out of that class together. Those will be she'll be your reserve as well. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Charolais breeding heifer champion out of Class 1, Devry Darbone, followed by reserve also out of Class 1. Katie Hazemer, congratulations to both of them. Over here on the limousine market steer to catch you up to speed, your fourth class placing, your class winner was Tucker Long, followed by Ren Beer And Class 5 winner was Rylan McQuay. We'll have your champion market steer, limousine market steer and reserve into the steer ring. Our first class of our Charolais Composite breeding heifers into the show ring. This is Class 1 of our Charolais Composite breeding heifers. All of our Charolais Composite exhibitors, please be ready on the heifer side.
Very functional lineup of steers. There's some give and take, but I think there's two that are going to tie together extremely well. They're adequate in terms of body. They got some real muscle in them. They're sound structured when you ask them to go to. This young man's black steer right here will be your champion. That was a really good steer to him. It was second in class, but I think he gets overpowered by a better design steer here. This red steer right here will be reserve, and he does so on bone and foot size and got some real muscle in him, got some body to him. Still a lot of masculinity with some look.
So we get into our first class of composites. Obvious class winner, very good female in terms of density and kind, and love her body shape and her dimension that way. And feet and legs are very, very good and very cowy about her appearance. Good female to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in here second, again, you like her levelness of her design and squareness of hip, and got a nice up-headed look about her. We just need to drop her down a little bit in terms of her rib cage, but more importantly, just change her off of her front end as far as her shoulder angulation, and then as well off of her rear too.
Congratulations over here to your limousine market steer champion, Mr. Mason Shout. Congratulations to him and your reserve, Lacey Talley. We'll now move right into our main market steer. All of our main steers, be ready, exhibitors. And your first class of Charolais Composite breeding heifers, your placings, your winner, Taylor Spray, followed by Jillian Sherman. We'll now move to Class 2, single entry, Class 2, single entry Charolais Composite. Just in case you're interested, halftime of the Houston-Oklahoma State game. Houston 24, Oklahoma State 10. Halftime.
Really nice steer here. I think he's given them quite a fight to get in here. But in terms of quality, he's the best necked. He's adequate in terms of rib. Definitely the squarest hip and probably best muscled steer in here. He's a flat bone steer. Just got a lot of good in him. The steer here in second's got a lot of shape to him. He's just rounder in his kind. He's rounder up there in that shoulder. He's rounder in his hip, and that kind of carries into his hind leg. However, he's got more power and bone than the calf that concludes the class. This calf's probably as flexible out of his shoulder as any of the three. Just need to power him up and set him down a little bit more bone.
We've got a single entry in terms of I think she's a fall, he said, and so about a year of age. And so a female here again, you like her levelness of her design out and through her top line and in through her hip. One that we'd like to tweak on her in terms of her structure, but you sure like her depth of spring or rib. Good single entry.
Congratulations there to Dirksen Thompson. You'll be your class winner there. That's class 3, actually. Class 3 will go back to class 2 of your Charolais composite, also a single entry. Okay, excuse me. This is class 4, which is also single entry. Class 4 Charolais composites. Your placings for Class 1, a main market steers. Your class winner was Declan Lesky, followed by Hunter Durham. Third, Pacey Freck. We now have Class 2, ready for Class 2, a main market steers.
Single entry in this class, and I guess the thing that comes to mind right away is just three-dimensional power and width and dimension and shape, and I like those things about her extremely well. And yet, as she gets out and goes, I think it's good enough, and I dang sure she'll reach and get there. I'd like to lean her up at the top part of her neck and give her a little more femininity, if you will, up and through her front end. But yet, with that being said, just so much length and width and depth in this female. Good single entry for that young man.
Congratulations there to Kyler Marshall. That was your Class 4 winner, Kyler Marshall, and your Charolais composite breeding heifers.
Two really good calves over here. The steer that wins the class does so on style. I think with that he's a little better out of his hip, not quite as tight in his spine. Really a loose-made steer that moves exceptionally good. Could maybe have a shot more muscle in him, but really a good pattern steer. The steer here in second does have some muscle to him, just a little bit tighter in that loin and hip than maybe what's ideal. Wants to pick that tail head up a little bit, but masculine up through his head, got some forearm to him, got some body to him, good feeding type of steer.
Class 2, main market steer, your class winner. Congratulations to Chisholm Setzer, followed by Kinley McKinley. In second place, we'll now move to Class 3, main market steers, Class 3 of mains.
Young lady brought us a January calf, and as you can tell, we kind of leaped around a little bit as the classes were coming. And so this is a good female. I like her smoothness of her shoulder and how she blends everything together so nice. Just her levelness of out in through her hooks to her pins, and the way that she blends her top and in through her loin. Very nice, very practical female here to win this class.
Two good steers over here, different type and kind. I like this steer in terms of his forearm. I like his front end. He looks like a fat steer, good up over his top, got some real muscle in him. I really like this steer when you get him on the move. For some, he might have borderline rib, and at one time I wanted to put more rib in everything. Then we went too far the other way. I think this steer's body matches the rest of them, and he's got some real shape, and when you get behind him, he's got some natural width to him as well. He's got real muscle in him and can still really move. I like this steer quite a bit. The steer here in second, like a lot of things about, he's really flashy, and when he comes out, he reads show steer everywhere. With that, he's a little bit flatter in his forerib, doesn't carry down with as much muscle, isn't as muscular on up high or down low, but he's a very, very good steer that does a good job of filling his track. He's good-bodied and clean-jointed. But two really nice steers, differ quite a bit in type and kind, both very useful.
Congratulations to Class 3 winner, Main Market Steer, exhibited by Timber Mefford. And then second place, Bentley Lester. We'll now have your fourth and final class of Main Market Steers, just a single entry. And then we'll have our champion drive. All of our Shorthorn exhibitors, Shorthorn Market Steer exhibitors, be ready.
As we get into our composite Charolais division here, good set of young people and a nice set of cattle as we get them out here. And, it's for me, it's a very easy breed winner. And then it becomes a little bit more of a discussion for reserve. But yet, at the end of the day, I think they sort themselves very easily. And I'm very comfortable with the two that I'm going to use to win. So, young lady out of that first class, you're going to be our champion, and I'm going to use the yearling out of that last class to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion, Charolais Composite Breeding Heifer out of Class 1, Taylor Spray. Congratulations. And your reserve out of Class 4, Kyler Marshall. Congratulations to them. We now have our fourth and final class of Main Market Steers in the show ring.
This is a really good steer. He's obviously older and a lot heavier, but he moves good enough for a fat steer at this point. Got a lot of good in him, a lot of product, plenty sound enough, pretty good footed. Got some real muscle in him, got some density and some width to him as well. Just a really good calf.
We'll now have it's actually our second class. We're going to scratch the first class in the key breeding heifers. This is Class 2, making her way into the show ring. Class 2 of your key breeding heifers. Your class winner there in the Main Market Steer. Congratulations to Brooklyn Bailey. We bring all of our class winners in to show for champion and reserve champion Main Anjou Market Steer. Main Market Steer, all of our Shorthorn exhibitors, please be ready as well.
Well, you always hate to tip your hand too early in a breed show, but if they keep coming like this is going to be a tremendous amount of fun as we get into these Kenias. And a lot of adjectives you can use to describe this one, and I'd say all of them would be good. Good female here. This young lady's just done an outstanding job, well shown, well presented. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations there to Brooklyn DeBerry. Brooklyn DeBerry, your Class 2 winner in your key breeding heifers. We'll move to Class 3. Class 3 of key breeding heifers. We're showing for champion and reserve champion main market steer over here on the steer side.
So we get into 2 September females, and then obviously there's some differences in terms of their size, but yet with that being said, I don't believe that this one's too big, in my opinion, for her age. She's maybe more appropriate in her size than maybe our second place female. So don't let your eyes kind of start messing with your head. You have to kind of weigh those things in there. But for me, this young lady's female, this black female, not only a good length of body, balance, but her structure is just very nice. I like her bone work. I like her foot. She flexes off of both ends very nice. I think that's a good female, and still yet is very fresh in her condition as we get them out here. The young lady right here that's going to be second, kind of one of those that she's got some kind of interesting pieces and maybe trying to decide what she's going to do with those pieces, and I understand what's going to happen with her probably in time while she'll get bred. And so, so with that being said, she is got some of them unique pieces about her, but yet still, from a functionality standpoint, we just need to make more of her to get her any higher. So good set of cattle here in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner there in your key breeding heifers. That's Ella Danielson, and followed by Selena Garcia. We'll bring in Class 4 of your key breeding heifers. Class 4 into the Heifer Show ring. We're now still showing for your main market steer champion and reserve champion.
Really a nice lineup of steers here in the main Anjou lineup. Tremendous amount of good. To me, it comes down to these 2 steers out of the 3rd and 4th class. I love the steer that wins the 3rd class. Love his feet. I love how he's built. I love how he gets around. She says he's going to go to Hawaii in the spring. I can buy that. Everything fits. I think he's going to be really, really good come that time. I like the masculinity up through his front third. He's got some forearm to him. He's got a lot of shape up high. Got some hip to him. Really good kind of a steer. The calf here in second, or out of the last class, the calf behind, he just throws the whole deal out of balance a little bit. Because he's a big, mature steer that's ready to go. But I don't think we should hurt him for that by any means, because the steer's awfully good. E2's good on his feet and legs, really good bodied, extremely well presented. just kind of a no-hole type steer, and he'll be your champion, and the steer ahead of him will be reserved. But two exceptionally good steers, two totally different endpoints. You want to kind of categorize this one as a big mature steer that's done, but he's awfully good, and they've done a good job getting him to this point. The steer here in reserve I like a whole lot about, and I hope he goes on and does exceptionally well for love his feet and structure and how he's built underneath.
Congratulations to your main Angie Market Steer champion, Brooklyn Bailey, and your reserve, Timber Medford. Congratulations to both on the champion, reserve champion, main Angie Market Steer. We'll now have our first class of Shorthorn Market Steer. Class 1 Shorthorn Market Steers. We're needing Hope Scribner. Hope Scribner, you're class 1 of Shorthorn Market Steers. Calling Hope Scribner. Class 1, Shorthorn Market Steers.
Easy class winner, in my opinion, and as we get them out here, the most maternal in her kind, and extreme depth of body and spring of rib, and easily the most flexible one out here in this group. Just a nice place to land here to start this class. And then some different things come weighing on in, but yet still at the end of the day, this young man's heifer that comes in second, there's some pieces about her that I really like. One of them would be the extreme length of body. I think that's really cool about her, and the freshness of her condition is very nice. She has some bone and some foot, and I like that as well. You know, we just need to tone her tail head down into her, and I'd like to change her head a little bit and just give it a little bit more of a maternal female characteristic, if you will. But yet there's some really neat pieces with that female that young man's going to have some fun using to breed around with. Good heifer there in second. The young man that's going to come in here third, again, here's one that's, for me, is the next soundest one, and yet with that being said, I'd like to change her in terms of her overall width and dimension. Very smooth, and I like the way her shoulder lays into her, the levelness of her design into her top line. That's all good. One other thing that we need to just refine her udder some. She's a little bit too close in terms of her spacing into her teats and a little long at this moment of her lifetime. The young lady that's going to round out the class that commented to her, she's really been working hard. Tremendous hair coat on this female. She's maybe just a little too terminal for me in this setting, but still has some nice pieces and parts to her as well.
Congratulations to your class winner there and your key breeding heifers, your class 4. It was Denton Cook with your class winner. Congratulations to Denton, followed by Aiden O'Kelly. Third, Stockton Scott. Fourth, Kiera Ingram. We now have class 5, the final class of your key breeding heifers.
The calf that wins the class balances out the nicest. He's the softest haired and probably presented as nice as any right now too. But with that, I think the fundamentals are all there. He moves good on his feet and legs. He's attractive up through that front third. He's got some spring to his rib, adequate in terms of his body. Got as much muscle shape as anything in the class too. The other white steer here in second follows him really good in type and kind. He too's long and extended up through that front end. He's good up over his spine, got some shape to his loin, got some stifle in him. He's a wide base calf. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice in his flank, but he's a really high quality type of steer. Calf that concludes the class doesn't balance out as attractive as the two white steers ahead of him. He's got a little bit more navel, wants to pick that head up. I'd like to maybe just pull him apart underneath a little bit, but a really good kind of a steer with some added body. He's square from his hooks to his pins.
Congratulations to your first class of your Shorthorn Market Steer winner, Cord Campbell, followed by Macy McNeff. Your third place, Hope Scribner. We're now ready for Class 2. Class 2 is Shorthorn Market Steers. Class 2, Shorthorn Market Steers.
heifer that's going to win this class for me is just the soundest out of her shoulder and her front end, and yet still fresher in her condition. Just her angulation to her shoulder and her knee just sets her apart from this female in second. I like her added length of body and the maternal look that she gives you. She's very flexible off of both ends. Good female to win this class. Young lady that's going to come in here in second, really good hair coat on her, has done a nice job about working on her, tremendously heavy muscled, and with all of that muscle, maybe gives her just a little more of the terminal look, but yet we need to change that design as far as her shoulder and her knee on down to the ground. But some neat pieces there, and you're going to have some fun working with her in the future.
Congratulations there. Your class winner on the key breeding heifer, Class 5, Kelton Daddle, followed by Sophia York in second. We'll now show for your champion, key breeding heifer, champion, reserve champion, drive, key breeding heifer.
More type and design in the white steer here. With that, he's exceptionally sound. He's got some base width to him. He's a good footed calf. When you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint you one bit either. He's got some muscle to him. He's attractive. I just see a lot of good in this steer, and I can see him transmitting into a really high-quality fat steer as well. The calf here in second is a little bit more mature up through his head and shoulder and front end. Wants to open up there a little bit and pick that tail head up. Like to balance him out and clean him up underneath in the sheath just a little bit. But really a wide-bodied, thick-ended steer. Tons of natural rib and fleshing ability.
Congratulations, Class 2, Shorthorn Market Steer, your winner, Mazden Marshall, followed by Callie Mack. We're now ready for Class 3 of Shorthorn Market Steer. Class 3, we're showing also on the heifer side your champion drive for the key breeding heifer. Champion drive, key.
The freshest, most eye-appealing steer here is going to win the class. Like to make him a little bit more massive in his build with a little bit more substance, but I think he's as sound as any of the steers in the class. Well, he is the soundest. He does have some shape relative to his framework. I'd just like to mass him up just a little bit, but a really good kind of a steer. They've done a good job getting him ready. He's clean. They've done a good job growing hair on him. Just a really nice steer. On the standstill, I like a second-place steer the best. I would like to change him up through his head, but when you get him to move, I think he's just more restricted in his shoulder and in his hip. Like to see him have a little bit more flex there and get him going a little bit better. But like I say, on the standstill, you got to admire how much body he's got, how much substance he's got, how much width he's got from his stifle area. Just a really good kind of a steer. Like to loosen him up a little bit. The steer here in third does so just because he's sounder from his knee to the ground. I see him making it further structurally than the calf that's going to conclude the class. That's a nicely presented steer that's going to be fourth here. The young man's he wants to go over in his knee a little bit and just twist up front. But from end to end, a lot of really good pieces in those 4 steers.
Congratulations there in your Shorthorn Market Steer, your Class 3 placings. Your winner, Quade McIntyre, followed by Victoria Wright, third, Adeline Walters, and fourth, Caden Worthington. Well, ready for Class 4 of Shorthorn Market Steers.
Well, as we get into this Keenan Drive, there's some nice ones in here, and some a tremendous amount of quality. We haven't had a big pile of them, but yet with that being said, we got 3 class winners that deserve some discussion, and not taking anything away from this fall heifer calf here the September, because she's got some quality about her and some fundamental things that you like about them, and so I do like that female. I guess just for me, she just runs out of sheer quality to get her in the discussion to be part of this breed champion. As we get out in here, these yearlings are very, very good, and this one that wins this last class, I think for me, she's one that has so much transitional pieces about her hip and then through her top line, and that's so much more strength in there than maybe this heifer right directly in front of her, and more true width and dimension, But for me, where I want to change her is just get her bone work to match everything else a little bit with her. She reads with power up and through her front end, and then her body and her hip, and when you get behind her, all that reads with power. And then I just like to give her more bone work to make that transition a little nicer, make that be a little nicer that way. But that's still a good female, lots of depth and lots of power, and you like her. I like her forerib and how that all blends together. I think that's a very nice one. The young man that wins that class in front of her, here's one that, again, you like. She kind of comes in and you like some things. She reaches good, and yet with that, when she's moving, she doesn't handle her hip as nice. Maybe ducks her pins a little, and doesn't hook that up as nice in through her loin. Very maternal in through her look. And of the 3 that are in consideration, she's the narrowest one, in my opinion, and yet I'd still like to add more of her that way. And that makes her balance come together as nice, too, because she's not as exquisite up and through her front end as maybe you would expect to see if you read that front end and then go back. That doesn't all maybe blend as well. So, but yet that's nitpicking on one. She does have a little more bone than the female behind her. So, your trade-off with those 2 is that which one has a shot more bone, which one has a shot more muscle, and maybe handles herself a little bit better on the move. So that's the conversation there. And then you get into this fall heifer, and she came out right away. And she hit me very good. And the interesting thing about her that I don't know where we've lost track of within the industry, we talk about transitioning from the front end to the rear. And I guess I grew up and I was taught that we transition from the ground, from the rear to the front end. And so she does that exquisitely well. Just bone, foot, power, mass, and then just wedges the right directions when you look at her. She is, got a little more dewlap, if you will. It maybe isn't as squeaky as some as you might see, but yet it balances so right with her. And then when she gets out and goes, she's just so cool to watch. Just everything just flows and blends, and she's just, moves like I used to when I was 20. So that's pretty cool about her. The interesting thing about her, moving forward, I'd be a little careful with her condition. She's starting to get some pones, starting to fill in there, so just be careful. But that is a very, very nice female young lady. You're going to be champion in this Kenya division.
Congratulations there to your champion key breeding heifer coming out of that Class 1. That is Brooklyn DeBerry. Brooklyn, congratulations.
And so again, as we talked about these two right here, these two are very good cattle. You see, they just run into a buzzsaw of a fall heifer calf here. So, and I explained them to you. I prefer just the collectedness and the overall true shape and dimension of this young man out of that last class. He's going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve, congratulations to Kelton Daddle there with your reserve champion key breeding heifer.
Really good class of steers over here. The most practical, useful steer is going to win the class. He's got some look to him. He's got some forearm to him. He's good up over his top and his loin. He's a square hip steer that's still got some shape to his muscle. Really, really good on his feet and legs, and the most practical steer out here. The white steer here I like from a muscle standpoint. He's got expression. He's got shape to him. He's really wide-based. He's got some added look to him. Not as soft as the calf that beats him, and probably just not as practical, a little bit straighter in his hock, but I think there's a lot of good to him. And he's got enough more future to him and look and just a little bit more trim than the calf here. In third, this one's very practical, easy doing, just maybe a little bit too conventional in his type and kind, but he's really soggy and he's practical and he's just got more substance to him than the calf that's going to conclude the class. Young lady does an exceptionally good job showing. Seen her out here with a couple today. I like the cut of her a whole lot. Her calf's just a little bit more gangly. He's a little bit harder doing. Maybe going to grow away from her just a little bit in terms of frame as well, but he's got some bone to him relative to his size. He's good in his rib, got some muscle expression to him as well.
Your Class 4 Shorthorn Market Steer placings. Congratulations to your class winner, Harper Atterbury. Second place, Kyler Marshall. Your third place, Parker Kellison. And in fourth, Ren Beer. We now have your fifth and final class of Shorthorn Market Steers. Shorthorn Market Steers, all of our Simmental exhibitors, be ready. This will be ready for the Simmental Market Steers here shortly. We need our horned Hereford heifer exhibitors. That is a mouthful. We need horned Hereford heifer exhibitors making their way to the holding area. We're ready for Class 1 as we speak. Class 1 calling. Class 1 horned Hereford heifers. Aniston Shockley. We're looking for Aniston Shockley. Your Class 1. Aniston Shockley. Class 1 of horned Hereford breeding heifers.
Nice single entry steer here. They've done a good job feeding. He's ready. Maybe just a little bit straight up in his front third for me, but I think they've done an excellent job. They've kept him clean. They've kept him fresh. He's good. He's filled in back to his flank. He's good off of that hind leg. Really good from the side. Maybe just like to rock him back in his shoulder and correct him from his knee to the ground a little bit. But they've done a really, really good job on getting a steer at this point.
Congratulations there to your fifth class winner of the Shorthorn Market Steer, exhibited by Kinley McKinley. We'll now show for your champion Market Steer, Shorthorn champion Market Steer, champion reserve champion drive into the steer ring. We're still waiting on our horned Hereford heifers. Horned Hereford, we're looking for Aniston Shockley. Aniston Shockley, you're Class 1. We're ready in Class 1 of horned Hereford breeding heifers. Also need Class 2 to be ready, as that's a single entry. Class 3 and on our horned Hereford heifers.
horn. We got horn. She's a horn. So we start our horned heifer show today. Get into a February calf, one that you sure like a lot of things about her. Her length of body and her width down her top, and some squareness and levelness about her design, and then couple that with some good pigmentation with her. I think just a nice place to start and a good place to start our show. Congratulations.
Nice lineup of shorthorn steers over here. All of them got some good to them. They're all attractive. They're well presented. They got a lot of quality to them relative to their classes. They were some of the sounder steers in there for sure. It comes down to a couple steers in my mind, but the differences are probably long-term, who I see being a little bit more correct when they get to their end point with some style and some design and some real muscle. And that'd be this white steer here out of the second class. He'll be your champion. We'll pull the second in and look at him for a second, and then we'll go select reserve. But I do see this steer having the most muscular build to him. He'll be a good steer. I mean, he'll be an easy steer to feed, but he's still going to have a show ring presence to him. He's got some real muscle in him. He's got a lot of muscle up high. He's very flexible underneath. Really good kind of a steer. The steer here that was second to him is just a little bit more conventional in his type and kind. Wants to open up in his shoulder a little bit. So we're going to break the pattern here just a little bit off our class winner and go this orange steer here. This calf's got a world of good in him. He's really wide-bodied. He's thick. He's correct on his feet and legs. Maybe not quite as attractive as our champion. Maybe not quite as expressive in his muscle, but a very, very good steer that's really good in his body, back to his flank and square built. Nice steers from end to end and a great set of exhibitors here.
Congratulations there to your champion, Shorthorn Market Steer, exhibited by Masden Marshall, and your reserve, Harper Atterbury. Congratulations there. We'll move right to our Simmental Market Steer show.
So we get into a single entry in our Horned Hereford show. Again, a female, you like her for her length of body, and the female that's got some growth and some performance about her. She's maybe not as nice in terms of her structure. We'd like to tweak that some and maybe give her a little more depth, but you sure do like a lot of things in terms of her overall length and overall shape. Congratulations
there on your class winner, your Horned Hereford breeding heifer. That's Briley Blake. Also, your first class winner was Aniston Shockley. We'll now bring in Class 3. Class 3 of Horned Hereford breeding heifers. Class 3 making their way into the show ring. I believe we're ready for our first class, Simmental Market Steers, calling Class 1, Simmental Market Steers. All of our exhibitors on the Simmental Market Steer, be ready. Class 1, Simmental Market Steers.
Nice heifer here to win this class. Tremendous length of body, tremendous shape, and still the freshness. And I really commend this young lady for keeping a Hereford female this time of year. That with that kind of freshness, that's a very nice female. Good place to start here in this class. Real nice heifer, practical and functional. That comes in second. Like her depth of body, spring of rib, or levelness of her design. she's just not as fresh and as her in her kind. And I'd like to add some length of body to that heifer. She's just a little more compact for me, but yet still has some neat qualities about her. I think that's still a very useful and practical female to come in second, as is the young lady's heifer that comes in third. This freckled face heifer, again, very fresh in her kind, and you appreciate that about her. She gets out, hits her steps, she's sound. Yet with that being said, we just need to make more of her to make her more competitive.
Your Class 3 Hereford breeding heifers. Your class winner, congratulations to Sloan Beerwinkle, followed by Creighton Carpenter, and third, Laney Marlette. We now welcome Class 4 of Horn Hereford breeding heifers. We have Class 1 of our Simmental market steers in the show ring, Class 1.
Easy class winner here, in my opinion. The young lady just doing a nice job as in her demeanor, and while she's come out here and shown this female, it's a good pair. And she's done a lot of good work with her with that kind of haircut. And then to talk about the female, you like her length of body, and again, another very freshly presented one, and I appreciate that about her. Has some bone and balance, and just a very nice female to start this class. The young man that's going to come in here second, here's one that you sure do appreciate for muscularity and her shape, extremely wide pinned, and you like that about her. We just need to change her structurally off of both ends to get her a little more competitive in here, but two good, practical, very good females in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner, your Horn Hereford breeding heifer, Cricket Collins, with your class winner, followed by Colin Slayton. Colin Slayton, on second place.
We're going to leave these two steers the way they are. I'd like the biggest thing on this steer that wins the class, I'd like to clean him up in that sheath. But this is a really good steer. When he gets him to move, I really like how he is on his feet. I like how he holds himself together. When you come back out here, maybe just slow him down a little bit. You don't have to walk him quite as fast. But I think this is a well-balanced steer. His angles all meet right. I like the way he ties together. I like how he is up over his top. Got some angle to his shoulder. He's got some natural width to him. Really got big feet underneath him as well. The calf here in second, I like on the standstill in some ways better. As he progresses, I think he's going to kind of put himself into three different pieces when he moves. A little bit more timid off of his hind two. He's a little bit just tight in his shoulder when he moves. But I think he's awesome on the standstill. He's good up through that neck, really good bodied, good out through his hip. Just might like to make him flow just a little bit better like our class winner. The calf here in third is a very practical steer. I like the bone on this steer. He's rugged almost in his kind, but he's still good enough to be a show steer as well, too. He's got some top to him. He's got some hip. He's got some bone. He's very flexible, maybe a little bit narrow-chested, but he's sounder than the calf that concludes the class, and that's what places the two. Really a show steer, appearing type steer is the steer here in fourth. He's got a lot of good in him. As he progresses, I see him getting a little bit too straight up in that shoulder and splay out up front just a little bit. Like to put a bigger foot underneath of him. But on the standstill, you got to admire how much muscle he's got over his top and back through his hip. Really, really good class from top to bottom. One of the more solid classes we've seen today.
Single entry in our March yearling horn class. Practicality is probably the thing that just comes to your mind right away, and just so functional and her kind and deep and sound and just gets out and goes. Love her feet and her legs. That part's all very good in terms of just her flexibility and just one that can just get out and go. And then couple that with some freckles on her face for that breed and some of those things that come together. Really good female here to win this class. This will be a fun drive.
Congratulations there to your class winner there in your Horn Hereford breeding heifer, Class 5, Bria Herndon, your first place. And over here, your first class of your Simmental Market Steers, your class winner, Landry Fuss, followed by Aubrey Sturgeon. Third, Cassidy Mack. Fourth, Liberty Lester. We now move to Class 2, Simmental Market Steers. And we're ready to show for our champion and reserve champion, Horn Hereford breeding heifer, Champion Drive, Horn Hereford.
What you see is what you get with this gray steer here to win the class. When you get him going, I like him better than I do on the standstill. He almost wants to splay out just a little bit off those front two. But I think this calf's got real muscle in him. He's a dense-made steer, maybe not as soggy as some we've seen, but I think he's toned. I think he's one that'll go on and feed exceptionally well. He's got some rib to him. He's got a lot of shape to him, like his bone. Just a really, really good kind of a calf, almost rugged in his make. But still attractive enough to be out here. The steer here in second's quicker in his pattern. He's a fresher haired steer. He's got some quality to him. He's a little bit low fronted. Like to pick that up just a little bit, maybe make him a little bit more youthful up through his head. But I think he's adequate in terms of muscle. He's a steer that moves fine. Just like to pull him apart just a little bit, as well as the calf that concludes the class. Good job. The calf that concludes the class is really good in his lines. He's good up over his top and out through his hip. Like to put a bigger, rounder foot underneath of him, and maybe like to pull him apart just a little bit. But from end to end, another really high-quality set of steers.
We've been asked a few times here on how we're going to handle the champion steer. Both judges know what's going to go on here, but just so the steer side knows and the heifer side knows, once we get to the point of this overall steer show, I mean, we've got more breeds, market heifers left, slick steer and all that, so we got some different things. But we're going to pause, tear the middle portion of this ring down, and we're going to go on and select the grand champion steer. We're not gonna wait and do everything all at once. So I know you all got miles to go, and a lot of people come from a long distance away. And like I said, so we will finish up the steer show. We will pause the heifer show to get that done, and then we'll conclude with the Heifer Show. So we will open up this whole ring. Now, I think there's 14 breeds or 15 over here, not sure. Anyway, so that way we have enough room to get them in there for your overall grand. So we are, like I said, not taking lunch break. We're not going to wait. We're going to carry on through, and like I said, and keep each ring going until we get done. So anyway, we will pause the Heifer Show, have the Grand Steer Show, or the Market Animal Show, I should say. And like I said, then we'll carry on and conclude with the Heifer Show. Thank you.
Nice calf here to win the class. Wants to pick that tail head up a little bit and maybe clipped a little tight in that loin, but I think he's a really, really good kind of a steer. Got excellent feet underneath of him, moves good, he's practical, still got some look to him, good in that forerib, square built, wide base, very good kind of a calf. Steer here in second, I like a lot of things about too. I really like him on the standstill. He's a little bit straighter on both ends when you ask him to go, a little bit more mature up in that head. But I think he's a steer that's adequate in terms of rib. Got some real muscle shape to him. Got a lot up there on his jump muscle. Very good kind of a steer. Ties into his leg well. Good hind leg on him when he's standing here also. Very, very good. Both good steers with a tremendous amount of quality.
Hey, one other thing too on this, just because there's a lot of people asking if the champion steer and we're ready to do the grand steer, we will make sure that we finish the breed over here. We're not gonna quit in the middle of a breed. So anyway, however it ends up laying out, we will finish whatever breed is going on in the Heifer Show, and then we will start the grand champion market animal to me overall. So anyway, we will finish the breed whatever we're on. I mean, we're looking probably an hour, 90 minutes, somewhere in there. So anyway, we'll keep you posted on that. So it's all good. We just want to make sure that everybody's aware of what we're going to do. Thank you.
Really a good steer here to win. He's got some shape to him. He's excellent underneath on his feet and legs. Still adequate in terms of look. Got some real build to him. Wide based, wide underneath, good rib. This is a really good kind of a steer. A big high performance steer here in second. A little bit straighter on both ends up in that shoulder and in that hock. Like to relax him there. I think he'd get a whole lot higher because he's got some good to him. He's really attractive. Neck comes out high out of that shoulder, but I would still like to rock it back some. Adequate in terms of his body relative to his frame size. Really good kind of a steer with some good pieces. Just like to tie them together a little bit more correct.
As we get into our champion horned Hereford drive, there's decisions to be made, and you always expect those things when you come to something like this, so with that being said, I'm just going to tell you what's going through my mind, and we started out this division with a nice heifer calf. Just so many good practical things about her, and you think that she's going to be a nice yearling, and if she's going to stay flexible enough, that'll be the thing that's going to probably weigh into your mind a little bit as she gets older. And then the fall, as we talked about, hers has some nice pieces, but yet the ones that come into contention are these three yearlings, there's some decisions again, and then I'm just going to speak out loud and tell you how I see them. I've got it in my mind how I like them, and I'm comfortable with it. This young lady that wins this class right here, this is a female. I mean, parked. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Levelness. how she transitions. I appreciate her freshness of kind and the way that all transitions, and tremendous length of body, and maybe she's a freckle big for me. That might be a conversational piece. But with that being said, then when we analyze her structure, that's where she becomes a challenge. A little straighter off of her hock. Maybe her quality of her foot isn't as good and as big and as nice, and she wants to hammer her hind leg, and she's fighting that young lady, and that's the hardest thing about it, is that I can't get a great read about how she wants to go and whether she wants to let her shoulder just get out and just really just flex and let her take that step the way you want and just as comfortably. But she's just so nice in terms of length and just I like all the muscularity, and then combine that with freshness. I think that's all very good with that female. The young lady that wins that fourth class, in terms of bone and foot, that one is very, very nice, and I like that about her. And then still couple that with, some length of body and length of hip and just true width and dimension. You sure do like those things about her as well. Very collected. Probably the nicest thing that I like about her is that her teat size. I think those are very refined and are spaced correctly. I think that's also very nice. She's not as just true shapely. I think, and it was maybe is that female ahead of her, maybe as far as just turned to her rib cage, is that female directly ahead of her, but yet I still think it's very nice. But it's just in terms of just overall balance and quality, and then the refinement of her teats and the way that all blends, I think that's very good with that female. And and then we get into this female that came in out of this last class. When you talk about one that's just cowy and very, very good structured, I love her feet and her legs and the way that she gets out and goes. That's all very good. And we talked about the freckles on her face, and from a productivity standpoint within Herefords, that's a pretty neat thing there as well. Getting her to transition right, she's maybe just a little front heavy versus her rear, and her hook bones stick out a little further than her pin bones, and that's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. I'm kind of liking to wedge that other direction. But yet, with that being said, that's part of a Hereford and what makes them cattle what they are. So, but yet, when you look at cattle that are going to have some longevity and be cows and have some future with them, she definitely comes into the discussion and weighs in my mind. And and as I kind of analyze it, and I was thinking about it out here, you have one that's a combination of the other two, and then you kind of weigh in on what you want to do. So for me, this young lady right here with the yellow shirt, she's going to be your champion, and then I'm going to use this freckled face female as your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion, Horned Hereford Breeding Heifer, Cricket Collins, and your reserve, Bria Herndon.
Nice calf to win over here. I'm glad I handled these heavier steers because I think he confirms a lot of things you think from the outside. This calf's got top in him. He's firm to the handle. He's covered good. He's a wide base steer. He's good underneath. He's attractive. Got a lot of shape to him. For as long-bodied as he is, he holds himself together extremely good, too. Good out through his hip. He's just so much more muscular up high than the steer here in second. He's firmer. He's toner. He's harder, with still having enough on him. This calf here in second, I like a lot of things about. He's very practical. He's a meat and potato type steer. He's got some depth to him. He's soggy. He's got some hip to him when you get behind. Got as much expression as anything in the class. He does not handle with near as much muscle over his top as our class winner. The steer here in third is a lot like our second place steer, a little softer to the handle, not as toned, maybe not as muscular up high, got some shape to that quarter, carries down in that leg. He's got some real expression to him, just doesn't balance out as nice as the two steers ahead of him, nor does the steer that conclude the class. The biggest thing on him is just a little chuffier neck, a little shorter, more mature up there. Like to tone him up just a little bit. I like his body. I like his substance. I like his practicality in terms of feeding. Maybe like to tone him up and just give him a little bit more eye appeal to get higher, but a very practical steer.
Congratulations over here on your Simmental Market Steer, to kind of catch you up to speed, some class placings on your Simmental. Your class 2 was Camden McKay. She won that class, followed by Jewel Scherler, followed by Trey Broom. Your next class, your winner was Rance McIntyre, followed by Caitlin Patterson. And then Claire Collins was first place. The next class, followed by Keegan McKinley. And your last class, Kaylee Shine, first place, followed by Lindley Nichols was second. Third, Camden Colby. Fourth, Callie Mack. We're now going to show for your champion, Simmental Market Steer. All of our crossbred steers, be ready as well, because we have just a couple of slick sheer market steers. We'll go right into the crossbred show pretty quickly.
Nice way to start our polled show. Like the appropriate condition and size of this heifer calf that comes into this class. Very sound, very cowy. I think a bright future ahead of this young heifer calf here. Congratulations to that young lady.
And on your polled Hereford breeding heifer, your first class, your winner. Congratulations to Morgan Shockley, your class winner.
As we get into our second class of polled heifers, we're going to leave them just as they came in. Love the power in the foot and the bone and the depth of shape to her rib in this female that wins this class. That's all very nice, and yet with that, you like to change her how she is and through her shoulder and blend that into her a little nicer and maybe make her just a little neater. But yet the other neat thing about her is the big old red eyes on her. That's some neat things, that just an added bonus right there as well. So the young lady that's going to come in here second, very fresh in her condition, and that's just fine at this stage of the game. She's one that's going to have some size to her, and whether that gets away from a person is yet to remain to be seen. But yet I like her just true shape and dimension that she has. Just we need to change her structurally, though, to move her any higher.
Nice lineup of Simmental steers, a lot of give and take in all of them, but I think they all fit together very good, and relative to their classes, these were the highest quality steers. The steer here, the young lady's got in the green shirt, will be your champion. I like his build. I love his feet. I love how he is underneath. He's still got some shape and some expression to him. He's a wide-bodied calf. Maybe he's not as attractive as maybe some we've seen, but I don't think that matters because everything fits. And he's still good enough looking for me. Very practical, exceptional on his feet and legs.
Congratulations there to your champion, Simmental Market Steer. Coming out of Class 4, that's Claire Collins. Congratulations to Claire Collins.
I'm going to use this other black steer for reserve up here out of the first class, and it would have been a whole lot easier if this steer was cleaner sheathed, but it's not like he's going to go reproduce anyway. It's just a cosmetic thing I'd like to see cleaned up, and it's never going to get in the steer's way, but he's got as much look as any out here. He's got some forearm to him. He's got some real muscle and some build in him. He matches our champion, as good underneath as any, so he's a pretty logical reserve. Like I say, I'd just like to clean that one thing up, but I don't think it really matters on a steer anyway.
And your reserve coming out of that class number 1. Congratulations to Landry Fuss with your reserve champion, Simmental Market Steer. Over here on the Polled Hereford breeding heifers, your Class 2 placings. Congratulations to Callie Albus was your class winner, followed by Teague Ferris. We now have Class 3 of your Polled Hereford breeding heifers in this show ring. On the steer side, we'll have just one class of slick shear market steer, just one class, which will be our champion, reserve champion as well. And then we'll move right into the crossbred market steer. All of our crossbred exhibitors, be ready and make your way to the holding area.
Really a nice one to win this class. Very maternal and very nice. I like her shape to her rib and yet her freshness of her condition, and then still couples that with some stifle and some muscularity, and I like the shape to her foot and her bone, and then it maintains all of that in the right kind of balance. I think that's a very nice one to win this class. The young man that's going to come in here second, this one again, as we talk about pieces throughout the course of the day, she's got some big pieces, tremendous depth and spring to her rib, big pin set in her. I like that about her as well. You like her foot and her bone. Those are all very nice. But yet as we analyze her, we just need to kind of just give her some levelness in terms of right in behind her shoulder and just tone that tail head down just a little bit. She's not wanting to show herself off very well, and so that as well makes it a little hard to get a good read on her. But I still think that's a good female there to come in second. The young lady that's going to round out the class here, again, very good in terms of length of body, freshness of condition. She's just one that doesn't have as much balance and quality about her as those two above her, but still a very nice female to round out the class.
On your Polled Hereford heifer placings, Class 3, congratulations to your class winner, Sierra Collins, followed by Rolton Boziden. Third, Briley Blake will now bring our fourth class of Polled Hereford heifers. Also, on the steer side, we're looking for Bennett DeBerry. We need Bennett DeBerry with your slick shear market steer. Bennett DeBerry, please make your way to the show ring. As I mentioned, we just have one class of slick shear market steers, 2 entries in a single class. We need Bennett DeBerry. Bennett DeBerry to the show ring with your slick steer.
Good female to win this class. Tremendous shape and design and length of body and freshness of condition. You sure like that about her. Very exquisite that way. And yet as a female, you like the added bone and the overall quality that she has. I think just a really nice female to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in here second, again, like her length of body and her true shape up high, and yet tremendously heavy structured. And I don't know, maybe it's a little bit too far that way, but yet that's something that we need to use as as an adjective to describe her. Maybe not the overall depth of body and the quality about her as we make her try to put her balance together, but yet has some neat pieces about her, some interesting things that young lady's going to use on down the line to make a cow out of her. The young lady that's going to round out the class here again, like her shoulder, the way that blends together. You like her colors and her markings, just doesn't have the balance in the way that she's made. We'd like to square up into her pins and just give her a little more foot quality and bone to kind of just make everything match a little bit better, make her a more competitive female in this class. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations over here in your fourth class of polled Hereford breeding heifers. Your class winner, Sage Beerwinkle, followed by Carson Kellison, and third, Lakin Marlette. We'll now move to Class 5. Class 5 of your polled Hereford heifers. Are we still waiting on the slick? Huh? Oh.
Single entry June female, and this one's very good. As you analyze her from a maternal aspect, like her length of body, I like her foot and her bone, and then yet she still uses them all the right ways. Just so much quality within that female, and just gives you a nice maternal look about her. Good single entry. Congratulations to that young lady.
Congratulations there to your class winner, your Class 5, Maisie Marshall, with your polled Hereford heifer. We now move to Class 6. Class 6 of polled Hereford breeding heifers.
Two good females, again, both very practical and very useful in their kind. I like this female that wins this class. Just reads with some power and some muscularity and extremely sound. That's what I like especially about her. She's just so much more collected when she goes and when she gets out and rolls around. Now, she's maybe not as feminine as this female here in second, but yet I think just everything balances so good, and she does it in the right manner. Good female to win this class. The young lady that's going to be second, again, like her shape, and I like her to her rib and to her top line and how all that transitions quite nicely. She is a little more feminine, as I stated, than maybe our class winner, but yet with that doesn't want to move as nice out of her front end as far as her angle to her knee and her shoulder, and then just doesn't hold it quite as collectedly as that class winner, but still very good, very practical, good kind of female here to round out this class.
Congratulations there to your Class 6 winner, your polled Hereford Heifers. That was Kimber Albus, followed by Natalie Stayskull. Now we have your final class, single entry in the polled Hereford breeding heifer.
Another single entry female here. Again, as we talk about squareness of design in terms of their pins and how collected they are on the move, this one does it very well. Tremendously heavy boned and maybe even just gets a freckle teetering on the side of coarseness, but yet still you have to admire that about her if that's kind of where you want to weigh your priorities in a heavy manner. But yet, for me, she's just so nice when she moves. She's just... everything flows right. Everything's just right. She balances correctly. Good female here in this single entry class.
Congratulations there to your Class 7 winner, Morgan Shockley, with your polled Hereford heifer. We'll now have our champion drive, our champion polled Hereford breeding heifer. All of our class winners come in, all 7 classes, to show for your champion polled Hereford breeding heifer. We have Class 1, or in our final class of your slick shear market steers in the show ring. We'll move right into the crossbred market steer. All of our crossbred exhibitors, make your way to the holding area. The crossbred show will start here very shortly.
We're going to use this red and white steer to win. I like how he balances out better. He's better up through his shoulder. He's good over his spine. His tail head kind of ties quite a ways forward in his hip there. Maybe like to change that, but I think he's good underneath. He's wide based. He's got some depth of body. He's good in his heart. Good back to his flank and got some muscle shape to him as well. The black steer up here will be second. He's got some shape to him. He's big-footed. He's wide-based. A little bit more rugged and not as attractive as in his kind. With that, he doesn't balance out in his lower rib and flank either. But he does have some natural muscle. Extremely high quality, both of them. Both very good steers.
Congratulations to your first place and your champion, Slick Shear Market Steer, Bennett DeBerry, followed by Bowen Schuster with the reserve. We'll now have our first class of crossbred market steers, calling Class 1 crossbred market steers.
green steer here, but he's got some good in him. He's really long. He's attractive. Unbelievable length of body. Just needs to get a little less ganglion, put a little more mass on as he matures.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Crossbred Market Steer. That's Lenora Holland.
Really a wide-billed orange steer here to win. He's got a lot of shape, well presented, a lot of shape in his stifle and hip, good feet underneath, moves good. Just a really good kind of a steer with added look, added presence. Does a great job of planting his hind leg. Just a really, really stout calf. Steer here in second doesn't balance out as nice, but still got a lot of good in him. He's got some meat in him. He's got some top in him. Doesn't balance out quite as nice in his midrib back to his flank, but he too's got some shape, and dang sure got some bone and a quality foot as well. Really nice calf, not as attractive, doesn't blend together as good as our class winner.
As we get into our pulled Hereford drive here, there's some females in here that are all very practical and very useful in their kind, and I like so many things about quite a few of these heifers in here. And there's some pieces that you can take home, and these young people will be able to use in their programs as well when they're done showing them. And I still think that's a very important thing that we have to talk about in what we're doing. And so, with that being said, there's a handful of them that really hit me good, and yet with that being said, I think as we weigh them all down, it's a 2-horse race, and yet with that being said, my opinion, this young heifer calf out of that third class, she's a major league player in here, and she's awfully good and just does so many things. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I'm ever a big calf guy at this stage of the game, but yet still, I guess I'm hired to use the ones that I like the best. And so she definitely comes out there just tremendous amount of good things, and then yet she's cowy, and you can't really find any things as far as fundamentally that you just want to change about her. And even when you start looking at where her udder's at, and then that's their teat size is right, and then throw the extra things on top of a Hereford female of markings and pigmentation, that's just kind of the cherry on top of the cake. She does all those things, and just you really can't just find anything majorly wrong with her, and so that she becomes a major player in my opinion in here. The other one that I like when we get out here is this young lady's female right here. I think that's the other one that becomes a player. It's so with her, we love her soundness, freshness, and with her color kind of sets her off, and so that's where you just got to read through that. But so collected and so good on the move. My change with her is in through her chest, and Kyle, we balance that and maybe just change her a little bit up and through her hip and make that a little fuller and have that wedge a little more the right way. But yeah, those are the two in my opinion. But it's not hard to read my mind. I'm not very good at poker. This young lady with this heifer calf is going to win for fun in this division. Congratulations. And this young lady right here with that June is going to be a reserve. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Really nice black calf to win. He's a hair gangly yet at this stage, but if he is to mature and his body catches his legs, I think he'll be really good. But fundamentally, he's the best steer out here in terms of movement, structure, future. He's really long up through that neck. He's got some muscle over his top, back through his hip, moves exceptionally good on his feet and legs. The steer here in second's got some forearm to him, got some real muscle to him. Probably a little more collected on his front feet and legs than the steer that's in third. He's got some length to him, real muscle over his top, back through his hip. He's a little coarse in his hock, and I'd like to change that. The steer here in third, a little bit quicker pattern. He's an easy-doing steer. It's got some rib to him. He's a little bit straight off both ends, and I think that kind of it restricts him in his movement a little bit, but I think he's a really good kind of a steer.
Congratulations to your Pole Hereford champion, heifer, Sierra Collins. You're their champion, followed by reserve, Maisie Marshall. Congratulations to both of them. To catch you up to speed on the crossbred market steer in Class 2, your winner was Danny Dixon, followed by Declan Lesky. Class 3, your class winner was Skylar Sturgeon. Second place, Braden Herrenbruck. And third, Wyatt McIntyre. We now have your fourth class of crossbred market steers in the show ring. We have our first class of limousine, Limflex heifers. Class 1 of Limflex heifers.
The most practical, widest-bodied steer that's probably got the most to him and the most quality is going to win the class here. This gray steer ties himself together awfully good. Good in his rib, good in his hip. Maybe could be a little bit looser in his hock when you ask him to go, but I think relative to this class, he's just so much better built. The steer here in second might get away from her a little bit in terms of frame and growth, but I think he ties himself together better than steers in third and fourth. Really long up over his back and back through his hip. He's a really long-bodied steer, correct in the angles of his hock and knee. He's just very sound, functional, long. If he'll get enough body, I think he'll be a contender. The steer here in third is just a little too open up in that shoulder, tight in his forerib. I'd like to pull him apart and soften him up. Maybe make him a little bit more youthful through his head as well, but he's a deep-bodied steer that's good from his hock to the ground. Steer that concludes the class kind of puts himself in pieces out here. He's really, really long. He's extended. He's just a little tighter in his forerib and flank, not as coordinated on his feet and legs.
Congratulations there to your Class 4 winner, your crossbred market steer, exhibited by Madeline McLean. Second place, Peyton Schuster. In third, Hope Scribner. And fourth place, Hunter Durham. We'll now have Class 5 of your crossbred market steers in the show ring. Class 5.
Really a nice class winner here. I like a lot of things about her, especially her foot and how that all is designed, and just big, square, good-footed female that flexes so nice. And then what's so interesting about her to me is the fact that as lean as she is in her condition, just the natural shape that she has up high and through her rib, and her back is all very good. And, and so she just reads with one of those kind that's just going to have some power as you keep going with her, and yet you aren't going to have to overfeed her to make her look like she's got power. Good female right here to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in second, again, here's another one that's got that up-headed, nice look about her. Love her length of body. I like her feet and legs. Those are all very nice about her as well. She just doesn't maybe have the overall shape to her rib and depth to her rib as that class winner, but that's still a very nice female to come in second.
Congratulations over there to your first class of your limousine Limflex breeding heifers. Your class winner, Rolton Boziden, followed by Mackenzie Dobbs. We'll now have class 2 of your limousine breeding heifers, just a single entry in class 2.
The soundest structured steer is going to win the class here. I think he does the best job of getting his track filled. He ties together really good behind his shoulder and out through his hip. Just a really, really nice kind of a steer. On the standstill, I like the steer here quite a bit. He almost moves like his hips out a little bit. But anyway, he's a little bit tight there. I'd like to free him up in his jump muscle and his hip. Maybe a little chiropractic work or something would go a long ways on this calf, because I don't know if that's all natural. But he is, when he's on the standstill, he lays down a big old top. He's got shape to his hip. He's good on his hind leg. Really good kind of a steer. Steer here in third, he doesn't have quite the muscle shape the steers ahead of him. He's a little flatter in his forerib. He's flatter in his pins. I like to clean him up in his navel just a little bit, but he balances out nice. He's a deep-bodied, easy fleshing type of steer for sure.
Your class 5 of your crossbred market steer, your class winner. Congratulations to Ladd Turner, followed by Rance McIntyre, and third, Zachary Hancock. Moving right into class 6 of your crossbred market steer.
Single entry in our limousine show. Again, I hate to sound redundant, but, one that you just love the design of her top line and her hip and her shape and how she blends all of that together in a very smooth package. Very good feet on her, great big old foot on her, and I love that about her. Good single entry. It'd be fun to watch her in this champion lineup.
Congratulations there to Hadley Flanagan, your class winner, class 2 winner in your limousine Limflex. We now welcome class 3 into the Heifer Show ring.
This black and white steer is a truck. If I was to pick on him, he wants to run downhill a little bit, and he opens up in that shoulder plenty. But he is blessed with muscle. He's got a huge hip when you get behind him. I'd like to fix him just and tighten him up just a little bit up front, and long term we'll see what happens. But I do think he's more correct on his feet than the second place steer here. This steer here is very, very attractive. He's well presented. They've done a good job getting a lot of hair on him. I'd like to fix him primarily off that left front. When he goes, he wants to put it down and twist when he hits the ground. Like to put a bigger, rounder foot underneath him all the way around. But like I say, he's extremely well presented. He's good at the point of his shoulder. He blends together good in his rib, back to his flank. Just like to sound him up a little bit off of his front end. And he doesn't have quite as much muscle up high or over his jump muscle and hip as our class winner either. But two really, really nice, well-presented steers.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner, crossbred market steer. It is Lakin Boxwell, followed by Maddox Shout. We'll now have your 7th and your final class of crossbred market steers. Class 7 and the final class of crossbred market steers into the show ring.
This just comes down to a preference of kind of cattle that you prefer, and the first and second females, and to be extremely honest with you, the branded heifer in third is maybe the best female I've put in third all day, because that is still very, very good cattle, and it is one that you'd love to turn her out to make a cow, and she's going to have some good things to bring to the table. It's just that this is really a good class, and it's probably one of those classes that, you know, if you put this judging team and kind of put some things together, there's going to be some shakeup, and I ain't going to argue with that about it. But preference for me is this young lady's female, primarily just because of her genuine shape and genuine kind, just her levelness of her design. And when you get behind her, she just is so much more genuine, and I guess we're on that term right now, but just I love her shape to her hip, and then the depth of her quarter, and then her circumference of bone and her flatness of bone, and then just her freshness of her underline and trueness of her underline is very nice. Now, yeah, I'm not going to be the guy that's going to tell you that she's prettier than this one, because she's not. But yet with that, she has more strength about her head. The one that's second maybe is a little more refined about her jaw. And so that's where you kind of weigh that in. But just from this one, shoulder back, she's a war wagon, and just so good that way. For me, it blends good enough, and it's good enough right through there. When you get that undeniable width and dimension and cow power in one, I think that one needs to win this class. Now, this young man, if you're one of them side profile guys and don't want to get behind him, well, by all means, grab her. She is, from a side profile, you love so many things about her depth and the way that it all comes together, and she's very pretty, and she does have a maternal look to her, but yet with that, when you get in behind her, she gets more A-frame in terms of her shape and her kind for me. And with that, I'd like to change her foot. She's just a little shallower heeled, but yet nitpicking on a very good female young man. You got a nice one there to come in second. Young lady, you come in third here. Now, this is one, from a length of body and how she blends and transitions into her forerib is all very good. Easy doing, good kind. I like that very well about her. She just needs to balance in through her chest and front end better than those two above her, but then she becomes very much in the conversation. But she still is, just from levelness of hooks to pins and what Limb Flex cattle provide to the industry. She does some really neat things. Very good female here to round out this class. Congratulations to all three of you.
Pair of nice steers here. The steer that wins the class balances out the nicest. He's good on his feet and legs. He's got some depth to him, maybe not as muscular as some as we've seen, but everything blends together extremely good. He's good enough up through that front third, really, really good in his heart, and how that ties into his midrib, good back through his flank. He's square over the top and carries that down into a really nice hind leg. The steer here in second, I like a lot of things about too. He's rugged, he's loose structured, he can go. He's got some shape to him, just doesn't balance out quite as attractive or as good in his lines, primarily through his mid-back and hip is our class winner, but two really, really nice steers.
We need to make an announcement here because we're kind of getting here. We are going to pick the grand market animal. Like I said, we got market heifers to finish crossbred, but we're going to do that. For you heifer people, we are going to get through the main on-Jew show, and we will resume at maintainer. So we are going to go through the main on-Jew show in its entirety. Like I said, we got to break this middle down, clear it out. It'll give Jason a time to go get something to drink here and whatnot. It'll give some of you people to get kind of gathered up for the steer show finale or the market steer show. We have the market heifer in there. So we are going to go through the mains on the heifer side and resume at maintainers. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that. Where we're at. So thank you guys. Also got a message from the cedar fiber place. He's got 3.5 pallets. He's going to shut her down about 3 o'clock. So if anybody wants to take some home with you, you might get a hold of Derek. He's running around here, or you can catch him out there at the semi, so at the trailer. So anyway, 3.5 pallets of cedar fiber if you want to take that home with you at the end of the day. So welcome. Like I said, thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate the information and the update. Over here on the steer show, the market steer show, we're showing for your champion crossbred market steer. We'll have your champion reserve champion pick, and then we'll go right into the market heifer show. And over here on the heifer side, we're in class 4. This is class 4 of the limousine breeding heifers. Class 4. Your class 3 placings was McKinley Parliamentary was first place, followed by Corbin Robbins in third, Olivia Robbins. Your last couple of classes of crossbreds, class 6 placings was Lake and Boxwell as the winner, followed by Maddox Shout. And your class 7 was Riley Joseph in first, and second place was Bowen Schuster. Like I said, we're showing for your champion and reserve champion crossbred market steer.
Good female to win this class, in fact, very good. And you know, when she first comes in, you wonder to yourself until you get behind her if she's got the shape to her that you really want. And then when you get behind her, she is explosive. And then still does that with a very feminine package. Very, very good female here to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in second, I like this one in terms of her squareness of her kind, and out in through her hip and in through her forerib. That's all very good. The problem with her is that she just runs out of just true total length. She's a little shorter bodied, she's a little shorter fronted, and even with that, a little shorter faced. But yet, also saying that she's just a very good balanced female from her chest floor on into her flank. There's some good things with that heifer. I like the way she sets her rear two down. I think that's all very appealing about her. The young man that's going to round out the class, again, here, tremendous length of body. I very much appreciate that about her as well. She's just one, as we get her out here, she doesn't want to hold herself together as nice when she gets to moving. She gets a little flatter in through her forerib as well, but yet still very good kind of cattle right there to round out this class. Very good division and very good class.
Congratulations there to your class winner, Bailey Smith, followed by Mackenzie Clark, and in third place, Trip James. We'll now bring in class 5, a single entry in the limousine Limflex breeding heifers. Class 5, single entry.
Good single entry here for this young lady. And then, you know, when you get in and analyze this heifer and from her front 1/3 and rear 1/3 angles, and when you analyze those, just so opened up. And I like that about her. Just tremendous width all the way through her, and yet with all that strength in through her head, and I like that particularly well. She needs to be changed in through her shoulder and the angulation, and more so changed right down there at the ground with her feet. And then she's just, with all of that, she's not as comfortable when she goes as some of these other ones, but yet still a very good female here as a single entry. Good kind of cattle right here. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to your final class of Limflex. Your winner, Layla Smith, in Class 5, will now show for your champion and reserve champion, Limousine Limflex Breeding Heifer.
A really nice lineup of crossbred steers over here. There's some give and take, a lot of difference in maturity, but I think they're all very high quality. It does come down to a couple steers probably when it's all said and done, but there isn't any sense in making it any harder than it is. This will be the champion steer, this black and white steer here in this division. He puts the most power up. I really like this steer better, surprisingly, when he gets to moving than I do on the standstill. He runs downhill just a little bit, and he opens up plenty in that shoulder. Maybe not the best-footed one we've seen today, but I think there's so much good in him. Huge top, huge quarter, body matches him. He's still fairly youthful appearing. You know, I think there's a lot left in this steer to go on and do other things. Tons of power and product. He beat a really nice steer that wants to twist out quite a bit up on that front end, primarily on his left. And when he moves, this steer puts it down and kind of twists. I'd like to fix that about him. If you could line him up a little bit better off of his front too, he'd be reserve. But your reserve champion will be this orange calf up here. I like a lot about him. I like him long term. I think he fits our champion in a lot of ways, how he's built over his top, back through his hip, perfect down into his hind leg. He is a good big-footed steer too that's very correct. Good job.
Congratulations to your champion crossbred market steer exhibited by Lakin Boxwell. Congratulations. And your reserve coming out of class number 2, Danny Dixon. Congratulations to both them young people on your champion and reserve champion crossbred market steer. We'll now get ready for our market heifer show. Excuse me, the reserve was Declan Lesky. We had Danny as first place in that class. That's a mistake. So it's Declan Lesky as your reserve champion. We apologize about that. As your reserve champion, crossbred market steer.
Okay, we got market heifers going on over here on the steer side or steer ring. Like I said, we're fixing to pick champion Limflex. We have, I think, 3 or 4 classes of mains, so we are going to break between the mains and the maintainers. So we're going to tear all this out. We're going to open up this ring, and then we'll select your champion steer. Once again, there's 3.5 pallets of cedar fiber out there that's still up for grabs. If you want it, take it home. Like I said, get out there and talk to Derek before 3, okay?
Nice heifer here, nice angles to her, nice from her shoulder up to her jaw, good in the sweep to her rib, square hip, got some muscle in her, moves just fine, just a really nice single entry.
Congratulations to Chloe Carlisle with your first place and your market heifer. We'll have Class 2, which is also a single entry in the market heifer.
Well, I'll tell you what, this might be the strongest breed from top to bottom that we've seen today. And so my hat's off to you, Limflex exhibitors and breeders and presenters. There's been a lot of nice cattle that we've, and no disrespect to any of the other breeds, this has just been a very good breed and just so many nice ones that have so much practicality and functionality, and it's just been very nice. It's a 2-horse race, and you know, probably at the end of the day, it just comes down to which one's got a shot more look, you know. But outside of that, they're both very, very good, and so with that, we're gonna just keep this thing moving forward. Young lady, right here, you're gonna be my champion, and young lady, you're gonna be my reserve. Congratulations.
Another nice single entry, really, really long and extended up through her neck. Square belt over her top, nice out through her hip, good on her feet and legs. We'll look at her again when we come back in for this division.
Congratulations to your champion, Limflex breeding heifer, exhibited by Bailey Smith, and your reserve, McKinley Palmetary. Congratulations to both those young ladies on your reserve and your champion, Limflex breeding heifer. We move right into the main breeding heifers, main Anjou breeding heifers. We now have Class 3 of your market heifers making their way in the show ring. Class 3 market heifers.
Really like the look and pattern of this young lady's heifer. She's awfully good on her feet and legs. She's good to look at. Attractive up through that front third. Still got some muscle in her, got some body. Everything fits extremely well, and when she gets her parked and planted, really up-headed. She's got as much natural muscling as anything in the class. The heifer here in second balances out nicer than our third-place heifer. She's a little smoother at her shoulder, especially at the point of it. She's definitely truer in her body build, and she's more flexible out of her hip onto her hind leg. Not quite as much to her as our class winner. like this heifer on the stand still a whole lot. She wants to open up in that shoulder, though, a little more concaved in her forerib. I think one big thing, though, she's just a little shorter and tighter hipped, and that carries down into her hind leg when you ask her to go. Beautiful presentation. She does a good job showing her. Just like to soften her up a little bit in a couple places.
Congratulations there on your third class of market heifers. Your class winner, Harper Horn, followed by Corbin Potts in third, Taylor Spray. Also like to announce we're needing Ridge Strong to come to the holding area. You're in class 4 of market heifers, and also Chloe Carlisle in class 6 of market heifers. Need both those individuals in the holding area.
Little guy is going to win this class, and I understand his parents' frustrations, and not so much frustrations. We all got to start somewhere, and so he's doing a good job. It's just the first time it appears for darn sure for her, and I'm not for sure about him, but I wouldn't say he's got a lot of games under his belt. So, when you get that heifer walking, and that's where a lot of it changes, a lot of the tell-alls are when the cattle are walking and when all livestock are moving. And so with that being said, when she's walking, she holds herself together the nicest, and she is by far the most flexible, and yet still has a cowy appearance about her. She's one that just does those things very nicely. The young man here in second, here's one that, when you look at her from a balance standpoint, all of that's very nice. How she blends her shoulder into her neck and her head are very nice, and yet still has enough muscularity, if you will, for me. But yet, with that being said, that she doesn't want to maybe get out of her rear two or her front two as nicely as that heifer that wins this class. So that's where the changes are, and that's where the differences are. The young lady that's going to round out the class here's one that certainly has a big hip and a big top. She's evidently greener, and that's okay because she's got some time and there's some future here. So don't give up on that one. She just needs a little more time to kind of make herself a little more competitive. Congratulations.
Two very useful market heifers over here. Maybe the one I'm going to start with isn't as attractive up through her front end, but she's more robust built. Got way more shape to her. She's bolder sprung in her forerib, way bigger hip, got more shape to her down low. Moves really good too. A little more base width to go with all that. Just more substance throughout. The heifer here in second, I like a lot of things about, unbelievably long and trim up through that neck. Like to give her some more substance, though, make her a little more level from her hooks to her pins, but a very, very good kind of a heifer. Just needs pulled apart a little bit to get any higher. Two high-quality females.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner in the market heifer, Lana Danielson, and your second place, Kennedy Lane. And over here on the heifer side, your first class of Maine Anjou breeding heifers. First place, Rhett Herman. Second, Gage Ratzlaff. And third, Riley Joseph. We now have Class 2 single entry of Maine Anjou breeding heifers. And we have Class 5 of your market heifers. Class 5 market heifers, Ridge Strong. We got everybody here for Class 5.
Nice single entry for this young lady, and one that's got a lot of bone and a lot of foot, and then if that just gets you really excited, then you really dig this heifer. She's extremely long-sided, has a presence about her. Good female here to win this class. Congratulations.
Congratulations there too. Madeline McLean is your class winner there in Class 2 of your Maine Anjou breeding heifers.
Really nice single entry heifer here. Looks like a breeding female to me too. She would have looked good over there on Chris's side, I'm sure. Very practical. Fundamentals are good. Good on her feet and legs. Good bodied. Matches the rest of her good. Still attractive enough up through her front end. very level designed as well. Really high quality female, nice single entry.
Congratulations there to Ridge Strong. He'll be your class winner there in class 6. Class 5 of the market heifers. We'll have class 6 as well, a single entry, and also class 7, a single entry in the market heifers.
Really a nice one to win this class, and one that you can get on board with liking a lot of things about her. And you can start with her legs, and everything is proportional that way, and her bone is nice, and her feet are nice, and then yet she's square and level about her design, and transitions into a good, fresh body kind, and then yet is very feminine about her kind as well. Very nice female here to win this class. The young lady that comes in second, this one's not a slouch. She's good. She just kind of run into a buzzsaw, if you will, in this class. But this one's very nice in terms of length of body or shape to her ribs. She's fresh in her condition. She just isn't maybe as opened up when you get in behind her, and maybe isn't as correct in terms of her hind leg as that class winner. But that's still a very nice female to come in second.
Good heifer over here. Very practical. She's smooth-shouldered. Body's adequate relative to how she's built. Adequate in terms of her muscle. Gets around the ring good. Good-footed female. Very, very level design. Very correct. Very fault-free.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, your main and Jew breeding heifers. It is Maddie Ashcraft, followed by Lena Danielson in second place. And Kyan Herman, your class winner there in the market heifers. We have one more class of market heifers, also a single entry.
Really a nice, stout single entry. She's got some muscle in her. Like to freshen her up just a little bit. She moves adequately well. Really robust. Got some shape to her. Got some power all the way throughout. Young lady does a good job showing her. Come out, put her right in position, get a good look at her. Good job.
Congratulations there to Chloe Carlisle, your winner there in your final class of your market heifers. We'll now bring all of our market heifer class winners to show for your champion and reserve champion market heifer.
We're just going to leave them the way they are. Good heifer here to win this class, and she has the advantage in just overall maternal body and shape to her rib, and then still has the length of body that you like, and length of hip and squareness and levelness of hip. Very good female to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in second maybe has an advantage of length of body. Almost you want to call it freaky long body, and I'm good with that. I like lengthened cattle. I think it's a good thing, and yet with that being said, she's one that you like the length of hip that she has. She just isn't maybe as opened up underneath as maybe that female that wins this class, and then with that being said, isn't nice in terms of her structure up front, especially as that female that wins this class, but two very good females in this particular class.
Congratulations there to your final class and your main Angie breeding heifer. Your class winner, Brenna Herndon, followed by Macy McNeff, will now show for your champion, main and reserve champion, main Angie breeding heifer. And just a reminder, we will stop right here after the mains and then break down to show for our grand champion market steer. We'll resume back with the maintainers as soon as the grand drive is done with the market steers.
Good lineup of market heifers over here. There's some quality all the way throughout. Some probably match a market heifer type show better than others, but some might match a breeding cattle show better. But we're just going to go for overall quality, try and tie a little bit of the market side in. But I think just the one that probably suits me the best with look and power and bone, they could go on to raise show cattle or be a market animal, is this little black and white heifer this little girl's got up here. Bring her out here, sweetheart. She'll be your champion market heifer. Really, really nice female. Gets a little bit closer for reserve, but I think one that's got some shape and some power and some substance to her is this young lady's right here. She'll be reserve. Two really, really good heifers.
Congratulations to Harper Horn with your champion market heifer. Lana Danielson will be your reserve champion market heifer. Congratulations to both.
Well, again, another good breed, front to rear. These cattle are very nice, and I've got a good buddy at home that he calls these the business breed, and so me and him kind of maybe different opinion when it comes to that at times, but yet I still totally respect what they do and where they bring some things to the table, and yet they do have some neat things about them. And you know, starting with this young man with this heifer calf, you know, this one's really nice, and these, you know, she might be a freckle sleepy for him, and I get that. And everybody, like I said, everybody starts, and he's getting her out, and he's doing a nice job. You know, when you get this one walking, she's very nice. Just has a tremendous amount of rib and has a nice look and a very cow-like appearance. And then yet with that, we just like to blend some of them parts together just a little bit better. But there's some cool pieces with that heifer, and I can see some things that you'd like about her. This heifer that wins the second class, as I talked about, my friend that maybe likes to raise some of these that maybe fit over in that other ring. Yeah, this one's got some stuff to her that you really, again, as you talk about great big pieces with livestock, she's got them. I mean, that foot and that bone is a little overwhelming. And with that being said, it's the right kind of bone. It's a good flat bone, and yet she reaches with all of those pieces very well, and I like that about her. You know, for me personally, you know, I'd like to just transition all those pieces, you know, and with maybe refine her bone for me personally, and then add a little bit more of a maternal look to her, just for me to just, but I could see a lot of people really liking her. That young lady's going to have some fun with her in time. It's just a matter of whether that rib and all of that just comes to match all of those freakiness pieces that she has at the ground and at the surface. But some really cool things about that female young lady. Do not give up on that one whatsoever. So This young lady that comes in with this class winner right here, I do like her. She suits me very well in terms of her kind. Everything just blends and fits very good. She's good-footed, she's good-boned, and then just transitions it into a very maternal package. And then yet, as you analyze her teeth size is very nice, and yet she still has power and mass and femininity. I think that's a very nice heifer there that comes out of that third class. This young lady right here, here's another one that probably suits me as well in terms of a maternal look about her as the one that's right ahead of her. I think that's all very good about her. You like her depth, you like her body, you like her shape that she has, and then still couples that with some muscularity, some strength about her. We need to change her off of her rear too. She just kind of wants to move not as bad. Excuse me, not as bad as me, but she wants to labor just a little bit. Doesn't want to hit her step. And so that's probably the minute difference with her and the female right directly ahead of her. And also, I'd like to refine her udder a little bit at this stage of the game. But that's nitpicking, in which we have to when you get into quality like this. They're all very, very good, and it just kind of comes down to what you prefer. But I've never been good at poker. So, young lady that coming out of that third class, you're going to be our champion. Young lady that come out of that fourth class, you're going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion, Maine Andrew breeding heifer, exhibited by Maddie Ashcraft, followed by Brenna Herndon with reserve. Congratulations. And just a reminder, we're going to take a break right now on the heifer side. We're going to open up this middle dividing section so we can carry on with our grand champion selection for our market animal.
once Lake gets back here, we'll kind of get started, our announcer. But anyway, while we're on pause here just for a brief second, the Succeed booth over here has a drawing. They're fixing to wrap up. Like I said, if you want to get signed up, run over there real quick and get signed up. You can't beat a drawing, all right? So you can't win if you're not entered. So you're not entered, run over there real quick, get signed up. They're going to draw some different names and give some different things away. So get over to the Succeed booth and, like I said, get signed up real fast because they're going to be kind of wrapping up here before long here. Also on the champions here, we're just going to bring the champions only into the ring. We want the reserves to be standby. Out here on the outside of the ring, we'll bring you in as the breeds get selected. And like I said, we'll have 14, I think, or so, 15 in here. So anyway, that'll give each of them enough room. So anyway, only the breed champions only are coming in, but the reserves, please stand by. All right.
Okay, we're about ready to start our grand drive on our market side. We're looking for our Hereford, our champion Hereford, Staten Car. We need Staten Car in the holding area. And I believe we're about set and ready to go. Our judge is ready. We just need our champion Hereford, Staten Car. We also need our slick steer, Bennett DeBerry, in the holding area. Okay. I believe we're ready to start. Okay. We'll start with our Mini Hereford, champion Mini Hereford, making their way into the show ring. Here's your champion, Mini Hereford. Check this guy out. Exhibited by Callan Buller. Callan Buller with your champion, Mini Hereford. Your AOB champion. Exhibited by Tegan Morgan. Your AOB champion right there. Your champion, Angus. Welcome, Tucker Long with your champion, Angus steer. Your Charlet champion. Please welcome Camden McKay. How about your key champion steer? Your key champion steer into the show ring, exhibited by Brackett Ridley. Your champion Hereford, Staten Carr, making his way into the show ring. Champion Limousine, Mr. Mason Shout. Mason Shout, the champion Limousine. Your champion Main Anjou. Here she is, Brooklyn Bailey. Shorthorn champion, Masden Marshall. Your champion Scimitar. Please welcome Claire Collins. Your champion Slick Steer. Champion Slick Steer into the show ring. Here is Bennett DeBerry. Your champion Crossbred, Miss Lakin Boxwell. And your champion Market Heifer. To round off all of our champions, your champion Market Heifer is Harper Horn. Give all of our champions a big round of applause as we show for your overall grand champion, Market Animal. While our judge is making this big final selection, we'll have your grand, reserve, and your third, fourth, and fifth overall. But I'd like for us to just once again show our appreciation for our judge. Went through the steer show as about as quick and efficient as I've ever seen. Mr. Jason Hoffman, thank you, Jason, for being here today. Let's give him a big round of applause for traveling here and giving his time and his effort and, most importantly, his wisdom on the market side.
Well, iron sharpens iron, and having your kids down here with Kirk Stierwalt and his family is definitely sharpening them for the future. What a neat event, and why don't you give Kirk and his family and everybody that put on this show a big round of applause. I drove in here this morning and I could tell I'd never seen anything like it. The layout and the format, and it's all about the exhibitors. And a few things about Kirk I've always admired is, one, I've never seen him jump ship from who he was riding with or who was sponsoring him or who he was working with and whose name he was getting across. It's been first class the whole way. The other, I've seen him in different positions, and I've always seen him take the high road. I've never seen him do anything dirty. And I just think he's a first-class individual, and it's very fitting for a guy like that to put on a show like this. And when I got here this morning, I told Kyra, I said, man, your family's got to do a lot of work for this. And it was answered like a true Stierwalt would. She said, well, it's taken the whole community, and there's about 25 people on a group text from my dad that come and help, and it's everybody putting this on together. So what a neat part of the world. A lot of my favorite people that we've sold cattle to or done business with originate from this area anyway. What a first-class event, and give them all a big round of applause once again, please. There's some give and take in all these steers, and there's some steers that do things perfect and that you'd like to change one or two little things about here or there. But putting the most good up, and to me, myself, I not only think breeding cattle have gone too far the wrong way and breeding muscle out of cattle, but I dang sure think the steers have, and it's nice to see some and have some options in here with some true muscle and some true power. They are a market animal. We do sell red meat, and that's what it's all about. Now, with that, yes, it is nice when you can make them as sound as possible to go along with that, when you can give them enough body. But steers don't need to look like heifers. Steers need to look like steers. Bulls need to look like bulls, and females still need to have some power to them to produce both sexes. But anyway, I'm not here to change anything. I'm just telling you what I like. And it's time, to me, we put more power back in these cattle. A lot of really nice options out here for champions and reserves and all the way down to fifth. But again, everybody I know thinks they're the busiest person there is, and we get pulled away from home to a lot of, to go do something like this. You question when you're leaving, but as soon as you show up and see somebody willing to do this much for the youth, you knew you made the right decision pulling out of the driveway. Thank you for having me, and we'll go pick some champions.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Market Steer, the crossbred, exhibited by Lakin Boxwell. Congratulations, Lakin. We'll bring in our reserve champion crossbred, exhibited by Declan Lesky. Your reserve grand champion, this Scimitar, Miss Claire Collins. Congratulations. That brought in Landry Fuss, who is our reserve Scimitar. Your third overall, the main Anju, Brooklyn Bailey. Congratulations. That brought in Timber Medford as she had the reserve main. And your fourth overall is your reserve main, exhibited by Timber Medford. Congratulations. And your fifth overall, Tucker Long with the Angus. Congratulations to Tucker Long. We'd like to tell all of our grand reserve, our top five, please meet at the Stierwalt Cattle Battle backdrop for pictures. The backdrop, please make your way to the backdrop, all you final five. Congratulations again to all of our exhibitors. Thanks again to our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman. Thank you, Jason. And we'll just resume the Heifer Show with the maintainers. Maintainer heifers, be ready. We'll start right back with the Heifer Show with the maintainers.
Hey, I'm asking y'all to take the pictures, and then I'll be ready to get on.
Yeah, I said that, yeah. We need our maintainer heifers be making their way as well as just resume the Heifer Show as soon as we can. Looks like we've got people already here ready. Yeah, when you take your pictures, please, if you can, include all the awards you receive. That way we have lots of sponsors who sponsored those prizes and awards. We'd love to have those in the photo as well. Judge Effling, and whenever you're ready, we'll resume the Heifer Show. with a maintainer. Looks like Class 1 is a single entry. Class 1, a maintainer. Class 1 maintainer. He's making his way into the show ring.
As we get on with the continuation of the Heifer Show, it's always good, and congratulations to those steer exhibitors, and a great guy to judge those. Just kind of give him some kudos because I know he's going to get out of here. So great guy, and I always enjoy watching him judge, and he did a darn nice job. Great set of cattle, and congratulations to those. And as we continue with maintainers, kind of the same thing that we've been seeing all day. Fresh appearing female, appropriate in her size and condition for her age, and I like that. I like her depth and spring of rib. She's green, her condition, tremendous future. Good luck to that young man gone down the road.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, maintainer, Heifer, Tristan Hoball. Congratulations, Tristan. We'll now move to Class 2. Class 2 of maintainer heifers. Maintainer heifers. Is there just one entry in Class 2?
Single entry in this class, again, to be with the redundancy of very fresh conditioned heifer. I like the angulation to her shoulder and how that lays into her. She's an up-headed type of female, and yet with that still has some base width about her. Good female here to come in and win this particular class.
Congratulations to your class winner, Zayden Unrau. We'll have Class 3, also a single entry. It looks like Class 3, single entry maintainer. Also like to announce the cattle that the Stierwalt are selling are being displayed out here on the north end of the building. That auction is the 13th. But you can go see those cattle that are being offered for sale in person out here north of the show ring here on the north end of the barn.
Another single entry female, again, one that reaches good out of both ends, and I like that particularly well. She's very fresh in her condition. I like the broodiness that she has. I'd like to tweak her up and through her front end. She gets a little bit pigeon-toed up there, if you will. Maybe not as much balance in that one as some as we've seen today, but still good quality and good kind, and just the practicality is very good. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to Bexley Thompson, your class winner. He'll move right into Class 4 of maintainers, Class 4.
Someone dropped this outside the concession stand.
Darla Borden. Darla Borden, if you are here, you need to come to the announcing stand. I have a card that you may have dropped, a debit card. Darla Borden. Darla Borden. I know Tracy was here earlier. So if you see Darla, or if she can hear me, come to the announcing stand.
Good class of females here, and the female I'm going to use to win, to me, just has the most combination in terms of just the overall width and just width of base, and then forerib, and then yet as you analyze her, she's got shape down her top. She's got the most strength in through her head compared to that female that comes in second. I think that's just the big advantage. Now, I would like to see her just move and let her go a little bit better. She wants to get a little restricted in terms of when she wants to take her step. But yet, with that being said, she needs to win the class, in my opinion, just from an overall maternal aspect. I think that's a very good female. This female in second, you darn sure like her. She's very fresh. She's one that she does get out and go, but yet with that, there isn't as much of her, and yet not the overall just true strength and width and through her forerib and right in through there. And for me personally as well, she needs to have more strength in through her jaw to make me really get on board there. But that's really a nice female. A lot of hair. Young lady's done a nice job with getting that on her. Worked a lot of hours to do that. I understand that and appreciate that. The young man that's going to here round out the class, From a maternal characteristic, I like her better in through her forerib. I like her better in through her flank and how that all transitions. She is a little stouter than that female that comes right up ahead of her, but the problem with her is that the angulation to her shoulder restricts her when she gets it going, and so she wants to bring her top up. It just isn't as comfortable on the go. So very good female here, young man, to round out this class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner and your maintainer breeding heifer, Harley Holman, and followed by Madison McGee, and third place, Ridge Strong. We now have Class 5 into the show ring. Class 5, a maintainer breeding heifers. Also, I'd like to just thank all of our great sponsors. Once again, our diamond sponsors, Honor Show, Andis, Weaver Livestock, Food and Fuel Junction, Lipscomb, and Lucky Star Casino. Our platinum sponsors, Cimarron Trailers, Western Equipment, Bank of Western Oklahoma, Beaver County Stockyards, Wright Waterwell Service, Brady Smith Law Firm, McIntyre Red Angus, Express Livestock, Bonanza, Stierwalt Superflex, and Stierwalt Cattle and Clinics as our platinum sponsors. Thanks again to all of our great sponsors. Go support these businesses.
Well, I don't know who's more timid here, the kid or the calf, but yet as you analyze and look at it, but they're making a good team and they're coming out here. And so it is a little bit of a hard read on watching her walk, but yet with that being said, she is still easily the biggest and boldest bodied one and still maintains some top and some correctness, and really like her off of her feet and how that all transitions in her bone. Everything matches right. She isn't as squeaky up front, maybe as a couple of them behind her, but yet I believe that all of that balances correctly, in my opinion. The young man that's going to come in here second, here's one that I do like her length of body and freshness as well. She's good up and through her front end and maybe has a little bit more of an advantage of a front end look to her, but yet doesn't have the body density, if you will. And I'd like to change her off of her hock and her rear two some and change that. Just she's not quite the most comfortable there when she wants to get going. The young lady that's going to come in here third, again, this is one that you sure like her from a squareness of build and kind. She's a little shorter in her body, and in my opinion, maybe doesn't have as much grow in her, but yet with that, she is just the most timid off of her rear two and just doesn't handle that with as much comfort as those two cattle above her. The young man that's going to round out the class, again, here's one that's a little fresher in her kind and hasn't maybe seen as much feed. She gets out and reaches and goes, but yet with that being said, just her body shape and depth isn't there as compared to those ones right above her.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner, your maintainer, breeding heifers. Your Class 5 winner is Harper Horn. Second place, Cade Hendricks. Third, Sophia York. And fourth, Zane Skinner. That's your placings for Class 5 of maintainer breeding heifers. We now have Class 6, just a single entry, Class 6.
Single entry here, again, very long-bodied, level-made female in terms of her top line and her hip. She's one that's very pretty and very extended, and I appreciate that about her, and as well as the condition that she's in, fresh in her appearance. But with that being said, she also needs to be more opened up on both ends, in through her chest and in behind her, to give her just a real kind of a competitive edge about her, but yet she still has some fundamentals in terms of her design that are very nice. Very nice single entry.
Congratulations there to Class 6 winner, Cole Honeywell. We'll now bring our seventh and final class of your maintainer breeding heifers. Class 7, your final class.
Go ahead and just swing her around. Young man with the black heifer, one I like a good deal. It's, as far as when you analyze her and how she blends in through her forerib and in through her shoulder, her width of chest and her strength up through her front end and her head. And that's probably, for me, what the deciding factor is, that she's longer bodied, she's longer hipped, and I like her head a little nicer than this female here in second. Now, This one in second, you sure like her as far as a freshness standpoint, and especially up and around her tail head. I think her pones are a little nicer right in through there, and that's where I'd like to tame that other one down and up and through that area. But yet, still, with that being said, I like her body depth and body shape, but she's just a little shorter bodied for me and just a little shorter hip, but yet still very good and very practical. Love her soundness and the way that she gets out and goes. Two very good practical kind of females in this class.
Congratulations there to your Class 7 winner and your maintainer, breeding heifers. It is Kyan Herman, followed by Darby Darbone for second place. We'll bring all of our class winners in. Now show for champion, reserve champion, maintainer, breeding heifer.
good set of maintainers, and I like them very well. A good breed, and there's kind of three of them, and as you've been watching me throughout the course of the day, that there's three of them that I have gravitated to that I like a good deal, and then yet as you start busting them down and kind of trying to find the things that you like a little better and about each and every one of them, you know, there's some differences, but yet it's still, in my opinion, when you kind of combine some things and kind of find the ones that put the most of the best good things together, I'm really comfortable with what I'm going to land on. And just a little bit to talk about this young lady, just to give them the due respect that they deserve, because these kids and their families and everybody works so hard. So we need to talk about a little bit of them, because we maybe didn't break them down as hard in classes as what we have in some other breeds that have a little more heat in them in terms of their classes. The young lady here in this peach shirt with this black female, we talked about her in class. That's a nice female. I like the bone in the foot that she's got, and I like the depth in through her forerib and in the transition, and yet as you get in behind her and analyze her from her front end, and then or maybe even start, as I've said before, I believe in starting cattle from the rear and then working it to their front end, and she's one that maybe doesn't balance that quite as nicely, especially when we get her standing. She doesn't have quite the horsepower behind to match what her front end is like. And so, but with that being said, and as I stated in class, she doesn't get out and go, and her hip doesn't want to let her just reach and let that go as nicely as you'd like. Her angles are fine. It's just the tightness within her hip that doesn't allow her to do what she needs to do. But yet, that's nitpicking on a really good female. Love the blend in through her forerib and just that lower 1/3 shape. And she has some shape up high. I think that's very good. Still going to be a very nice cow for that young lady. The little girl that come out of this other class is, as we come in class, and then we got more comfortable as we're out here, and yet as you kind of analyze her, you know, she's kind of the one that obviously has the most body in depth, and yet she reads with some muscularity out through her top. I really like her in through her forerib. I think that's what's so good about her as well, just the brood cow power that she gives you, and yet with that, and you know, we've been trying to read how she wants to walk, and Lord knows I have had little girls and then trying to get that, but yet I'm comfortable with it as we've gotten out here. I caught her sometimes when both of them were confident, I should say, and how we were doing this, and so that heifer would reach and not get out of herself, but it was just a slow and a whoa, and I understand all of those things. That, you know, she gets just a pinch up in her back and maybe isn't quite as strong in her hip as a couple of them, but it's not a big deal to me, okay? The blend of everything to her, to me, is the one that just does that so very, very well, with a brood cow look and some width on both ends. I think that one's very nice. The young man right here that come out of that last class, you know, what you see is what you get here, and that's kind of some neat things about her. You know, she blends so good, and in terms of length of body and how she gets in through her forerib, smoothness of shoulder. Well, I like her cow-like appearance about her. You know, yeah, we would like to give her a little more bone, if you will. She's got a bit of a corn on that one hind foot. It's not hurting her right now, but you can dang sure see that it's there. So that's a thing. And then I'd like to freshen them pones up. I'd like to get that kind of taken care of right there. So with that being said, we're nitpicking on some other ones, and no disrespect again to the other heifers and these young people. Those are some good quality cattle. But for me, the young lady right here in front of me wins this division, and this young man right here is going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Harper Horn. You are the champion maintainer breeding heifer, and your reserve is Kyan Herman. Congratulations to Harper and Kyan for the champion reserve champion maintainer. Also, I need to make an important announcement. I need Tony Dalen Ray, to come to the announcer stand. Tony Ray, please come to the announcer stand.
So we start out our Red Angus show here. I asked this young man, I said, what's your heifer's name? And he goes, Caitlin Clark. And I said, I've never heard of her. And he kind of gave me this look like, where are you, from Mars or what? But we had a good giggle. Good heifer here to start out our Red Angus division. Cowie, maternal in her look, square in her build. Good Red Angus heifer to start out our show.
Congratulations to Chisholm
This is a close pair of females, and I think they're both very nice and have some differences between them, and there's a little give and take. The young man that I'm going to use to win this class for me, she's just a little more feminine up and through her head and her neck, but yet with that being said, I like the angle to her hind leg. I think that just is maybe has a shot more longevity look to me. Now, to make this a slam dunk for her, she needs to be more opened up in through her chest and better down in through her knee and opened up down in through there to just make that a slam dunk. But yet, I think just some of those minute things with her, I think that still sets her apart. The young lady's female, when she first comes in, she looks very good moving and actually maybe collects herself a little nicer on the move than our class winner at times. But yet, as you kind of look at her, and I'd like to change her in through her shoulder a little bit, it just blend that in a little nicer and then just change her overall femininity about her head. But yet, that is still a very nice female. Love her hip and her hind leg. I like the top line in that heifer as well. Pair of very good females.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Red Angus. Breeding heifers, Alexandra Voth, followed by Miranda Parks. We'll now move to Class 3 of Red Angus heifers.
interesting individual to win this class. Here's one that when you get behind her, tremendous power and width and a three-dimensional look, length, width, depth. That's all right there. And then yet with all of that, she reaches so good and just is more comfortable and collected when we get her going. And that's kind of some neat things about her. Now, we need to blend some of them pieces together a little bit better, especially in through her shoulder and forerib. But yet, with that being said, just an exquisite look and just of femininity right up and through there and through her head and her neck. But yet, that's kind of a neat combination of raw power and just stuff, for lack of better words, and then still have some femininity. I want to blend her pieces together a little better to make her just truly ideal, but yet needs to win this class pretty easily. The young lady that's going to come in second, she too is, when you want to talk about, one that we need to blend her a little bit better, she is the same way, just maybe doesn't have the comfort that class winner does as well. Maybe not the overall sheer power and comfort and ease of when she gets going on, and I need to change her angulation to her shoulder some and tweak on that. But yet, very long-bodied, very long-hipped. I like those things a good deal about her. Can dang sure give you some nice pieces and looks about her. Just need to fine-tune a couple things about that heifer. This young lady that's going to round out the class, here's a heifer again. I like her shape. Beautiful in that design as far as her body shape and a round rib cage in her. She's got some muscularity to her as well. She's a little shorter bodied, maybe just not the overall quality about her structure as those two above her. And just her udders start to kind of do a couple weird things, but I'd like to just space those teats out some with her as well. But still a very good female that's got some quality about her to round out this class.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Red Angus Heifers. It is Brooklyn DeBerry, followed by Cassie Kelly, and third, Landry Warfield. We'll now have Class 4, single entry in Class 4, Red Angus Heifers.
Young lady brings us another nice single entry, very cowy in her appearance, extremely smooth, and maybe as smooth as glass is what you'd want to use to describe her as well. And just her design and levelness is also very good. I'd like to refine her, give her some more bone and some more foot and just make her a little more powered up. But yet with that being said, she is what she is, and what she does very well. Good female here for this young lady to round out these Junes.
Congratulations there to Serenity Phelps Rexroad for your class winner. We now move to Class 5 of your Red Angus Heifers. Class 5.
lot of challenges involved in this class, and you know, and I know if you were standing along ringside, you could probably shake them up just a little bit if you wanted, and you know, it just depends on how you weigh your priorities. And I guess for me, this young lady's female that's going to win the class is she's the best moving one and still has some strength and some width, and that's what I like about her. And she's particularly the best in through her head in terms of strength and width and through her jaw, and I like that about her. Now, I'd like to change her feet. That is dang sure one thing, that she's a little longer toed, a little shallower heeled. I'd like to add some more bone to her as well. But with that being said, she blends from fore-ribbed on back in through her flank and levelness of design. And watch that one walk. That one's just very, very nice. She's the most comfortable in the way that she gets out and goes. And to me, the second most comfortable one in terms of angulation to her shoulder and shape to her rib cage and is this female in second. And I like that about her as well. I'd like to give her some more strength in through her hip, and she's just a little bit narrower about her jaw, and I'd like to open her up and through her chest floor some, and to as well give her some more bone. But yet, from a movement structure standpoint, she needs to be right where she's at. I think that's a very nice female to land right there. This young lady that's going to come in here in third, I probably prefer her bone work and stoutness of feet and legs more so than my first and second place females. But yet, with that being said, she needs to have more angulation to her front end. She doesn't want to move with the comfort of those two cattle up above her, so that's where it becomes a bit of an issue and a trade-off with her. This young man that rounds out the class, you know, I'm a power guy. I do like cattle with muscularity and some shape and some kind and some foot and some bone. But with that being said, this young man's female is just, you know, she's just a little too straight up and through her shoulder and through her knee. She doesn't balance those things, and then when we get her moving, she just doesn't do it with just as much flexibility and ease and comfort as those cattle above her. Good set of heifers.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner, your Red Angus heifers, Serenity Phelps Rexco, followed by Miranda Parks. Third place, Kaylee Shine. And in fourth, Caledon Weaver. We now have your sixth and final class of Red Angus breeding heifers. Sixth and final class. We have someone's cell phone that's been turned in. It was found in the restroom. Is that right? Yes, found in the restroom. Cell phone up here. If you're missing a cell phone, you can come claim it. There is a picture of two individuals, and I don't know who either one of them are. So if this is your cell phone, please come up here and identify it, and we'll let you have it. Also, the cell phone that has been found has a black and white back cover, like a cow print, black and white cover on the back. The cell phone has been claimed. We're good. We put it on Facebook.
Another one of those classes that you'd almost like to phone a friend, because there is just so much difference within the three of them, but yet to be kind of staying on track with what a guy's been trying to keep going all day. This female that I'm going to use to win this class is the nicest bone, nicest footed one, and still maintains that with some structural integrity and ease when she goes. You know, she is shorter bodied. And I will definitely give you that. And so that's where I had some issues with her, that I'm not a big, short-bodied type of guy. So I like length of body in my cattle, and I'd like to change how that chest and all that sets into her. She's feminine about her neck and her head, but her chest floor doesn't set right in there quite as nicely, but that's kind of more of a cosmetic thing, if you want to get to going on that. But yet, to me, it's undeniably the soundest one with the best feet and legs, and still maintains that with some width and dimension. So that female right there, in my opinion, needs to win this class. The young man's going to come in second. Her added length of body is very nice, and she is shapely, and she is more shapely than the female that comes in here and rounds out the class. Her problems and struggles kind of come when we get her in motion. She isn't as nice there. She's a little deeper in through her chest as well, and maybe gets a shot crestier up there in through her shoulder and in through her neck, right in that area. Just doesn't have the femininity, as is the young lady's female here. Beautifully designed. She has put some hours in there, and I commend you for that. To get a haircut on like that one in Oklahoma, she has darn sure worked very hard and cared for that female, and rightfully so. There's just some minute things. She's just doesn't balance and wedge the right way. She's just a little more front heavy than she is in through her rear. And with that being said, she's just a little narrower chested and a little narrower off of her rear too. But yet, with that being said, she's very level in terms of her way that her forerib comes in and underneath, and the design of her hip. I like that very well, but she's too perpendicular in through her shoulder, and with that, when you watch her walk, she just gets out and doesn't want to move with the ease of those other two. So very challenging class, some good females in there. You could shake those up however you want, and I'm not going to argue with you a bunch.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner, Chisholm Castoni, followed by Kaysen Weaver, and third, Reagan Worthington. Now we'll show for your champion and reserve champion, Red Angus breeding heifer. All of our percentage Red Angus heifers, please be ready. Actually, we'll go right to the Shorthorn. Right after this will be the Shorthorn breeding heifers.
Well, we're going to try to keep things going, and again, we need to give credit, and these young people have put a lot of time and effort into this, and so there's decisions to be made and things that need to be kind of weighed in and out on these cattle, and I've never seen a perfect one, and I don't know if anybody's ever told me they've seen a perfect one, and so that's okay, and I just want you to understand that we're just kind of trying to figure out some things and where we weigh them in here, and so to me, it boils down to about three of them, in my opinion. And Ed talked about them, this young man right here, this young lady right here, and this young man right here that won that last class. And so those are the three contenders, in my opinion. And so there's some differences in their types and kinds. And for me, I guess, as we kind of started talking about some things, I guess for me, that's the one that suits me the best from just a balance standpoint and just maintain some length of body and some freshness. This young man with this fall right here, that one is going to be your champion. And the one that's going to be reserved is going to be this young man right here that won that last class. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion, Red Angus heifer, come out of Class 2. That'll be Alexandra Voth. And your reserve, Chisholm Castany. We'll move right to our shorthorn exhibitors. Be ready, our shorthorn breeding heifer. We have, I believe, Class 1 will be a single entry.
Young man that's with the black cowboy hat's going to win this class quite handily, in my opinion. Just from an overall balance and quality standpoint, she just kind of comes screaming to the top. And then yet with that, very sound and reaches and hits her step as she goes. Very comfortable when she gets out there. I think a real logical place to win, use to win this class. The young man with the roan female here that's going to come in second. One that from a shapely standpoint, you like that about her. Just has some width and some dimension about her, some depth to her rib, sure like that. But yet when we get in and analyze her, just not the overall quality, style, and balance to get her any higher, but fundamentally a very nice female. Congratulations to you.
Just one announcement, Brown's Grills, if you're interested in Brown's Grill out here, they're still open. They're going to be here till the show concludes. So they got pulled pork, brisket, all that stuff. Like I said, the concession stand here is still open inside here too. So we got plenty of opportunity, plenty of choices, plenty of good choices. So anyway, so if you're hungry or if you want to catch a bite before you go home, like I said, desserts, banana pudding, chocolate sheet cake, Butterfinger cake. Now that is like, and Abby's is still open too. Okay, so the Mexican trailer out here too. So you got a lot of good options: red velvet, strawberry cake, coconut light. So anyway, just letting you know if you want to eat before you go home. Like I said, you got trips to make. Those options are still open and they're good ones.
Thank you, Kurt.
young man that's going to come in and win this single entry class. Again, you like her shape down her top, her levelness of her design. And oh, I'm sorry. We got to wait for one more. Interesting pair of females, obvious differences in size. But for me, there's also an obvious difference in weight and in terms of, width and shape. And I think that's the advantage that goes to this young man's red and white female, just width the chest floor, width from behind, and then when we get in and read her down her top line, a definite advantage there. She's more collected when she gets out and goes. She has some femininity about her. I think that's a logical place to start. The young lady's female right here that's going to come in second, yes, she is going to be a little bigger framed, and yet that is a thing that you could talk about and debate about. She does have a distinct advantage in terms of length of body. You love that pretty round color to her, but yet with that being said, she's just a little narrower off of both ends, and then when you get in behind her and read her down her top line, she's just a little flatter in her design. So you can shake them two out however you want. That's how I see them. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to your class winner. It's Jessica Hoball with Class 2 winner, and second place is Adeline Walters. Welcome, Class 3 into the show ring. Class 3 of your Shorthorn breeding heifers.
Pair of females here that have a good bit of quality about them, and you really appreciate that about them. And I like them both in terms of just some shape and down their top and down in through their hip and stifle, and the distinct advantage of structural integrity and soundness and collectedness goes to this young lady that's going to win this class, this red and white female. And yet with that being said, and if you want to talk about her as far as maybe teetering a little bit on that terminal-ish look, I'm not going to completely disagree with that, but yet still with that being said, she's for that kind of power and just shape and dimension. She's dang sure is very sound and flexible and reaches very nicely. The young lady that's going to be here in second, again, very feminine and very good about her look. Just when we get her out and go, she doesn't want to reach off either end as nicely as that female that wins this class. Two good females, both very well presented.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Shorthorn Breeding Heifers. It's Brooklyn Bailey, followed by Addison Lewis in second place. We now come to Class 4 Shorthorn Heifers. Class 4.
Another interesting class and weighing some things out. And, this young lady I'm going to use to win this class, obviously this heifer isn't clipped maybe as nicely as some of these other ones, but yet as I analyze her, she has the most true width and dimension, and she's the most opened up in through her chest floor. And yet with that being said, her depth and spring of rib and openness up high is the best out of the group. She isn't as great in terms of her structure, but she's a long ways away from being a cripple. So that's kind of the things that you have to weigh into your mind that, where you're going to land here, because, there might be a couple of these directly behind her that might have a little sharper look or whatever it may be, but yet there isn't the ones that suit me as well in terms of a fleshing ability as this female that's going to win this class. Young man's going to come in second. She does have some shape up high. She does have some spring to her rib. That part's all very good, but her angulation to her shoulder becomes more of an issue, and it throws her off of balance too as well. She gets deeper in through her chest floor than she does in through her flank, and that creates some concerns for me, and just a little shorter about her front end, if you will. And then as you watch her walk, just without front end not having the angulation, she gets up some in through her top line and labors up out of that front end some. The young lady that's going to here round out the class, here's a female that you do like her foot and her bone. I think that's all very good, and she reaches very nicely, and she's nice roan color to her, but for me, she just gets too narrow off of both ends, and so that creates issues, in my opinion, just from a longevity standpoint and how much feed you got to dump into those kind to keep them going. So, but very nice in terms of her balance and that kind, but particularly good in through her structure, but I just want more of her to get her to be in more contention in this class.
Congratulations, your Class 4 winner. That was Chloe Carlisle, followed by Brennan Sletton, and third, Annabelle Rose. We now have your fifth class of Shorthorn Heifers in the show ring, Class 5.
Good heifer here to win this class. Particularly like her in terms of her movement and her flexibility and how well she goes, and then yet still maintains that with some openness in through her chest floor and in behind, and then very fresh in terms of her condition. Like the levelness and length of body and levelness in through her hip. I think that's a very good female to win this class. The young man's going to come out here and round this class. Fundamentally very nice in terms of depth and spring to her ribs. She's got some performance to her. I like that about her. We need to refine her structure, change her in through her feet, and just open her up behind to make all those things balance underneath as well, through her chest floor and down and through her flank. But yet, still a good female, fundamentally good. Going to make a nice cow for that young man. Good job, bud.
Congratulations to your class winner in the Class 5. It is Nightland Tony, followed by Dirksen Thompson in second place. We now have a single entry, Class 6, the final class of Shorthorn breeding heifers, single entry.
Single entry that this young lady brings us. And as we've talked about it throughout the course of the day, cattle that have some great big pieces, and she is one of those. Tremendously heavy boned, really opened up at the top side of her skeleton in terms of her top line, and just tremendously heavy muscled. big old stifle in her. And with that being said, she maybe gives me a little more of a terminal look, and even as you read her in through her head, just a little shorter face there, if you will, but yet has some pieces about her. But just overall, we need to just make her more feminine and change her in through her shoulder and give her angularity so that she can move a little better. But some very interesting pieces there, young lady, you got there in a cow. So congratulations.
Congratulations to Chloe Carlisle with your Class 6 winner. We welcome back all of our class winners to show for your champion, reserve champion, Shorthorn Breeding Heifer, champion drive, Shorthorn Breeding Heifer. We'll move right into our Shorthorn Plus. We have a few Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers following this Shorthorn breed. And then the Simmental will follow Shorthorn Plus.
Well, another good breed and good exhibitors, and they've done a nice job of bringing them to us, and they're presented well, so it's been fun, we get out here in this drive. There's two of them, in my opinion, that are kind of stick out amongst the others in terms of just soundness and just quality, and yet with that being there's one that takes it to another level. And when she was in class, I kind of called her maybe just teetering on the edge of whether she's terminal in her look, but yet with that, she's kind of, as I look at her, she's got a lot of hair and through her legs, and so for me, just you got to read through that. It's kind of like the teenage boy that flexes his muscles, so you got to kind of read through all that stuff. So, but yet with that being said, with terms of muscularity, femininity, balance, soundness, and those types of things, this young lady right here comes off the top rope and wins this division right here quite easily. The young lady right over here with that roan female, you're going to be reserved. That's a very nice female as well. So congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to your champion, Shorthorn Heifer, exhibited by Brooklyn Bailey out of Class 3, and your reserve, Nightland Tony out of Class 5. Congratulations. Now we have our Shorthorn Plus heifer, Shorthorn Plus.
pair of good females here, and you could some differences obviously with them, and this young lady with this blue roan heifer, she's got quite a little hair, and actually, if in Kirk Stierwalt's younger days, he could have made that one look awfully good, and so when you look at her, she is still very good, and you like her depth of body. She's a high tying female that has a lot of maternal abilities about her, and I think those are all very nice, and still has some shape and some kind about her. I think that's a good female. The young lady that comes in here with a female that's greener in her kind, and that's all right, because we got a long time before she gets to a bigger stage. But when you analyze her, she's got some neat pieces and parts to her. But with that being said, I'd like to just give her a little more levelness of design here today, and it'll be interesting to see how she feeds into that. Congratulations to both those young people.
Congratulations, your first class of your Shorthorn Plus heifers. Your class winner, Chloe Carlisle, followed by Sunny Shore. We now have a single entry, Class 2, single entry, Shorthorn Plus.
This is a really nice female this young man brought us. When you look at cattle and from different angles, and they read through their forerib and chest floors and how they blend in through their shoulders, and then just make everything work from behind as well. And she's got some stifle, some muscularity. Love the freshness of her kind, but particularly I like just the way that she gets out and goes, and everything is so nice that way. Very well balanced, very complete female here to win this class. Good job.
Congratulations to Brantley Buller, your class winner. We now bring our Class 3, also a single entry.
Tell you what, this little guy right here, he is a hard-working dude, and for some of you that are looking for barn help, you need to find this guy, because he's at it. Every time I keep asking him if he's got that Brangus calf nursed and got that cow taken care of, and he told me, he said he's been breaking it for his brother. So I said, you're a good big brother. I don't know if my big brothers would have done that for me. But he just keeps dragging them, and he's having fun, and that's what this is all about. He brought us a very solid female, and the young man has done that all day. Very good in terms of her maternal look. She's good in through her forerib. I like her levelness of her design. Keep up the good work, young guy.
Congratulations there to Dirksen Thompson, be your class winner in your Class 3. Now our fourth and final class in the Shorthorn Plus. Also a single entry. We'll then show for champion Shorthorn Plus.
high-quality female that this young lady brought us. Been working hard, obviously. Great hair coat, greatly presented. But yet with that, there's a good female underneath all that presentation. Love the blend that she has from rear to front end, just some base width. I like her feet and her legs. It all fits her very proportionately and very appropriately. Just gives you a nice maternal look. I love the angulation to her shoulder and her knee, and still maintains that with the right kind of femininity. Good female right here, young lady. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cassie Kelly, your class winner. We'll see her right back in the show ring here as we show for your champion, Shorthorn plus breeding heifer, champion, reserve champion. We'll move right into our Simmentals. All of our Simmental exhibitors, be ready. We have Simmental and percentage Simmental, quite a few in those breeds.
So as we get out here for this champion Shorthorn Plus division, again, a good set of kids and good set of cattle. They just keep coming all day, and it is darn sure what I've been expecting. And you kids have really held up your end of the deal, and I appreciate that, and I thank you all for that. You know, I guess as we get these out here, there's one out here that's kind of like going fishing with dynamite, and then we got to try to figure out what we got's going to be a reserve. And I guess for me, the one that just suits me the best reserve, I think that just typifies, kind of follows the more closely of our champion. But the young lady with that black female, bring her on out. She'll be your champion. Young man with that red and white female, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of you.
Who was the champion? Congratulations to Cassie Kelly. She'll be your champion, Shorthorn Plus, and your reserve, Brantley Buller. Congratulations to both of them. We'll now move to your Simmentals. Simmental breeding heifer, class 1.
We're going to leave these pair of heifers in as they came in, and both offer the industry and the business some really good things. And I told the young man that's going to be second, I said, don't worry about it. It happens, but I just hope she ain't out of one of my bulls. So he don't let that get you down. But this female that's going to win this class is extremely big-footed. Holy Hannah! I mean, she has got a foot, and then still maintains with some width behind and some base width, and very fresh in her condition, and still maintains some femininity as well. Good female there to win this class. Young man, second here. This is a good heifer. You love her length of body, and that's what's so cool about her. And then still, with her freshness of condition, has some shape and some muscularity and some femininity. With that being said, we need to make her just a little more comfortable when she wants to go. She kind of likes to go, though, but yet this is a female that's got a tremendous amount of good, and you get her broke, she's going to have better days, and you will as well. But good female, fundamentally very nice.
Congratulations there in your Class 1 in your Simmental breeding heifers. Class winner is Tylee Elmore, followed by Cade Hendricks in second place. We now have Class 2 in the show ring. Simmental breeding heifers, Class 2.
Challenging pair of females, and as you get these young calves out here, and then these kids are getting them kind of more settled in and how they want to do their things. I'm quite comfortable with the heifer I'm going to use to win this class, and with the challenges between the pairs, that this one doesn't move as nice as my second place female, but yet with that, she reads with a little more quality and genuine width and shape about her. So with that, I'm kind of willing to make that trade-off. She's not a cripple by no means. And so I guess with that being said, I don't have any questions with her from a longevity standpoint, but boy, she can really give you a nice look. Love the lower turn to her body, and I love the upper turn to that body as well. So just true width and shape and dimension, and then when she gets to kind of put there, boy, the balance and the quality look really comes to shining through. Young man, you've got a really nice female here as well. Fundamentally, very, very good. very good at the ground in terms of her movement, extremely long-bodied. I like the levelness of her design and in through her hip. She doesn't balance it all right with the way her front end is with the way her back end. If she has that kind of a front end with more power and shape all the way from her rear third to her front third, then I'm okay with it. But yet, with that being said, it just doesn't wedge the right way. So good female there as well, but a little trade-off between the pair.
Congratulations to Class 2 winner, your Simmental breeding heifers. That's Sage Shine, followed by McCoy Landwer in second place. And let's move to third class of your Simmental breeding heifers, Class 3.
Very interesting pair of females. This strip face female, you sure can like some things about her in terms of her levelness, and her shape is very good, and she's a little more just a blend, and just all those things fit together a little bit better. But particularly for me, she's just better in through her knee and in through her chest floor and at the point of her shoulder. She is not as husky stout. I'd like to see her flex better off of both ends, but I don't believe that she's a cripple by any means, but she just isn't as ideal. The red female, this red strip face, holy Hannah power, just bone and foot, depth of rib, spring of rib, muscularity, those things are very, very good. I struggle with her front end and just her front end structure. She gets too opened up there and is acting like in time that might be an issue of whether or not she's going to want to push her knee forward in time. And so it just becomes a bit of an issue for me. But two polar opposites, both very good, offer some good things. Congratulations.
Congratulations there. Your Class 3 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Your class winner, Mackenzie Clark, followed by McCoy Landwer. And now we go to Class 4. Class 4 Simmental breeding heifer.
We're going to leave these two as they came in. The strip-faced female, extremely long-bodied and opened up at the top side of her skeleton and then still down below. And then when you get behind her as well, that base width just transitions so good and then just blends into her front end just the right way and wedges the exact way you'd want to do that and moves with some comfort and some ease. She is pushing the envelope with some condition. I'd like to clean those pones up and clean her up in through her udders some, but yet with that being said, just so cowy and so nice. Love the shape to her foot and the angulation to her shoulder and her knee. That's a very nice female to win this class. Young lady that comes in second, you just kind of run into a buzzsaw here. That's still fundamentally a very good female. Just her shape is right. She's got a nice look, very strong about her head. I like her way her ears are set in there. That's all very nice. Very maternal and yet maintains a strength look about her. Very shapely. I like that. She doesn't just get that tail head and her loin in there is nice. And maybe we'd sure like to just give her a shot more length and a shot more depth to make you get around that one right up above there. But yet still, as you look at that female, good cattle right there, young lady. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner. That is Beckett DeBerry, followed by Abby Indris. Just a single entry here in Class 5. Single entry.
Young man comes in with a single entry here, moderate in her kind, and that's not just it's not a criticism, it's just a description, and very good in terms of her body shape and cowie-like appearance, very feminine about her head and her neck. As we analyze those things, those are very good. We need to lengthen her body out, and more importantly, we need to change her movement off of both ends. She gets out of herself on both sides, but still maintains some cowiness and some fleshing ability. Good female here is a single entry.
Congratulations there to your class winner, Eli Robinson. Your Class 5, our sixth and final class of Simmental, will be a single entry. Final class of Simmental breeding heifers. Then we'll show for your champion, reserve champion. All of our percentage Simmental heifers, be ready. Percentage Simmental heifers.
Single entry in this class, female that certainly portrays an image of freshness, and you like that. Extremely exquisite up and through her front end, and I like that about her because she still has some base width and some natural width and dimension, and so anytime you can put width with a nice look about them, that's always a nice combination. She's not as nice and through her forerib, and I'd like to change that udder on her. It's starting to do some things and refine those teats on there somewhat, but yet still a very nice female that just reeks with quality. Good female here to win this class.
Congratulations to Riata Bozaiden as your class winner of Class 6 of your Simmental breeding heifers. We now welcome all of our class winners in to show for your champion and reserve champion scimitar.
Good set of scimitars we've got to work through today. And again, the kids are just as equally as good, if not better, than the cattle. And it's again, that's meant as a compliment. So many good young people have come through today. And as we get these out here, there's some minute differences in them again, and yet there's probably 2, maybe 3 that you can create an argument for, but I guess in my opinion it boils down to a couple of them. This young lady's calf right up here, and then that strip-faced female right there. They're both very good and have some kind and some type. The big thing is that I love their feet on both of them. They're just foot quality is extremely good, and then have some width, and they've got some openness through their chests, and then when you get behind them, I think both of that's very good. The young lady's calf, I'd like to change her in through her forerib, and probably more importantly, in my opinion, she gets just a little hammer hocked, if you will. She kind of flexes it okay right now, but yet when she puts it down with some authority, and so that's maybe the thing that I'd tweak on that female. Exquisite up and through her front end. Love her shape, love her hip, love all of those things about her down in through her stifle. She's deep twisted, and more importantly, I really appreciate that with the good width and still in a fresh condition, and that's what's very nice. You know, the Baldy female, as we talked about her, extraordinarily long-bodied, and I love long-bodied cattle. She's very long-hipped. She has some width and some dimension and lays in through her shoulder quite nice. She's getting at her, and she wants to waller around some. I think she definitely needs to be toned down in terms of her condition. It's starting to get there up and through her pones and in through her udder. But, you know, those are some things. But yet, from a female standpoint, she's just so cowy, and just her structure's good, her bone's good. Everything matches just very good right there. Young lady with that Baldy, you're going to be our champion. Young lady, you're going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Beckett DeBerry. She'll be your champion. Simmental and your reserve. And reserve is Tylee Elmore out of Class 1. Congratulations.
Good class of heifers, and obviously the differences kind of come screaming out in them. And young man that wins this class does so quite handily, in my opinion. Just a female that just has the quality, but yet she still has the muscle and the substance and some bone and some foot to her, and you like her dimension, and still has a very balanced look. She's one I'd like to refine her joints a little bit, and young man, keep an eye on them as she progresses. She's a little rounder in her bone a little bit, so just kind of kind of keep an eye on that as you get her going. But yet, still, that's a good female right there. You just like so many things about her. You know, this young man that's coming out here, you know, I always said that when I was a young lad, I didn't have the money to buy the ready ones, so I had to buy the skinny ones and see what they turned into. And yet, in this one, you won't call her green. She is skinny. But yet, with that being said, she's got some pieces to her that are pretty intriguing. You know, starting with her at the surface, her feet are extremely good. Big, square, good foot. I like her structure, and that's all very good. She is not narrow, and that's the interesting thing about her. As you read into her, she has some pop to her stifle. She has some shape to her hip, some shape to her body. I think that one there, you know, you give that one some time, she could come back and haunt some people. She just isn't quite as much strength up in through her jaw maybe as I'd like to see, but yet there's some intriguing parts, and obviously for today we need to make more of her to get her any higher, but that one there could be pretty intriguing with some in about 60 to 90 days. Young man that's going to come in here in third, here's one that as far as her shape, her body, her type is very good. In through her hip, her stifle is nice. She has some strength about those things. We just need to make her feet and legs a little better in order to get her up any higher. But that fundamentally, that's a good kind of cattle right there. I like that heifer right there. The young lady that's got this red heifer, again, this is good kind of cattle. She's maybe not clipped as nice as those ones up above her, but you read into her, she's got a big hip, she's got some muscularity, she's got some length of spine and length of body. We just need to kind of refine her structure, though, in order to get her up any higher as well. She just gets a little plainer about her kind as we get her out here, but that's still pretty good kind of cattle right there, young lady.
Congratulations on your first class of your percentage Simmental Heifers. Your class winner, Cody Heath, followed by Griffin Ritchie. Third, Caledon Weaver. And fourth, Danny Dixon. We now bring in class two of percentage Simmental.
We're going to leave these heifers the way they came in, and I needed to kind of get another look at them as they were walking. And so the young lady's female here that wins this class is the most collected and the most comfortable on the move. Is she perfect in that stance? No, not necessarily, but she is. I read more longevity with her, but yet she also has more quality, so that kind of gives her a distinct advantage. She's not as wide built and wide constructed as this female directly behind her, and that's where where I'd like to make the big change on that class winner is just open her up just a little bit more to really make it a really easy decision. But this young man's female here that comes in second, you know, when you talk about power and muscularity and just openness, she dang sure has the advantage there. But yet when we get her in motion, she isn't as nice in terms of her shoulder and the angulation, and more so the way that her neck hooks into her chine right in through there. But yet that's a good heifer right there. Just if you like them with power and muscularity, I want to just refine her movement.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Percentage Scimitar. Your class winner was Hadley Harrell, followed by Kyler Marshall. We welcome Class 3 into the show ring, Percentage Scimitar Heifers, Class 3.
Two different kinds of cattle again here in this class, you know, and it boils down to who's the most correct and who's the most comfortable and when they go, and that's this young lady's female, and I'll definitely tell you, I want to open her up. She's just a little more A-frame than what I particularly care for and what I maybe even call ideal, but yet still, with that being said, her balance and quality is very, very good. She's level about her design, you know, but just not as much bone, foot, and just true width in that heifer, but she just has so much structural integrity and balance. I don't think that's undeniable in this class. The young man that's going to round out the class, I prefer her length of body. I prefer her shape down her top and their muscularity, but yet with that being said, she's not wanting to act for him is good, and that's all right. You know, we got to get these cattle broke at some point in time, but we sure want to give her a little more of a maternal look, if you will, to get that one any higher.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner in your Percentage Scimitar class. That is Gracie Stonebarger. And second place, Clark Van Zant. We'll now have Class 4, a single entry in Class 4.
Another single entry that this young man brings us, again, to be the redundancy of just true shape and design down her top line and her hip, and levelness is very good. Exquisite up and through her front end, and the way her head and her neck tie that all together. You know, we need to modify her shoulder and her angle some, and her foot quality and size in order to make all those things ideal. But yet, from a shape standpoint and cleanliness and balance, that heifer's very nice. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your class winner. That is Kaysen Weaver. In class 4, congratulations, Kaysen. We move right into class 5. Class 5, percentage Simmental breeding heifers. Class 5.
good set of cattle in here, and there's some give and takes with all of them. And this first one here that I'm going to use to win the class, I'm going to, when she first come in, and I still maintain that I just don't know if that she lets herself roll off of her hip and off of her rear too, just quite as ideally as you'd like. But yet, as I've kind of sat here and watched this young man show her, he's got her show halter clear down on her nose. And so when you go out here, young man, I want you to take that show halter and get that kind of juiced up there a little bit, get her. She's not liking that right there like that. And so I'm not saying that that's the complete thing right there, but yet as you analyze her, she has the most quality, and I like her length of body, and I like her shape, and biggest thing is just her freshness of her kind is so good, and still reads with some power and some mass and some dimension, and then still maintains that all with some flow and some balance. So I think that's the one that I'm going to land on, and I'm comfortable with that. I just want him to change that show halter when you go out there, and we'll see if that works a little bit better for you. Young lady, here's one that just when she came in, I'm like, wow, that is a cow. That is one I like to see in South Dakota when we talk about depth of rib, and then you get behind her, she's fresh in her kind, and she has muscularity with all of that, and those are some cool things about her. I like the refinement of her teats. I think those are good. Her angulation is so good, and then when she goes, that's probably the neatest thing about her. But yet, at times, I'd like to have her bone work and everything match her head and her neck, okay? It just, even with that power that she has and freshness that she has, it just her head and her neck throw her out of balance. Her head's a little too big for me to match that bone and match all of that. But I tell you what, underline, and that is a cowy thing right there, and I do like that heifer. Very good square foot on her, good kind of female right there. Young man, that you're going to come in third here. Here's one you really like her. She draws you obviously because of her color, but yet with that she has balance, and she's clipped very nice, and the young man's done a good job of presenting her. He spent some hours in there working on her, and I commend you for that. But with that being said, she doesn't have the angulation to her shoulder and her knee and off of her rear too. Her foot needs to be changed some, and she isn't as comfortable there. But boy, standing in park, that one right there will give you a killer look. It still reads with some muscularity and true width and dimension. I just want to change some things about the way she's designed in through her shoulder and off of her rear too. Young man that's going to come in here fourth. This one right here, you can like some things about her just from a length of body and depth of body and just kind of a nice cow look about her. She's not maybe clipped as nice as some. She's got a ton of hair on her, but yet with that being said, as you read her up on through her top line, she gets a little more A-frame in terms of her shape. But the big thing right there with that female right there, I need to change her feet to get her any higher. The young man that's going to round out here in this class, very exquisite in terms of her look. She's very smooth about her build. I like the length of the body, the squareness of her hip, but yet with that, she's a little more hollow. Hasn't maybe taken the trip as good, but that's all right. She'll get that figured out someday, but yet with that being said, her structure isn't as nice. She isn't quite as nice in terms of her depth of forerib and flank to get that one any higher.
Congratulations to all the exhibitors in Class 5. Your placings, your class winner, Ridge Strong with first place. Second, Clara Wright. Third, Cord Clem. Fourth, Gage Ratzlaff. Fifth, Eli Robinson. We'll now have Class 6 in the show ring of your percentage Simmental heifers. Class 6.
Good place to start in this class. Again, like the feet and the legs that this heifer has, her bone work is extremely good. Flat in her joints, those are all very good. Her levelness of her design is nice. She's opened up and through her chest and off of her rear too. With her, where we want to just change those things, she's a little flatter about her rib. I'd like to change her in through her chest and in through her navel some. Those are some things that need to be cleaned up there, but yet got a nice cowy appearance, got some strength about her. I think that's a good female to win this class. The young lady with the blonde female, extremely long body, very fresh in her condition. She does have a little more shape in terms of her body down low, but she runs out of shape up high. I'd like to change that tail head and give her a little more foot and bone as well, but yet very comfortable and relaxed about her kind. Going to make a nice cow. Congratulations to both of those.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner. That's Jamie Talbot, followed by Avery Staggs. We moved right into Class 7. Class 7, percentage Simmental heifers.
Good female here to win this class. Again, as we've talked all day, when we build them from the ground, a tremendous bone and foot on that one, and then love her natural width and shape, and yet brings that to us in a fresh, genuine package in terms of her condition. That's what's so nice about her. She has the added width and dimension that God gave her, and so we don't have to try to feed it onto her to make her look like she's got it. So that one's very nice that way. She isn't as, he would like to correct her in through her top line, right in behind her shoulder, just maybe tone her head down, and she's a little bit bigger headed, if you will, but yet it balances good enough for me, just with all the power and the mass that she has. It's not out of whack completely. The young man that's going to come in here second, again, this was the one I like her in terms of her soundness and her reach. That part is all very good. Like her look and her balance and her kind that way. I'd like to just give her a little bit more of a maternal look for me, just some more depth of rib, and she just is a little in terms of her muscle pattern, maybe just gets a little more terminal about that look, but yet still a lot of neat things about that heifer, just maybe not the maternal female that we have in that class winner. The young man that's going to come in here in third, here's one that you like again. It's the smoothness of her design and has some width, some genuine dimension about her. She doesn't move as nice as those two right up ahead of her. That's where I'd like to refine her. She gets a little up in her top. She needs to be changed in through her shoulder and her knee to get her any higher.
Your Class 7 percentage Simmental heifers placings. Congratulations to Rainey Hayes. She'll be your class winner, followed by Creed Campbell. And in third place, Cole Honeywell. We have Class 8 making their way into the show ring. Class 8 percentage Simmental heifers.
Just true freshness of design and kind is what brings this one to the front end of this class. Exquisite in terms of her length of body and levelness of her hip, and I just love her shape down her top. It's so genuine. Probably for me is that just the angulation to her shoulder is considerably better than the female that's in second. And with that, she has a little more bone, if you will, than that female in second. But that's a nice heifer. She doesn't maybe move as good as you'd like, but yet it's still very acceptable. It's not perfect, but it's a far long ways away from a wreck. So I think it's all good right there. Just with all the overall look, quality, and kind, freshness, that heifer needs to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in here second, you know, when she gets out and gets going, I mean, for as much condition as she's carrying, she really gets out and goes pretty nice, but she wants to suck her front end into her, and that's where it kind of gets to be an issue. She's just a little too far gone in terms of her condition, in my opinion. I'd like to add a shot more bone and heel to her as well, but yet with that, love that body type and that kind. Just so good in terms of levelness, stifle, and just overall shape and dimension. But yet, with that being said, I'd like to lean her up considerably. The young man that's going to come in here third, this is again another female, very maternal in her look. I like her depth of body. You know, her shape as you read her in through her forerib and then up high just isn't quite as nice. Her hook bones stick out a little further than her pins. I'd like to refine all of that as well. But yet, with that being said, you know, she's got some soundness and some cowiness about her. She's a little plainer about her look and her quality as well, but still very fundamentally very good female young man. Young man that's going to round out the class here again is a female. You like her shape and her kind. She's got some muscularity and some shape. She isn't quite as lean as we'd like her, and so with that, it's maybe restricting her movement, but yet I think that also comes into the point that she's a little straighter in her shoulder. She also needs some more bone and foot to get her more competitive in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 8 winner there in the percentage scimitar. It's Dalen Festmeyer, followed by Emma Coker, third, Rylan Reno, and your fourth place, Bladen Hutchinson. Class 9, a percentage scimitar, Class 9.
We're going to leave them as they came in. The freshness of design and the overall quality of this heifer that wins this class, I think, is just what we need to land on. I like her angles to her joints and at the ground. I think that's all very good. I think her genuine shape as well is an advantage. She isn't as deep-bodied, and that's fine, but she's a long ways away from being shallow and hard. So I think it's acceptable. It's good. But yet, with all that being said, I just like her quality of her build and type considerably better than this young lady's female here in second. The young lady that comes in here in second, as we talked about, just immense rib and freshness of condition is also very good. She's piecier about her build, and just I'd like to change her head. Her ear set's just a little bit low in her. Doesn't maybe give you an overall feminine look as well, but she does have foot and bone, but we need to just put all those parts together and make it more feminine to get her any higher.
Congratulations to your Class 9 winner. That is Shelby Patrick, followed by Mackenzie Dobbs. We have Class 10, a percentage scimitar, Class 10.
Good female here to win this class. Love the condition that she comes to us. so fresh and so good that way, and then still yet maintains it with some natural width and dimension as well. And the feet and legs are very, very nice. Love the depth of heel that she's got. Good cowie looking one there to win this class. The young man that's going to come in here second, she as well, you like her depth of rib and spring to her rib. As you can see, she's maybe just not as nice in through her chest floor. We'd like to clean her up and through her udder, and maybe clipping some of that hair out of there will help you kind of with that freshness look about her. But yet, still with that being said, her structure isn't just as good as that female that wins this class. Good solid heifer right here to come in second.
Congratulations to Tylee Elmore. She'll be your Class 10 winner. And second place, McCoy Landwer. We'll now have Class 11, our final class of percentage Simmental breeding heifers. Class 11, a single entry. Class 11.
Good senior yearling here, December. So many nice things and adjectives you can use to describe her as well. Depth, length. It still maintains some power and some width of chest and width when you get in behind her and watch her get away. Like the freshness of her condition. I think that's a nice female. It's going to be fun to have this champion drive when they get out here.
Congratulations there to your Class 11 winner, Aiden O'Kelly. Aiden O'Kelly. We'll now bring all of our class winners in, all 11 classes, and show for your champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental. Just a reminder, following the percentage Simmental, we go right into the commercial heifers. All the commercial heifer exhibitors, be ready. Be making your way to the holding area. Commercial heifers right after the percentage Simmental.
Well, again, Oklahoma is yet to disappoint, and as we get in here amongst these young people, a good set of class winners, and all of them have some things that kind of bring to the table that kind of could create some arguments, and then as we were progressing through the show, and you just kept finding cattle that you liked and very useful and and good kind. And then we hit these last two class winners, and then you kind of go, okay, here we go. Now the heat just got turned up, and that's no disrespect to either one of any one of these class winners out here. There's just some things that these two just do a little bit better than everybody else. And the nice thing is that we're getting up to the point of their age and their gestations and the whole thing as far as where they're at as far as where their pregnancies and whatnot, and so that's. So now we're starting to take some of the guesswork out of it, and so and when you see that come to you like that, then that's that's what makes you feel a little more comfortable about grabbing some older cattle when you use these. And we've got some nice yearlings right here, and there's some of those that are very good. But then these two come, and then it just got really turned up. And so there's again, as we've talked about all through the day, the quality of them, and both of them have got some very nice things in terms of their foot quality, and I like that. They're both very long-sided. I like that as well. I appreciate that. Their condition is very nice. Those are very good things too as well. I think the minute differences that kind of come between them is that, this female right here maybe moves off of her rear two just a little bit nicer. She doesn't maybe want to swing them as much, and I think that's a little bit better. And I think that the thing with her is I like the refinement of her teats a little bit nicer, and the spacing of those is considerably better. So that's the minute differences. This one right here at times can give you just an exquisite look, about how she shapes that up right in there. But yet with that, her sternum and her chest right in through there maybe sticks out just a little bit more than what I'd like in this one. And that one's not quite perfect there as well. So I'm kind of talking in circles here. But yet these two are very good. Like this one's levelness of design. She's maybe got a shot more bone, if you will. But yet I think at the end of the day, I think it's a horse apiece. So young lady, you're going to be our champion. Young man, you're going to be our reserve. Congratulations to the two of you.
Congratulations there to your champion, Percentage Scimitar, Tylee Elmore, and your reserve champion, Aiden O'Kelly. Congratulations. We'll begin our commercial breeding heifers. Commercial breeding heifers. We'll have 9 classes of commercials. 9 classes of commercials.
We've got a May and an April as they came in here, and two good females, appropriate in their size and condition, and I like that. The young lady's heifer that is going to win this class, I just read her as having a little more genuine width and dimension. The young lady's female that's going to come in second, she maybe has a little more size and grow to her, but she needs to have a little bit more just true width and dimension to get her above that other one. Good job.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner of their commercial breeding heifers, Malin Lauder, followed by Grace Kritz. We now have Class 2 commercial breeding heifers. Class 2.
Good pair of them in this class, and the obvious quality winner is going to be the one that's going to win the class. Good heifer, again, appropriate in her condition and size for the age that she's saying that she is. I like that about her. I like the natural shape that she has. We were commenting when she come in, she looked like she could maybe be a handful at one point in time, but she settles right in and checks it out. I think that thing's going to be plumb good as time goes on. Good female. Just give her some time and some feed. That one's going to be pretty nice. The young lady with the baldy here, again, from a fundamental standpoint, length of body is very good, and size and scale is very good from a commercial heifer standpoint. I'd like to change her structure and correctness and give her just a little more style and eye appeal to make her more competitive. Good female right there.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner. That is Addison Lewis, followed by Lenora Holland.
Black heifer here that's going to win this class has the quality advantage and balance advantage and in the depth and the Springer rib that you like. Good female right there. You like so many things about her. She's not as comfortable out here, so it's hard to get a read on what her movement's like. But yet, as we get him kind of parked here, I think she has the distinct advantage that way. Young man's got a red heifer, tremendous amount of hair on that female, and you like that as far as that somebody's been working hard. She's one that I'd like to change her as far as her structure is concerned, her angulation to her shoulder. She gets tighter in through her hip and more restricted off of her rear too. But still, from a size and build kind, balance type, she's a good female.
Congratulations there to your Class 3 winner, commercial breeding heifer, Ridge Strong, followed by Sam Wilson. We have Class 4, commercial heifers, Class 4.
Good female to win this class, the most maternal one of the group, and a very sound, very cowy, just one that you like to have bunches of them that look like that to make cows out of it, and especially in a commercial setting, good female. The decision to be made was between second and third. The white heifer is gonna be second. To me, she's just a little bit truer in her knee and down at the ground. Obviously, she has a little more muscle, but yet with that, it's maybe not the right kind of muscle as well. But yet, I just think structurally she has a little bit better of an advantage over this young man's black female that's going to be third. This female right here just doesn't have the overall shape and width and dimension to move her up any higher.
Your class placings on Class 4, congratulations to McKinley Parliamentary, followed by Dalton Collins in second place and Bladen Hutchinson in third. We'll now bring in Class 5 of your commercial breeding heifers. Class 5. We still needing one more for Class 5? Sunny Shore. We're looking for Sunny Shore commercial breeding heifers. Sunny Shore. Your class is in the show ring. Sunny Shore. Sunny Shore. We're still waiting on Sunny Shore.
Good heifer here to win this class, and just more feminine about her kind. She has the right kind of bone and the right kind of foot, and blends it so much better. She's just nicer in through her tail head, just more feminine, but yet you read into her, so that's a nice commercial female, good in through her forerib, flank, balances, has some feminine characteristics about her. I like that heifer a good deal. You know, this heifer right here, this is, I guess for lack of better terms, this is a science experiment that come out with the wrong plumbing, and that's okay. And I don't blame you for what you're doing. And she has got some out there pieces, but she needed to be the other sex, and that's all right. You know, because you probably sell a lot of these high dollar steers someday out of that female. But for me, she's just too much in a breeding female sector. Tremendous bone, and but yet with that, you know, she's just a little coarse about her kind and her type to put her in a breeding female section. But that's got some cool pieces, young lady, and good luck with it, and I think you'll be just fine. Maybe look at showing her as a market heifer. This female right here that's going to come in here third, the reason why she's third is because of her structure. She gets a little higher up and through her top. She's more perpendicular in through her shoulder, and so that restricts her off in terms of her movement. I like her freshness and her kind and her build, but yet structurally she's just not as nice as those other two in terms of her movement.
Congratulations to Corbin Potts will be your class winner in Class 5, your commercial breeding heifers, followed by Taylor Spray and Addison Gourlay for third. We'll now bring Class 6 in, Class 6 of your commercial breeding heifers.
You know, these are the things when you get into commercial classes that you kind of always think that you know that are coming. And so the differences in types and kind in here, again, are weighing in. But this young lady that is going to win this class is definitely the one that has the most balance and the right kind as far as just her levelness of her design and her smoothness, and yet has the most femininity all the way throughout. And yet still with that, she's teetering on that edge of a terminal look. Maybe doesn't have as good a structure in her. I think it's good enough for the amount of muscle that she has as she gets out. She's a long ways away from a cripple. The young lady that's going to come in second with the Baldy, very good moving female, and I like that about her, and then that's what's kind of interesting about her. But with that being said, when she kind of gets her set, she doesn't hold herself collectedly as nicely as that female that wins this class. She's a little shorter and rounder in her hip as well. I'd like to change that. Young lady that comes in here third, that's the maternal one in terms of depth of rib, but yet with that being said, she's not as correct off of her feet and legs as well. She's also one that gets a little plainer about her kind as well. The young man that's going to round out the class here, here's one that just is flatter in her design as far as her rib is concerned, in through her forerib. She gets just a little bit coarse about that, but still good in terms of her length of body, has some femininity up and through her front end and her head and her neck.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner, commercial breeding heifers, Lana Danielson, followed by Collins LaFoe, third, Adeline Walters, and fourth, BB Barber. We're looking for Creed Hinman. Creed Hinman for this next class. We need Creed Hinman for Class 7 of your commercial breeding heifers. Creed Hinman. Do we have Creed Hinman? Okay, thank you. I was just informed that the food truck out here, Brown's Grill, is going to be here till about 7:30. So if anybody needs to grab something to eat, they're still open for business. Also, we're about to wrap up this commercial show, and following that, we'll need all of our breed champions, all the different breeds and the champions and reserves to be ready in the holding area. So it won't be long, so people start making their way. If you're a champion of any of the breeds today, be ready to make your way this way.
Again, another interesting class as we get in with these commercial females, and this is what you accept when you accept the job, and so you kind of earn your paycheck when you get into these. This young lady's female, for me, is just the one that combines the most of the best. She combines maternal characteristics in terms of her depth and the way that she's made and feminine, and I like all those things about her. Her length of hip, her squareness of her kind. She's fresher up in through her flank than the young lady's female that comes in second. She isn't perfect on the move, and I'm going to tell you that's where I'd like to change her, but yet I think she's good enough. She's a long ways away from a cripple, so I think that just all the other things that she has, I think is just a really good place to land right here. Young lady here that's going to come in second. Love that length of body with her. That's all very good. And yet with that being said, she's got some muscularity and some shape, and yet it's the right kind of muscularity and shape and some openness off of both ends. She too is just one that just isn't maybe moved quite as nice out of her front end. I'd like to just give her a little more of a maternal look about her rib cage as far as just the swoop to it, if you will, and clean her up in through her flank. This young man's female that's going to come in here next. Here's one that, kind of got some of those big pieces we talk about throughout the course of the day. Great big bone and great big feet. She's very good that way. Love her freshness. That's what's really cool about her. But yet, with that being said, she needs to have a little better transition underneath. She just isn't opened up enough and through her forerib, flatter right end down in through there. Just maybe not the overall true width and dimension, but has some really neat pieces and parts. Moves just all right for me for that kind of condition. The young man that comes in here next, here's one and I moved her up some just because I like her foot and I like the kind that she represents. If you just kick that one out to make a cow out of her, you're probably a little more pleased with what you're going to end up with at the end of the day. The problem with her is that she just runs out of some quality to get her any higher. She's just kind of a little boring about her look and her bone, but yet feet and legs, fundamentally, everything's very good. Her shape is very good. That's going to make a darn nice cow for you, young man. The young lady that's going to come out with this gold heifer here, again, length of body is extreme and very good. Her bone and joint work is a little coarse for me and a little terminal in terms of that look. I'd like to change her in through her forerib and chest. Just not enough feminine characteristics for that female in a breeding heifer setting. And as this comes out with this young man and rounding out the class, she's one that, again, she might have been in that market heifer show potentially, but that's what she kind of reads. But yet, with that being said, she's one that's just shorter all the way through, but her biggest problem is her foot. We need to really work on that quite a little, and so that concerns me from a longevity standpoint with her, but yet still has some quality and some balance about her, just some refinement to make her put her into a breeding heifer show to get her a little higher.
Hello. Congratulations to your Class 7 winner. That was Mazden Marshall, followed by Lacey Talley. In third, Kyan Herman. Fourth, Trip James. Fifth, Clara Wright. And sixth, Creed Hinman. We now have Class 8 of your commercial heifers into the show ring. We'll have one class left following this, which is a single entry. Just a reminder, All of our champions, all of our breed champions, make your way to the holding area. All the different breed champions, be ready.
Pair of good females right here, and yet when you really get in and look at them, this female right here excels her second place female in just true width and dimension and shape. And yeah, she is fatter than maybe what I care for, okay? And especially up and through her pones, right in through there. But yet, as you read her out and through her top line and the top part of her shoulder, she does have a tremendous amount of natural width. She just needs to be toned back on that condition and need to really get off on her. But just for me today, she's maybe a freckle fat, but yet still, with that being said, so much look and so much presence and so much width. I think that heifer's very good. The young man's going to come in second here. When she comes in, you like so many things about her. She's very cowy. You like the depth and spring to her rib, and yet her foot size is very good, but she gets a little A-frame shape for me. I'd like to refine her teeth some as well, but I just want to just make her a little wider, just a little more true width and shape. Very cowy, though. Good kind of female. Young man, you brought us a heifer right here, this black baldy female. We will sell thousands of them this year in America, and they are going to bring a lot of money. And those are the productive kind of cattle within our country. But yet, with that being said, she just kind of runs out of some quality to get her above those other two, but that still represents good kind of cattle.
Congratulations to your Class 8 winner, Max Sublett, followed by Cade Hendricks, and third, Zane Skinner. We now have your ninth and your final class and a single entry, your commercial breeding heifers. This will be the final class of commercial heifers. And then we'll have our commercial champion drive. Following that, we'll have our grand supreme drive. All of our breed champions need to be ready in the holding area. Champions and reserve champions.
Good single entry here on this female. You really like the maternal look that she gives you, extreme depth of body and rib, and very sound and good about that. She's one that has some strength about her front end, and you get behind her, she's maybe not as pulled apart and maybe gets a little more A-frame shape, if you will, but yet with that being said, that's still a very nice female that has a nice refined udder about her. Good kind of cattle right there to win this class.
Congratulations there to Joe Wilson, your class winner. Now we'll bring all of our class winners into show for your champion commercial breeding heifer, champion drive, commercial breeding heifer. And then right after the commercials, we're going right into the grand drive for all of our champions, all of our breed champions.
As we kind of get into the home stretch here, again, good set of cattle and good set of kids. It's just keeps on coming, and just really having thoroughly enjoyed my day with you folks. And as we get out here and look at these cattle and kind of get it narrowed on down, in my opinion, I'm happy with my class winners. But yet, as we get them out here, there's two of them that just really kind of surface to the top, and I think they're both very good cattle and very good livestock. And anytime I can grab bigger cattle, I'm going to do that, and try to grab some breds, I'm going to do that. So with that being said, young man right here, you're going to be my champion in this division. And young man with that motley faced one, you're going to be my reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Max Sublett is your champion out of Class 8. Is that correct? Class 8, and your reserve was Class 4, Corbin Potts. Is that correct? Oh, Class 5. Okay, Class 5. Yeah, Corbin Potts. Okay. Corbin's right. Okay. Okay, we're about ready for, start lining up for the Grand Heifer Drive. All of our breed champions, reserves should be on standby as well, but all of our breed champions need to line up from the Mini Hereford, AOB, American, Beefmaster, Angus, Charolais, Charolais Composite, the Key, Horned Hereford, Polled Hereford, Limousine, Maine Anjou, Maintainer, Red Angus, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Plus, Simmental, Percentage Simmental, and Commercial. All of our breed champions should be ready or making their way to the holding area. There should be 19 breeds, 19 of them. Yeah, I'll introduce each breed if we're ready. Are we ready? Everybody ready? Our champion, Mini Hereford, Heifer, Bristol, Buller. Yeah, we want to cheer. We should cheer, absolutely. Our champion AOB, Beckett DeBerry. Our champion American, welcome Kelby Worthington. Your champion Beefmaster, Bexley Thompson. Champion Angus, Braden Buckwall. Your Charlet champion, Devry Darbon. Your champion Charlet composite, Taylor Spray. Your champion Key, Brooklyn DeBerry. Your Horned Hereford champion, welcome Cricket Collins. Your Pole Hereford champion, Sierra Collins. Limousine Limflex champion, Bailey Smith. Your Main Anjou champion, Maddie Ashcraft. Welcome your Maintainer champion, Harper Horn. Your Red Angus champion, Alexandra Voth. Oh, we need some help here on the north or south end. Your champion, Shorthorn, Brooklyn Bailey. Shorthorn Plus champion, Cassie Kelly. Champion Simmental, Beckett DeBerry. Your percentage champion, Tylee Elmore. And your commercial champion, we may need to move in just a little bit. Allow room for our commercial to come in, Max Sublett. We need the Shorthorn, and everybody needs to move up just a little bit. The Simmental's there. Yeah, there we go.
Well, it's definitely been a long day, and I know for all of you, but it has definitely been a long day for me. I 4 weeks ago, I ended up having a total hip replacement, which that ain't nothing to me because I've had one other one done, and then I had a knee done 3 years ago. And so, and actually, the other time I had my hip done in 6 weeks, my oldest daughter, or our oldest daughter, got married, and my doctor told me, he says, well, I'll have you dancing in 6 weeks. And I thought, by golly, I don't know if how many I'll be able to do. Well, I think they counted it up. I did 36 dances that night. So I don't know if I'm tough or just plumb stupid. But this has been a lot of fun. And that's what's kind of kept the aches and the pains away today, along with a couple Tylenol as well. But I tell you what, your young people are fantastic, and these cattle are fantastic as well. And so, it's just been tremendous. And the history of this show was done during COVID, and the continuation is nothing but fantastic because to do this, and as everybody here, regardless of win, lose, draw, whatever, you need to thank the Stierwalt family and their support staff. Give them a big hug, and I think right now you need to give them a big round of applause as a thank you to them. Yeah. When I was little, which that was a few moons ago, and we didn't have Facebook and we didn't have all these things. In fact, I can remember the telephone that went like this, and then you did that, and it dialed. And so you didn't get to kind of keep track of all these people. And so, when I was a youngin', Kirk Stierwalt, I didn't know for sure if I wanted to meet Joe Montana or Kirk Stierwalt more because, those guys were larger than life to us as young people because of what they did and you knew their abilities and then what it's never been a disappointment from the first time I met Kirk and his family. Truly humbled and honored that they thought of a kind of a podunk South Dakota guy that grew up on a commercial outfit to come evaluate this deal, and it's very humbling for me, and can't thank you enough for the opportunity, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's been a tremendous amount of fun. So with that, I know the day has been long. We need to keep this thing rolling. Give yourselves a round of applause. Remember one thing, when you're raising kids, you're planting trees. So keep up the great work in Oklahoma. You guys are rock stars down there. You're always tough as heck. Whenever we travel out, you always go, you see somebody from Oklahoma in your class, you're like, oh boy, might hurt. So you haven't disappointed me. I just thoroughly enjoy you folks and your cattle and your competitiveness. It's so good. And to reiterate with what Jason had said, a great guy that we've done business and we've done some things together, and his elaboration of cattle, and we want to accentuate that more as we go along. So thanks again. Thank you for having me. You've gotten an honest opinion from me today. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Great set of cattle. You could throw darts and it's not going to be wrong. So I'm going to show you the ones that I like, and everybody else is going to have their opinions, and that's good, and that's what makes this country great. So thanks again for having me. Appreciate you all.
Congratulations there to your percentage Simmental, Tylee Elmore. Congratulations. And your reserve, your polled Hereford, Sierra Collins. Congratulations. Yeah, we're going to go back to the backdrop here in a few minutes, take some good photos of all of our top 5. Congratulations. I believe the reserves are coming in right now. The reserves are coming in to show. The reserve polled Hereford, Maisie Marshall coming in. Your reserve percentage Simmental was Aiden O'Kelly. Key. Congratulations to Brooklyn DeBerry, third overall, the key. That'll bring in Kelton Daddle, who was reserved in the key. Your fourth overall, that is the reserve out of the percentage scimitar, Aiden O'Kelly. Congratulations. Is that it? With that breed. Okay, with that breed. And your commercial heifer will be your fifth overall. That is Max Sublet. Congratulations. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause. Thanks again to our judge. Thank you so much for your time, your effort today, Mr. Chris Effling. Thank you, Chris. Be careful going back home. Safe travels, everyone. Thank you, Stierwalt family. Thank you to all those who help. Everybody here, if you want to grab some Brown's Burgers, are still open. He's still open for business. If you want to grab some food on the way home,